Hey folks, it's Cody Stoffer with Playmakers Corner, here to tell you about Codered Coaching. Competing in athletics means you've lifted the weights, you've watched film, and you've got the passion. Problem is, that's what everyone else in the state has done. Perfect your game by honing in on your mental performance with Codered Coaching. Whether you are a team or an individual, Codered Coaching has the tools to create mentally solid habits and set up you or your team for success. Find Codered Coaching at coderedcoaching.com or call 720-979-1914 to learn more today. That's coderedcoaching.com or 720-979-1914 today. Now back to the show.
How's it going, everyone? I'm Phoenix Barons, here to give the 1A football recap for week 1. Last week, we only had a handful of games to talk about, and now this week, we're getting right back into it. It's football season, and I'm super excited to start talking about some more high school football, and let's get right into it, shall we? So, as of this recording, September 1st, there are teams that have stats, and there are teams that don't have stats, so we're going to go with the information that we have as of this recording for today. So, to start off, on Thursday, August 29th, we had a couple games to talk about, a couple 1A matchups. One big 1A matchup was between Forge Christian and Wiggins. Forge Christian makes the trip to Wiggins and took care of business, handing the Tigers a shutout loss at their house, 41-0. Forge Christian started the game with their lone touchdown in the first quarter, and then they did not let up in the second, scoring 21 with the help of Sullivan Strange, the quarterback, number 15, getting a 10-yard pass to number 11, Dante Visual, for a touchdown with a good PAT, and Strange again with another 32-yard touchdown pass to number 17, Joey Shelton. Can't forget number 4, Eli Tafoya, who had a 36-yard rushing touchdown to get the score 28-0 at half. And then coming out of the half, it did not stop. Dante Visual with a 21-yard touchdown pass to number 17, Joey Shelton. Although missing on the PAT, it really did not matter as they went down to score again with the help of Brendan Hardy, getting a 56-yard touchdown pass to Joey Shelton again with a good PAT. And that was the end of the third, and there wasn't really any scoring after that from either sides as they were able to seal the shutout. Shout out to the top players of this game. Sullivan Strange going 11 for 20 for 216 yards and 3 touchdowns, as well as getting 6 carries and 106 yards, with this 75 being his longest rush. Joey Shelton had himself a day. 3 receptions for 68 yards and 2 touchdowns. Dante Visual as well, getting the 1 completion for 21 yards and a touchdown to Joey Shelton, as well as 7 carries for 40 yards and a touchdown, and then 2 receptions for 17 yards and a touchdown. And defensively, this Forge Christian team also took care of business, having 7 sacks as a team, as well as 2 interceptions, sealing the win against Wiggins. Moving on, we have Rye at Manitou Springs. Now, I know Gideon was doing a 2A coverage for this one, and he might be really happy to see a 2A team shutting out Rye 35-0, and that's pretty much the story for this one. Rye getting absolutely outscored by 20 points in the first quarter and then 13 in the third. Logan Moore from Manitou Springs was just a man on a mission, having 11 carries for 123 yards and a touchdown, and on defense has 6.5 tackles, one of which was for a loss, and an insane 4 interceptions with 1 coming back. Just a tough matchup for Rye as they faced a 2A team in Manitou Springs. And speaking of 1A versus 2A, we're going to go into Friday matchups with a bunch of mixed class matchups as well as just straight up 1A. So, for Friday, August 30th, we're going to go ahead and get started with some mixed class matchups. And these are basically games that are 1A involved, but they're either playing teams that are above their conference, below their conference, or also out of state. We have some games to talk about with that. To start off, Jefferson at Alameda. A little bit of a rivalry. They're pretty close to each other, and it was a really close game as well, given the stats that we have. Jefferson just came up a little bit short as they take the L to Alameda, 8-14. Shout out Jefferson quarterback Demetrius Martinez, number 11, the senior. He went 8 for 18 for 113 yards. Although got an interception, he had 15 carries for 114 yards. And also shout out Malachi Moore, number 43, the freshman, who scored the lone touchdown of the game on his lone carry for 4 yards. That's going to be a really good feeling as a freshman. Despite the loss, you got a touchdown out of it. Yeah, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board for this next game. Tough opponent, Alameda being a 2A school. Although both teams historically haven't had good seasons, it's still fun to see the teams like that go head-to-head because the only thing you have left to fight for is bragging rights. Moving on. We got Dayspring Christian Academy at Denver Christian. This was an interesting game for me to look at because Dayspring Christian Academy is traditionally an 8-man football team, but they were able to work it out and play Denver Christian and do it the traditional 11-man format. And despite the low numbers that Dayspring Christian had, they were completely the team to beat, 38-12. They were outnumbered, but they answered back by outscoring Denver Christian. Huge win. And it all started off with the fumble return touchdown, creating a 12-0 lead early on and going into halftime. And that's really where the momentum was on Dayspring Christian's favor. Star performances from Dayspring Christian include number 5, Jackson Polk, the senior. He had 6 carries for 45 yards as well as 2 touchdowns, as well as receiving the ball, 3 receptions for 33 yards and a touchdown, and having 7 total tackles on defense. Another outstanding performance goes to Elijah Martin, number 20, who had 37 carries for 232 yards and 2 touchdowns, having 4 total tackles, as well as an INT on defense. Dayspring Christian getting the job done against Denver Christian. No stats from Denver Christian as of this recording, but Dayspring Christian Academy, for an 8-man school, they came to play, and it's really impressive to see that, and I got to give them their roses. It reminds me of the traditional FCS versus FBS schools in college football. You have the small school taking on the big school and coming away with a big win. Moving on. Monte Vista at Alamosa. Alamosa is competing in the 2A classification, and it was really tough for Monte Vista. Tough to go into a 2A team's house and come away with the win, and that's unfortunately not what happened for Monte Vista as they fall 28-8 against Alamosa. Monte Vista number 4, Alex Marquez, the senior, with the lone touchdown for the Pirates in the 4th quarter, having 6 receptions for 82 yards with his 1 touchdown. He also had 126 all-purpose yards combined with rushing, receiving, as well as kick return. And on defense, 9 tackles. So he played pretty well. Wasn't good enough. Monte Vista unable to score against his Alamosa team. It's a very, very tough loss for them to start off their season. Moving on. Strasburg at Platte Valley. Platte Valley, they've been having a rough go about it in the 1A classification. It's been a little tough. Last week they had a loss to Burlington, an absolute blowout loss. And this one, they hosted a 2A school in Strasburg, 2A, for the first time in, well, when I was a freshman, that was when Strasburg joined 1A, and that was back in 2016. So it's been a very long time for Strasburg to come back to 2A. And it was not very good for Platte Valley as the game started out. And it almost looked like it was in Platte Valley's favor to start off. They had the 14-0 lead in the first quarter, but Strasburg would score 28 unanswered through the second and third quarter, completely taking advantage of this game. Aiden Dodge, the sophomore, dominated on the ground with 12 carries, 159 yards, and a touchdown for Strasburg, and Platte Valley falling to 0-2 with losses to Burlington and Strasburg. And this was really tough. They had to travel all the way to Burlington for them to come back and host a team like Strasburg, because Strasburg to Kersey, that's quite a trip as well. Even with the home field advantage, hosting a very highly regarded 2A team like Strasburg. Tough for Platte Valley as they fall 35-21. Moving on, we got Yuma at Chase County, and for those who don't know who Chase County is, we're all in the same boat because I'm learning what Chase County is too. And the reason why we don't know who Chase County is because this is a Nebraska school. Nebraska has a little bit different classifications, and so for the Chase County Longhorns, they are in Class C1. And for the Nebraska ranking system, it goes from Class A being like the top tier, like we have 5A as the top tier in Colorado, and then Class D6 is their lowest, with D6 being like six-man football, the way we classify it here. So it goes from A, B, C1, C2, D1, D2, and then finally D6. Chase County with the Class C1 classification. So my guess is they would be around 3A, 2A, so a little bit higher than the 1A classification, but kind of close on that border with Nebraska. So Yuma made the trip to Imperial and came away with a very tough loss, being beaten down 33-6. Number one from Yuma, Jonathan Thompson, having one completion out of 9 attempts for 43 yards. He did get 18 carries for 56 yards and a touchdown, and on defense had 8 tackles, one of which was for a loss. He also did a really good job punting because it looked like they had a lot of opportunities to do so. 8 punts for 253 yards, a 31.6 average, and 8 punts within the 20, so that's also really impressive. I don't really like to talk about special team stats because there's really not a lot of special team stats in 1A football, but when there is something like 8 punts within the 20, that's something to talk about because that's a good way to set up the opposing team in not comfortable field position, but wasn't really a problem for Chase County in this one as they got the win. Also, shout out to Adrian Carranza, who had his lone interception in that matchup. Just wasn't enough to beat down Chase County. Moving on, we have another matchup between 2A and 1A as Denver West comes into Prospect Ridge Academy's house. And Denver West, they were down 15-0 before scoring 35 unanswered, with 29 of those scored in the fourth quarter. They really dialed it up and started to click and started to clean up the mistakes. Number 40, Machoan Puga, the senior out of Prospect Ridge Academy, was practically the star of the game for Prospect Ridge, having 11 carries for 87 yards and 2 touchdowns, as well as 6 tackles and a sack on defense. It was just really tough. They were able to force some key interceptions against Denver West. Huge game for Denver West and a really, really tough loss for Prospect Ridge Academy as they look to redirect next week. Buena Vista at Salida. Now here's a matchup that definitely was going to be very tough in terms of mixed class matchups. Buena Vista at Salida. Salida being a 2A team, a really good 2A team even. But Buena Vista, they went in and took care of business, scoring 400 total yards with 321 rushing, 79 through the air. No stats from Salida as of now, but Buena Vista did release some of their stats. Number 22, Eli Shuknecht. I hope I'm saying that right. Little butchering, and kind of the first time I'm seeing that last name. But hopefully we'll get to be calling his name more because he had 20 carries for 203 yards, 81 being his longest rush, as well as 2 touchdowns. The junior helping Buena Vista get the win, but can't forget JJ Medina, the senior, number 8, who had 2 interceptions on defense. It seemed like Salida was just caught off guard by this Buena Vista team, and it's definitely a big reason why Buena Vista is a top 10 team in 1A football. Really good win for them as they move forward to next week. And finally, for the mixed class matchups, Middle Park taking on Estes Park. Unfortunately, there weren't very many stats provided, but I was able to get a little bit of stats from the game recap provided by Huddle. And the team stats for Estes Park is staggering because Estes Park, we had a lot of high hopes for them going up. And granted, they do face a 2A team in Middle Park. I've had some personal experience in my high school career against Middle Park, so I know how tough those mountain kids can be. But Estes Park, they only had 48 total yards, and 67 of them were passing, but It was just so rough. They had minus 19 rushing yards to finish off the game, as well as 5 total turnovers. Estes Park was just completely caught off guard in their house, and it's a bit of a rivalry between Middle Park and Estes Park. Battle of the Parks, Battle of the Purple Parks in the Purple Mountains. They came away with the big win, 27-6, Middle Park. And Estes Park, they got to figure it out for next week and really, really have to get it right back on track, because that's tough. You can't win games like that with just 48 total yards. Like that's really, really tough. Granted, rivalry matchup, 2A team. So we'll see how they respond in 1A play. And as we get into 1A play, let's start off with our first 1A matchup to talk about. Center at North Fork, dominating match. Unfortunately, there are no stats to report on for this match, but North Fork was able to get the win against Center as they hosted them. Long drive between Center and North Fork. Center having to travel 178 miles just about, and that's a 4 to 4.5 hour drive on a good day for Center. And North Fork took care of business. Home field advantage played a huge favor for them as they took the win 46-6. Up next, Cedar Edge at Ignacio. Unfortunately, we don't have stats for this one either, but we were talking about Ignacio last week in week 0. They went to Manual and unfortunately came away with a loss, and that's the same result for this one, except they were hosting this one. Cedar Edge having to make the 167-mile drive, which is roughly 3.5 hours to 4. Ignacio falling to 0-2. Cedar Edge getting a key win on the road. Moving on, the Pinnacle at Peyton. Pinnacle, a Denver school, traveling down to Peyton, Colorado. Peyton, it's kind of one of those weird teams. We're not necessarily sure if they're top 10 yet. We're not sure if they're pretenders or contenders. But judging after this game, they're definitely fighting to become contenders. They hosted the Pinnacle and dominated 55-6, all thanks to number 2, Colton Cobb, the senior, having 6 carries for 99 yards, as well as 2 receptions for 44 yards, 149 all-purpose yards, contributing rushing, receiving, as well as kick return. And on defense, having 1 sack, 5 tackles, and 2 of which were for a loss. Huge game from Colton Cobb, and a big piece as to why Peyton did get the win over the Pinnacle. Moving on, this is probably the biggest game of this week, one of the top matchups, a top 10 matchup, as Centauri made the trip down to Meeker. This is probably the longest distance game for this weekend, as Centauri having to travel 306 miles to Meeker. That's roughly 5 to 7 hours, depending on the route you take to Meeker. I myself have been on a trip down to Meeker. That was definitely a 2-day trip, coming from eastern Colorado all the way to Meeker. You're practically driving all the way to Utah, but it didn't really affect Centauri that much because they did come away with a big win, 33-6. We don't really have stats for Centauri, but Meeker was able to provide some stats, and it looked really rough for Meeker. They only had 68 yards passing as a team and 69 yards rushing as a team. So very even, but not anything spectacular. Not what we are used to seeing from this Meeker team. And it's true. The last time Centauri played Meeker was in 2019 in the quarterfinals of the CHASA playoffs 1A. Really tough loss for Meeker. You know, you have that home field advantage, insane home field advantage, having high schools travel a great distance to come to your games, but not affecting Centauri whatsoever in the slightest. They were able to get a big win. Meeker will take a tumble down on the rankings, while Centauri takes a massive rise, and they're proving that they are one of the most legit teams right now in 1A. They're competing for a state championship without a doubt. Flatirons Academy at Highland. Highland, this is another team we're trying to figure out if they're pretenders or contenders. And in their league, they're definitely contenders. As number 7 Highland quarterback John Bingley, the senior, not so good through the air, 9 for 22, but 184 yards and 2 touchdowns. Although his completion percentage isn't there, the scoring is definitely what matters. 5 carries for 63 yards as well for 2 touchdowns. A big win for Highland as they hosted Flatirons. No stats from Flatirons, but Highland, good win for them at home. Lyman made the trip down to Colorado Springs to take on Colorado Springs Christian, and there was a lot of rumblings about Lyman. They're kind of going through a little bit of a rebuild phase, it seems. They went in with 324 team rushing yards. Huge win for Lyman as they beat down Colorado Springs Christian 42-28. Quarterback number 3, Aiden Coleth, the junior, 6 for 9 for 161 yards. But it was on the ground where he was the deadliest. 6 carries, 82 yards, and 4 touchdowns, as well as obtaining 4 tackles on defense. The back, Jacob Joklik, the junior, 13 carries for 60 yards and 2 touchdowns, as well as having 1 reception for 17 yards. Can't forget that. And as well as 3 tackles on defense. Big shout out to the freshman Ben Carr, number 33, as well as number 53, Keegan Mellott, the junior, both having a sack each in their win against Colorado Springs Christian. It was a huge win for them as they made the trip down to Colorado Springs. Just an hour and a half, not really too long, but you always want to get those road wins to prove to the rest of the class that you mean business. You're not afraid to go on the road and get those key wins. Same goes for Roaring Fork at Ellicott. Roaring Fork had to make the trip down to Ellicott. Ellicott last week having the win over Trinidad in overtime. This time they host a Western Slope team, and what a trip Roaring Fork had to make on the road, going 220 miles, a 3.5 to 4.5 hour drive. But all they did was take care of business, and it was a slow back and forth for sure. Fork scored the first score of the game with a rushing touchdown in the first quarter. Ellicott then responded with a rushing touchdown of their own in the second quarter to tie up the game at 7 going into halftime. And in the third, Roaring Fork with yet another rushing touchdown halfway through the third. And then finally, Ellicott scored another rushing touchdown in the fourth. However, it was a missed PAT that cost them the game. A really tough loss for Ellicott in a game where last week they were blessed by missed PATs and missed 2-point opportunities to force an overtime. Now it kind of came back to bite them a little bit as Roaring Fork walks out of Elbert with the win 14-13, getting their first win of the season. And speaking of first wins, big shout out to Olaf at Del Norte. No real stats for this game as well, but one stat that I had to find out for myself was, when was the last time Olaf won a game? And that was October 23rd, 2020. And for the last 2 seasons, really didn't even have a season last year, at least according to Max Preps. Their 2023 season was non-existent. So before that, the last 2 years, they haven't been able to win a game. And their last win coming on October 23rd, 2020. Now, Olaf, for the first time in nearly 4 years, goes to Del Norte. It's a little bit of a long drive for them, going 3.5 hours, 182 miles on the western slope. But they went to Del Norte and took care of business, 47-6. Huge win for Olaf. Like I said, no stats, so can't really say too much about the player performances. But huge for the school. I'm sure to get their first football win in so many years. That's got to be a really good feeling. So big shout out to Olaf, and really excited to see how their season goes this year. And that really does it for all the Friday games. Finally, we're going to go into Saturday, August 31st with our lone 1A matchup. Another big-time 1A matchup with a 1A powerhouse in Ray traveling to Platte Canyon. Now, I've taken a trip down to Platte Canyon before, but I was never nearly as far east as Ray is. You know, they're literally right on the Kansas border. So, a 211-mile trip for Ray as they went down to Platte Canyon down in Bailey, Colorado. Roughly 3 hours. trekking the Great Plains and taking the slight drive through Denver. All business for Ray, though. Huge, as we did get stats from Ray, not really from Platte Canyon, but Ray with a 42-point shutout and all points scored in the first half. It was just a first half beatdown for Ray. They wanted to get this game done early, and with the help of Casey Midcap, the senior, having 5 completions in 7 attempts for 73 yards and 2 touchdowns, as well as getting 2 carries for 20 yards and 4 tackles on defense. He led the way for this team, but really the effort from Samuel Meisner, the senior, who had 6 carries for 65 yards, 28 being his longest rush, and more importantly, 3 touchdowns. And he couldn't be stopped through the air, as he also had 2 receptions for 28 yards and a touchdown, and 5 tackles on defense. And can't forget Aaron Tina, the junior, who had an interception and 3 tackles on defense, as well as having 2 receptions for 40 yards and 1 touchdown. Huge win for Ray, as they get the key 1A win against a team like Platte Canyon, who was looking to be a top team in their league and still very well could be, but we'll see if these two teams meet again in the playoffs or not. And that's going to do it for me for the 1A football recap for week 1. We'll be back next week for week 2. And thank you guys so much for listening.
How's it going, y'all? This is Gino with the Playmakers Corner podcast, here to give a recap of a matchup between a couple of very good 2A squads from this past Friday, August 30th. I traveled out to the Classical Academy in Colorado Springs to get to witness a great matchup between the Classical Academy Titans and the visiting Eaton Reds. First off, I just want to say that this game was absolutely packed. It was so packed that I actually had to park 3 miles down the road at the East Campus to wait for a shuttle to take me to the game, because the parking lot at the stadium was absolutely full, even 30 minutes before game time. This unfortunately made me miss pretty much the entire first quarter, so I wasn't able to get to see who scored those first 2 touchdowns. With that all being said, let's go ahead and jump all the way to 25 seconds left in the first quarter, where TCA leads Eaton 14-0. It is TCA ball following a punt. TCA ball here, 47-yard line following that punt with 25 seconds left in the first quarter. The running back, Riley Romine, takes the carry for a nice gain to put TCA on the Eaton 30-yard line. It will be 1st and 10. After an incomplete pass, the TCA offense runs a jet sweep to Alex Gold for a first down to make it 1st and 10 from that Eaton 20-yard line. As we head to the end of the first quarter, it is 14-0 here. Starting off the second quarter now, it is 1st and 10 for TCA to start us off here. The QB, Andrew Brown's pass is dropped. That one definitely would have been a touchdown, so it will be 2nd and 10 now. Jackson Shipfer rushes for 2 yards, and then a pass is incomplete, out of reach for the receiver, so it will be 4th and 8, and TCA will try a field goal here from the 18-yard line. The kick is up, and it is no good. It is still 14-0 with 11:20 left here in the second quarter. It will be Eaton ball now. They start off with a pitch to the running back, Liam Whalen, which goes for 7 yards. And then the QB, Connor Davies' pass falls incomplete. On 3rd and 3 now, pressure from Luke Megan forces an incomplete pass to make it 4th and 3. Eaton was actually going to go for it here on 4th and 3, but a false start penalty forces the Reds to punt it here on 4th and 8. And that will be a punt with 11:4 left here in the second quarter. It will be TCA ball now. Riley Romine takes the carry a long way down the sideline for a big-time first down near the red zone here for TCA. It will be 1st and 10 from the Eaton 24-yard line. A play-action pass is stopped for a sack by the entire Eaton defensive line to make it 2nd and 15. And then they follow that up with a run that is stopped by Andrew Lloyd at the line of scrimmage to make it 3rd and 15. On 3rd and long, a quick pass to Elijah Wright goes for 11 yards, but that will make it 4th and 4 here. But the Titans decide to go for it here. On 4th down, Andrew Brown takes the snap, and he is sacked by Briar Barr to make it a turnover on downs here. So it will be Eaton ball now. But they would actually end up punting it here on the next drive with 7:36 left here. And TCA would actually end up punting as well with 6:16 left. So it is now Eaton ball here. They will get the ball on the TCA 41-yard line, 1st and 10. On 1st down, a reverse pitch is shut down by Riley Romine for a big-time loss of 5 yards. They follow that up with a run up the middle that is shut down after a couple yards. And then on 3rd and 13, Connor Davey keeps it for a massive gain and sheds a tackle for a 1st down in the red zone here for Eaton. It will be 1st and goal from the 7. Liam Whalen takes the 1st down carry for 4 yards, and then a false start makes it 2nd and goal from the 8. On 2nd and goal, Cooper Nider makes a leaping grab that stopped for a loss of 2, so it will be 3rd and 10. On 3rd down, they run a sweep to Cooper Nider, who takes it in for the very first Eaton touchdown of the 2024 season. It is 14-7 now following the PAT with 2:47 left here in the first half. It is 1st and 10 from the 26-yard line for TCA following that touchdown. A handoff goes for a yard, and then a play-action pass is complete as Andrew Brown rolls out left and finds Khalil Blush for a 1st down. It is 1st and 10 from the 39-yard line. A run goes for no gain, and then TCA calls timeout here with 1:30 left here in the half. Andrew Brown gets sacked by Andrew Lloyd following the timeout. It will be 3rd and 14. Timeout Eaton here following that sack. 1:21 left here in the half. Following the timeout, it's 3rd and 14, and Andrew Brown rolls out right and hits Kieran Riker, who takes that down the sideline for a huge gain in 1st down in the red zone. Big time clutch play there on 3rd and long from the TCA offense. It will be 1st and goal here from the 8-yard line. On 1st and goal, Andrew Brown takes the snap and finds Matthew Wright open over the middle for a TCA Titan touchdown. They now have that 14-point lead back here. It is 21-7 now with 54 seconds left in the half. And that will be our score heading into halftime, folks, as Eaton got shut down on that next drive. TCA doing a great job getting to the QB and getting pressure and just executing in general. They definitely have control here as we go into the second half, and it will be their ball here to start off the half on the 32-yard line, but they would actually end up going 3 and out here with 10:32 left in the quarter. Following a booming punt that gets Eaton down at the 10-yard line, it will be 1st and 10 for the Reds. On 1st down, Andrew Lloyd takes a sweep for 6 yards, and then on 2nd down, Liam Whalen takes a carry for a 1st down from the 21-yard line. On 1st down, Whalen goes for 2 yards on a carry, and then a touch pass is dropped to make it 3rd and 8. On 3rd down, Connor Davies is facing heavy pressure, and he is hit as he throws it to the far sideline, and he finds Max Blaskowski along the sideline, who goes all the way for a 77-yard Eaton touchdown to make it 21-14 following the PAT to make this game super, super interesting here, folks. We have 9:05 left here in the third quarter. TCA would actually end up punting here on the next drive as well, so they leave the door wide open for an Eaton comeback. Let's see what they do with it. It will be 1st and 10 for Eaton from the 20-yard line following that punt. A handoff goes to Liam Whalen, who is stopped by Riley Romine for no gain. And then they follow that up with a Connor Davey pass to a receiver for 2 yards to make it 3rd and 8 here. Davey keeps it up the middle for a 1st down on 3rd and long. And there will be an injury timeout here, though, with 7:24 left here in the third quarter. Following the timeout, Davey gets flushed out right, and he gets sacked by Ridge Blackwood to make it 2nd and 13. The 2nd down pass is incomplete, It will be 3rd and long now, and Ridge Blackwood gets another sack to completely shut down this drive to make it 4th and 13, and that will force Eaton to punt. That was amazing by Blackwood to completely shut down that drive and keep TCA in the lead. It is TCA ball now on their own 42 following the punt. A handoff to Jackson Shipfer goes for a first down from the Eaton 43-yard line, and then Andrew Brown keeps it and trucks his way for another TCA first down. It will be 1st and 10 from the 27-yard line. Following 2 incomplete passes on 3rd and long, Andrew Brown rolls out right, and his pass is picked off by Jackson Savona, and that will give Eaton the ball now with 4:12 left here in the 3rd quarter, and they have yet another chance to tie this game up. It will be 1st and 10 here for Eaton from the 22-yard line. On first down, Braden Godoy gets a sack to make it 2nd and 16, and then a 5-yard penalty on TCA. It makes it 2nd and 11. On 2nd and long, a bubble screen goes to Cooper Nider, and it gets shut down, and he is hit hard and fumbles the ball as TCA recovers on the Eaton 29-yard line to give themselves a massive opportunity here to add to their lead. It will be 1st and 10 here for TCA. A pass from Andrew Brown goes to Alex Gold for a first down. And then on first down, a touchdown pass goes to Elijah Wright on a post route as TCA takes a commanding 28-14 lead following the PAT with 2:08 left in the 3rd quarter. On 1st and 10 here for Eaton on their own 29-yard line, Cooper Nider takes a bubble screen across the field and gets cracked by Andrew Borchardt and fumbles the ball, but Eaton actually ends up recovering, so it will be 2nd and 8. Following a couple of incomplete passes, Eaton would actually end up punting it here, though, with 35 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. As Eaton sets up the punt, that punt is blocked and almost recovered for a touchdown, but TCA still has the ball here on their own 2-yard line. But wait a second, there was a long deliberation from the refs, however, as the refs actually rule that there was a targeting flag on TCA, so that will actually make it a first down for Eaton on their own 40-yard line, and there is still life here for the Reds. On first down, following that flag, a pass down the sideline is incomplete, but a pass interference call, yet another flag on TCA, makes it 1st and 10 from the TCA 45. Eaton is keeping it rolling here. A pass is incomplete, and then a pass goes for 2 yards to make it 3rd and 8, and that will be the end of the 3rd quarter. TCA leads Eaton 28-14. Starting us off here in the 4th quarter, it will be 3rd and 8 here for Eaton as a pass to Andrew Lloyd on a screen goes for a big-time first down to make it 1st and 10 from the 30. On first down, a reverse to Cooper Nider goes for another first down to make it 1st and 10 from the 12-yard line. And then an Andrew Lloyd swing pass goes for a loss of 4 yards, and then an incomplete pass and a run for 2 yards makes it 4th and 12. This is Eaton's pretty much last chance here to stay in this game. Let's see what happens. On 4th and long, Connor Davey rolls out right, and he is sacked for a huge back-breaking turnover on downs, and Davey is getting helped off the field here. He would not return to this game here with 9:40 left in the game, and that will do it in this one, folks, as the Classical Academy Titans take down the Eaton Reds to start their season off 1-0. Now, before I wrap up this recap, I want to give a little post-game review of each of these teams and just of the game in general. Starting off with TCA, now this is going to be a very, very good football team this year. They've got good size, a QB going into his 3rd year as a starter. They have a good run game and a lethal pass rush on defense. There was straight up nothing stopping the TCA pass rush from getting into the backfield as they finished with a ridiculous 13 tackles for loss and 6 sacks on the game. This was ultimately the biggest X factor in the matchup because Eaton was unable to get any sort of flow on offense since their pass and rush game was shut down completely. The offense even struggled a bit at times and left the door open for Eaton to come back in the 3rd quarter, but it really didn't matter because the Titans defense wasn't going to let that happen. The receivers had quite a few big-time drops throughout the game, and this is really my only main concern for this team. If they can tighten up those loose screws in the pass game with the drops, then it will be smooth sailing for the Titans. They will be a massive threat in the 2A classification this season, and this win over Eaton showed exactly why. Now, as for the Eaton Reds, there really wasn't much they could do against this TCA squad. The Reds were undersized and out-executed at almost every turn in this game, plain and simple. Their defense finally started to make plays to get them within 7 points and help leave the door open for a comeback, but the constant pressure from TCA's pass rush ultimately wasn't going to let that happen. Their size on both lines makes me wonder if Eaton is going to be a part of that contender tier of teams or if they'll end up just being a fringe playoff team. Another concern is that their run game is quite weak at the moment. Against the bigger and tougher teams like TCA or Kent Denver, I expect to see a lot more of what we saw in this game, where Eaton doesn't have anyone getting over 4 yards a carry. At the end of the day, though, Eaton is one of the most consistently successful programs in 2A, and I think they will find a way to find success this year. Tons of playoff experience on this squad, and they have a QB in Connor Davey, who is battle-tested with a receiving core consisting of guys like Max Blaskowski, who could very well be a top receiver in 2A by his senior year next year. Still very excited for what the Reds are going to do this season. And that will wrap up this recap, folks. This is Gino with the Playmakers Corner podcast, and I want to thank you all for listening to this recap, and I will see you all in week 2. Peace out.
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to our 2A recap for week 1. Yes, we are finally here, week 1. I know last week was technically week 1, but in all reality, this is the first week that the majority of teams are going to be playing, so really, this is it. But we had a heck of a slate here in 2A, so I'm just going to get started. We had a really, really fun week. Not very many close games, if I'm being honest, mostly blowouts this week, but, you know, still some opportunity for some good playmakers to emerge. So the very first game we're going to cover is Englewood defeating Hinckley for Hinckley's 36th consecutive defeat. They haven't won a game since I was a sophomore in high school, which is kind of sad. But Englewood, the Pirates, would prevail 34-0. What we have here, we have Dylan Knoll, the new quarterback, stepping in, 125 passing yards, 6 for 10, no touchdowns, but an interception. Dion Robinson rushing on the ground, 103 yards and a touchdown there. Receiving-wise, we have 4, count 'em, receivers with 25-plus yards, those being Nathan Owens, Logan Mail, D. Smith Neal, and Dion Robinson. In terms of all-purpose yards, the leader still Robinson there. Tackle-wise, the top man for the Englewood Pirates was Logan Mail with 13. Then you have Logan Mail had 13, and Kevin Mail was the leader with 14. So good job there from the Mail brothers. Then we have Dion Robinson with 8, AJ Escobar with 6, and then Cale Adkins, the freshman, with 5. Carson Hoganson and Yandel Munoz, they shared a sack, half a sack for each of them. And then Logan Mail, he had 2 picks on the day, with Robinson causing a fumble. Daniel Cullen, the sophomore, 295 kickoff yards, 49.2 yard average there. Not very much in terms of the kick return yards, but total touchdowns. Dion Robinson had 3, Logan Mail had 2. Cullen went 4 for 5 on PATs. And going back a little bit to the rushing yards, Robinson, he had 3 touchdowns, and then Logan Mail, that is, he had 2. So Logan Mail, really, really good game here from the junior. All around good performance to beat a higher classification team, former 4A team in Hinckley. Next up, we have Elizabeth defeating the 3A Sierra Stallions 37-0. No stats have been input for either of these teams yet, so can't really say much there, but good win by Elizabeth to get to 2-0, both over 3A teams, so good season so far from the Cardinals. Next up, we have Manitou Springs defeating Rye 33-0. First win over Rye ever, at least in the Max Preps era, and then keeping that 4-year losing streak to the Thunderbolts from getting to 5. I was able to get a hold of the huddle stats. Ben Perkins, the new quarterback, 8 for 10 passing for 102 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. Logan Moore rushing, 123 rushing yards, a touchdown, and a conversion. Preston Rhodes, 64 receiving yards, a touchdown, and a conversion through the air. On defense, Moore had 8 total tackles, 1 for loss, 4 interceptions, and one of those was a pick 6. You heard me correct there. 4 interceptions. Next up, you have Leighton Little with 6 tackles. Asher Levine, a fumble recovery for a 40-yard touchdown. You have Jaron Hall, who had an interception, and then Cade Cunningham with a fumble recovery as well. The freshman, number 64 there. Logan Moore, 95 kickoff return yards for a touchdown on that one. It was the opening kickoff, so that makes it 1, 2, 3 total touchdowns for Moore, all in different ways. And Moore also had 45 punt yards on the day. So very good game for Moore there, exercising some demons for the Manitou Springs Mustangs. And that's the last of our Thursday 2A games. In terms of Friday 2A games, we start off with Lamar beating the Raton Tigers 28-0. The Thunder have not input stats yet, but good win here by Lamar to get in the win column this season. Next up, we have Montezuma Cortez, the Panthers defeating the Crown Point Eagles of New Mexico 54-0 here. No stats for this one yet, but Montezuma Cortez just plain dominance here. No way about it. When you beat a team 54-0, it's pretty big. Next up, you have Moffat County falling to Steamboat Springs 6-40. Neither team has uploaded stats yet, but disappointing for Moffat County. By the way, I'm recording this at 11:35 a.m. on Sunday, September 1st. So if you are saying, oh, well, we have stats, you didn't at the point that I am recording this. Next up, you have the Alameda Pirates defeating the Jefferson Saints 14-8. Glad to see Alameda getting on the board here. One of those 14 points, though, was a safety, or 2 of them, I guess. You have Dante Medina, 3 for 5 for 74 yards there. Edwin Arroyo, 67 yards and a touchdown on the ground. Angel Arroyo, 61 rushing yards and a touchdown as well. So the Arroyo brothers doing very well. Then you have Garcia up in here, that being Mr. Cato Garcia. He had in this one 61 receiving yards with a long of 52, so one very good catch there from Mr. Garcia. In terms of tackles, the main guy was D. Aguilera, the junior, 5 total with 1 tackle for loss. Tez Glover and Edwin Arroyo each had a hurry. Cato Garcia, 1 pick, 2 pass deflections, and a fumble recovery. Elias Pitones, 2 pass deflections, and Edwin Arroyo with a forced fumble. And on defense, it is Isaiah Gutierrez who had the safety there. Number 15, the senior, absolutely killed it. And really, that outside, okay, you only need 1 less touchdown for that to be the differentiator. And a safety in the first quarter is a heck of a way to start a game against a team like Jefferson. Alameda, good game here. Good way to make sure you get in that win column this season. Next up, you have the Buena Vista Demons defeating the Salida Spartans 24-19. Very familiar teams with each other. Salida has not input stats, though, at this point in time, but all around, I honestly feel like this isn't the worst loss in the world. Buena Vista is a very good team in 1A, and to come this close, I feel, is pretty solid. And Salida, they do have a chance to bounce back here next week against Woodland Park, so I feel like that's a game that they could come back and win. You guys will have already heard the Eaton versus the Classical Academy recap. TCA would beat Eaton 28-14, but just to go over the stats, Drew Brown, 11 for 23 for 223 yards, 3 touchdowns to 1 interception. Rushing, Riley Romine is the main guy, 102 rushing yards. No touchdowns there, though. The only guy with a touchdown for TCA would be Drew Brown, on the ground, that is, with 14 rushing yards and a score. Then you have Kieran Riker with 69 receiving yards, Elijah Wright with 53 and a touchdown, and then Matthew Wright, only 15 receiving yards, but both of his receptions were touchdowns there. So very good game there from Matthew, and making it matter when it counts. In terms of defense, Riley Romine with 9 tackles, Elijah Wright and Zach Hale with 6. All 3 of those guys had tackles for loss, by the way. Joshua Knuckles, which is a heck of a name, I love it, 5 total tackles, and then Andrew Richens with 5 tackles, 2 for loss. In terms of sacks, we have 4 different players with sacks. Ridge Blackwood with 2, and a hurry. Richens with 2 and a hurry. Braden Godoy with a sack and 2 hurries, and then Jay Schipfer with a sack here. In terms of interceptions, Khalil Blush with 1 pick, J.D. Packard, deflection and a fumble recovery. Jackson Smenta, Andrew Borchert, and Matthew Wright would all have forced fumbles here. And then I don't, they keep bouncing between kickers, but Kai Veronin would have 304 kickoff yards with a 60.8 yard average, and Nathaniel Thorne would have 37-yard average and 4 punts for 148 yards. Zach Mediavia would have 53 kick return yards, and Veronin would go 4 for 4 on PATs. Whew! That was a lot, but very, very good game here by TCA to take down the Eaton Reds for the 3rd year in a row. Next up, Denver West would come back from down 15-0 to beat Prospect Ridge 35-15. Denver West would score 29 points in the 4th quarter to complete the comeback. I'm sorry. I did Prospect Ridge's preview, and I thought this game was winnable, and I checked it, and it looked like they might win, and then Denver West just dominated that 4th quarter. Good game here by Denver West. They haven't uploaded stats yet, though, so I can't say anything. Next up, we have Pagosa Springs driving down to Kirtland Central in New Mexico. Pagosa Springs, the Pirates would beat Kirtland Central 42-27, but no stats yet there. Next up, though, we do have Strasburg heading over to Platte Valley, defeating the Broncos 35-21. Strasburg, just a good game here. Brody Hopwood would go 4 for 5 for 124 yards and 2 touchdowns. Aiden Dodge would have 160 rushing yards with a touchdown, and then Connor Casebeer would have, which, cool name, would have 63 rushing yards, and then Damian Garcia would have 43 and 2 touchdowns. Receiving-wise, Cade Hemphill would have 58 receiving yards and a score, and Cameron Manahan would have 56 receiving yards and 1 touchdown, In terms of defense, RJ Weaver, 8 tackles, Damian Garcia also with 8, Jorge Parra with 6, Ethan Freeman with 6 as well, and then Mason Dickens, the sophomore, would have 5. In terms of kick return yards, Aiden Dodge would have 90 total, which is kind of insane. And then the only facet of the game that needed to be improved is the kicking. You have Taylor Lasecki with 1 for 3 on PATs. PATs are the easiest kick you'll ever have, so need to shore that up. But otherwise, very, very good game here from the Indians to take down the Broncos. After that, we have Middle Park defeating Estes Park 27-6. The Panthers came on top in this one. Not really much to say because there are no stats yet, but overall, a very solid game here from the Panthers to take it to Estes Park in Estes Park. After that, you have Alamosa defeating Monte Vista 28-8. Alamosa has not uploaded stats yet, but what we do know for sure is that at least one player caught an interception, and they did a darn good job on defense against one of the better coached teams in Southern Colorado. So, very good game here from Alamosa. After that, we have University defeating the Banning Lewis Prep Stallions 46-12. In terms of quarterback play, Max Davis came in 150 passing yards, 4 touchdowns, 10 for 15 there. And then you have Brevin Doss, 79 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. Freddie Kano with 65 rushing yards. Receiving, Will Corby had 58 yards, Doss had 42 and a touchdown. And then when we are looking at defense, Gage Schminke, 4 tackles, 1 for loss. Connor Simons, 1 sack, 3 hurries. Caleb Bronner, 1 sack. And Andrew Schuler with a hurry. 2 pass deflections from E. Davey Anderson, Uriel Aguilar with 1, and then Schminke with 1 as well. All around, looks like a very, very solid game here. Doss also had 77 kick return yards for University, and then Cody Steen, 4 for 7 on PATs. Really the only aspect of the game that could be improved there. Banning Lewis Prep Academy, I'm so used to them being 1A, but they are 2A now. Quarterback Sam Early, the sophomore, 5 for 16 passing for 98 yards and a touchdown. No picks, which is good. Chase Reel, he would have 41 total yards on the day. Jordan Jones would have 50 receiving yards and the 1 touchdown in 1 catch, so pretty darn good catch for him there. After that, though, you do have the tackle list, which Jordan Jones is also on the top of. 11 solo, 4 assists for 15 total. Cam Leggett would have 9 with 2 tackles for loss. Isaiah Gomez would also have 9. Dylan Skinner with 8. Chase Reel with 7. And then a bunch of guys with 3 after that. Chase Reel and Skinner would also each have some hurries. Leggett would have an interception. Reel, Jones, and Dylan Coster would all have pass deflections, while Jones would have a forced fumble, and Isaiah Gomez would be recovering that. All around, it looks like Jordan Jones might be the breakout star for this team as a junior, but we're going to have to see more of how he does this season as a whole. But all around, very good performance by University, and Banning Lewis, we knew that they were losing a lot, so we can't be too horribly surprised, but we're going to have to see how they do moving forward here. Next up, we have the Berthoud Spartans falling to Thompson Valley 7-14. Thompson Valley, very quality 3A team, but Berthoud, this was not like a bad game for them. So what we have here, we have Skylar Stryker going 29 for 52 passing for 311 yards, no touchdowns to 2 picks, but honestly, I have seen worse performances. Very solid one here from Stryker. Rushing, they're actually reverse of last year. Stryker was the leader on the ground with 26 yards. The only touchdown of the day was from Elisha Mosher, who had 1 touchdown in one of his 4 attempts. He had 9 total yards, though, on the day. Then receiving, we have a few guys here. Cade Anderson with 88 yards, Jason Newbill with 74, Jaden Michaelis with 53, and then Weston Petrowski with 45. In terms of defense, a bunch of tackle assists, so I'm not fully sure how to gauge all this. This probably means a bunch of runs up the middle from Thompson Valley. But Sam Smith with 15 tackles, Ben Schroeder with 13, E. Hoffmeister with 12, Cole Bialek with 12, Cade Anderson with 11, Newbill with 11, Peyton Evans with 10, Elisha Mosher with 10, Michaelis with 8, Sean Barajas with 8, David Pelfrey with 6, Paul Guerrero with 6, and Tanner Davis with 5. Whew. For the rest of that, we have Michaelis, Mosher, and each of those guys had a pass deflection. Hoffmeister would force a fumble, which Ben Schroeder would recover. And then a new punter, it looks like. Big shoes to fill with Darren Davidson gone, of course. But you have Bowen Kasperbauer, who had 82 punt yards on 2 kicks with a 41-yard average. So good job there. And then Andrew Castro, the freshman, would kick that PAT 1-for-1 on the day. Next up, we have the Sterling Tigers beating the Valley Vikings 35-7. Unfortunately, that is to be expected this year. Sterling has not input stats, but Valley has. We have Carson Adolph, 7 for 18 for 81 yards, no touchdowns to 2 picks. Adolph, 76 rushing yards and a touchdown. Austin Moya with 43 rushing yards. Noah Sarchett was the leading receiver with 46 yards in the air. Jason Weiss and Caden Serber would each have a sack, and then Chase Overman, the freshman, actually had an interception here against Sterling, the 5'11 freshman. Pretty good game from him as an individual. And then Caden Serber would have 76 punt yards on 2 kicks, so 38-yard average there. Really, that's all there is to it. Sterling just dominated this game. Weld Central up next. They would beat the Bennett Tigers by forfeit 2-0. Not fully sure what happened there. Obviously not much to say in terms of stats. No stats for this next one either, where Gunnison, the Cowboys, would be defeated by the Eagle Valley Devils 32-0. So not much to say here. Looks like those reinforcements from Battle Mountain have shored up Eagle Valley a little bit. So yeah, we're going to have to see how that goes. After that, another loss here between cross classification and no stats as well. Brush would be defeated by Fort Morgan 6-21 here. Not what I expected, if I'm being honest, but we're going to have to see how this bodes for the rest of the season for the Beat Diggers. But yeah, 6-21 loss to Fort Morgan. Back in the win column for cross-classification matches, we have La Junta defeating Pueblo Centennial 42-0. No stats for this one either, but honestly, we are not surprised. La Junta is good. Pueblo Centennial is not expected to be very good this year. Another loss, though, in that same type of column, we have Delta falling to the Palisade Bulldogs, the Panthers of Delta, that is, 27-30. So very, very close game. Palisade would just barely pull off the upset here. Yeah, it looks like with not very much time left. So here in the fourth quarter, I've just gone straight to the fourth quarter. Delta would lead 13-10 here. So then Palisade would score with 10 minutes left to go up 17-13. Deacon Sheen would get a touchdown pass to go up 20-17. Delta would go to Palisade, and then Palisade would return a punt for a touchdown, going up 24-0. a rushing touchdown from Delta to go up 26-24 with 1 minute to go. And then long pass to Zarin Lee of Palisade for the touchdown, 30-27. And Palisade would intercept the pass with under a minute left to go. So it looks like with a minute left, Delta may have choked a little bit. So that's not great if you are Delta, but we're going to have to see how that goes. The last game of Friday night that we're going to talk about is Fort Lupton versus Devlin. The Blue Devils of Fort Lupton would bring home the win 40-12 over the Jaguars. And we have a Playmaker of the Week candidate right here, and Royce Guerrero, 13 for 16 passing for 280 yards, 3 touchdowns to 1 pick. In terms of rushing, Mr. Galicia would have 150 rushing yards and a touchdown. Guerrero would have 90 yards and 2 touchdowns. Well, 89 yards, but close enough. Receiving, Josiah Gonzalez would have 141 receiving yards and a score. Julian Araguin would have 36 receiving yards and a touchdown, and Jesse Soretto would have 79 yards and a touchdown as well. In terms of defense for the Blue Devils, Joshua Munoz and Josiah Gonzalez would each have 7 tackles. Galicia would have 6. Joel Valdez and Jesse Soretto would each have 5, and then Guerrero would have 2 tackles. In terms of pressuring the quarterback, Harold McLean would have a sack and 4 hurries here, which is kind of insane when you think about it. That is a lot of times to get within a couple feet of the quarterback. Defensively, Munoz would have 2 interceptions and a pass deflection. Guerrero would have 2 pass deflections. Araguin would have 3, and then Josiah Gonzalez would have 2. And then also Mr. Bushman, D. Bushman, would have a blocked field goal here. Yeah, a blocked field goal. Donovan Bushman, the junior. Good job there, Donovan. Gonzalez would have 70 kickoff return yards, and then Josiah Gonzalez 4 for 6 on PATs. So Royce Guerrero, Playmaker of the Week candidate right there in our last Friday game. Now, in terms of our Saturday coverage, we only have 3 games, starting off with Arvada versus Mitchell. The Bulldogs would down the Marauders 54-7 there. We don't have stats for this one yet, but all around good game here from Arvada. I feel bad for Mitchell having such a hard welcome back, but what can you do? You beat the team in front of you, no matter who it is. Next up, though, another welcome to the classification in Woodland Park, defeating the former 3A Lincoln Lancers 62-0 here. 20 points in the first, 29 in the second, 6 in the third, 7 in the fourth. Woodland Park has only put in defensive stats. Caden Lewis with 8 tackles, Wyatt Stimmitz with 6, along with Aiden Hood, and then Ben Summerall and Mateo Pizarro would each have 5. Max Whitfelt would have a sack here, and then Caden Lewis would force and recover a fumble, while Mateo Pizarro would force 2 and recover 2 fumbles. So good game here from Woodland Park. And then finally, we have the Kent Denver Sun Devils defeating the Florence Huskies 40-0. Not much to say here. Kent Denver is our number 1 team, and if they're able to stay physical, we think that they can carry that mantle a long time. And that's the last game. That is the last game of 2A before we jump into the all-coveted Playmaker of the Week. There are a few guys that I'm thinking of for this. Brevin Doss comes to mind. Really, he's the main guy that comes to mind all around. But really it comes down... I'm going to say Brevin Doss as the honorable mention. But in all reality, this is a 2-man race between Fort Lupton's Royce Guerrero, and Manitou Springs' Logan Moore. And I'm going to preface this. I am a Manitou alum. I talked with Logan. He almost broke my nose one time when we were playing baseball. But I'm going to let you all know that I run these stats blind, along with the win, like the final score, and the context of these wins past other people at the podcast. And they came to you, like each person I asked said the same person. So I did everything I could to limit my bias in this decision, because both of these guys had insane games. Guerrero, 40-12 win over Devlin, 13-16 passing, 280 yards, 3 touchdowns to 1 pick, 89 rush yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 tackles, 2 pass deflections. For Moore, it's the school's first ever win over Rye, snapped that 4-year losing streak, 120 rush yards, a touchdown, 45 punt yards, 14 receiving yards, 8 tackles, 1 for loss, 95 kick return yards, 1 kick return touchdown, 4 interceptions, 40 interception return yards, and 1 pick 6. I ran the stats for both of these players past multiple people, and the decision was unanimous. The Playmaker of the Week for 2A in Week 1 is Manitou Springs' Logan Moore. Absolutely insane performance. Every person I talked to, the 4 interceptions was the differentiator here. You don't see that every day. You do not see 4 interceptions. If he keeps that up, he's on pace for over 30, which I know isn't likely going to happen because 2A doesn't throw it around like that, but exercising those old demons had to have felt good, and I'm going to reward it. So you can call me biased, but I did everything in my power to limit that bias. So yeah, I ran it past multiple people blind. So ultimately, that is all for me in the 2A segment of today's episode. You'll hear me 2 more times when we are talking about 3A teams. But for now, stay safe, stay hydrated, keep drinking water, and I'll catch y'all on the flip. Peace. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome back to the Playmakers Corner podcast. I'm your host for this double back-to-back segment for tonight. Yes, this is Gideon, here to talk about 2 games that I went to this week, both 3A. We have Green Mountain versus Windsor and Mead versus Pueblo South. So I'm just going to jump straight into it with the first game, which was on Thursday. I believe that was the 29th, which was between Windsor and Green Mountain at Windsor High School. Starting off with Windsor's side of this game, they allowed a 95-yard kickoff return touchdown. Yay! Yeah, that's not great. This made it 0-7 with only 15 seconds having passed on the clock. After an unnecessary roughness call on the first offensive play, Sam Cooper ran for 10, but this drive was a 3-and-out regardless. After offsides, Trip Thomas got a tackle for loss, Isaiah Kronk got a big tackle, and then Grady Sullivan got a pass deflection, as did Ethan Schneider. Pearson Lewis got a sack, and then Drew Miller had an insane interception that got called back due to a different player getting a pass interference call. Schneider got another deflection, which helped get Windsor back on offense. Cooper ran for 15, then Kyle Phelps threw to Cale Frederick for 11 through traffic. I honestly thought it got picked off for a moment, and then I see Frederick on the ground with the ball, and I was like, oh, crap. Cooper got another first down, but after an interception, Windsor was on defense. In the second quarter, Trip Thomas immediately took a punt for 42 yards to the house, making it 7-all with 1:15 on the board. Miller then caught another interception, which counted this time. He landed straight on his shoulder, and it looked like it hurt, but That got Windsor back on offense, where Thomas ran for 10, but after an illegal shift and 2 straight fumbles, Windsor was on D. Only the second of those 2 fumbles was recovered by the defense. Then, after that, we have Kronk with a pass deflection for himself after Landon Sefcovic and Schneider each had deflections. Very pass deflection heavy game. Kronk, after a timeout with 55.1 left, there was an opposing touchdown, which, that made it 7-13, but only 7-13 because Christopher Valerio managed to block the PAT there. In the third quarter, Sullivan ran the kickoff return for 46 yards, but the drive was 3-and-out. Sefcovic got a tackle for loss, and after a questionable PI call, Robert Taylor hurried the quarterback, which led to another Schneider deflection. Thomas ran for 5, and then Phelps punched in an 8-yard touchdown to make it 13-all, since, again, the PAT got blocked. Of the 5 scores in this game, 3 of the PATs were blocked, which is kind of wild. After that, though, Sullivan managed to get a pass deflection on a really, really deep ball, and then John Stevens got a tackle for loss, the big offensive lineman. He's also a D tackle. Then Kronk had another deflection, another one, and Thomas got a 20-yard punt return. Phelps threw to Thomas for 13 and then to Mason Moore for 7, but then on D, another pass deflection for Schneider, along with Santi Fernandez getting one for himself. The Wizards then allowed an arguable touchdown, but blocked the PAT, making it 13-19 with 7:18 left in the game. Sullivan had a 22-yard kickoff return, and then Cooper ran for 7 before getting injured, but this drive did not go anywhere. Ian Van Horn got a tackle for loss, and after a timeout with 2:45 left, where Windsor got the ball, Phelps threw to Thomas for 9, but this game ended when, on a third down conversion, the Wizards threw a pick with less than 2 minutes left, and Green Mountain just ran down the clock. Which, obviously not the way that you want this to end up going, but still a good game for Windsor. I am admittedly concerned about the passing game. Phelps only went 5 for 15 in this matchup, and you're going to have to beat even better secondaries. And some of these were just throws that were high or too far ahead or too far back. Mostly throws that were too high. Which, it shows to me that he can get it there. He just needs to dial in his control a little bit, which is all right. You have a couple of easier games coming up, so we'll see how it goes. In terms of the playmakers of the game for Windsor, though, first up, we're going to have our defensive playmaker of the game, an absolute ball hawk. Got 50 deflections, it felt like. We have Ethan Schneider, who, just felt like every other play, he was getting his hand into the offensive receiver's face. No fly zone around Schneider. So here he is with his recount of this game.
I'm here with Ethan Schneider from Windsor High School. And when we're looking at the game tonight, you were highly effective in disrupting that pass game. I want to say he had something like 3-4 pass deflections, which, that looks like Mikey Munn's junior year in retrospective. So what were you seeing in how their quarterback was moving that allowed you to get that much disruption?
We watched film all week. We were prepared, and we knew the route combos they were going to run. And I felt like once he got his first read covered, he kind of got flustered. So we knew the ball was going to be put up, and we went and played it.
Okay. And when we're looking at, if you take away that opening touchdown, you guys win this game. What are you going to do to make sure, obviously watching film and drilling that special team stuff into your guys' heads, but what are you going to do to make sure from this point on that you have the right energy moving into games?
Mental days are important. You have to lock in on mental days. You can't be goofing off because stuff like that happens, mishaps on kick returns.
Thank you very much for coming to talk with me, Ethan, and I 100% agree. You need to take those days. Well, you need to take days for yourself, but you need to take those days to ensure that you are in the right headspace for the task at hand. Next up, though, we are going to pass the mic over to our offensive playmakers of the game for Windsor, co-offensive playmakers of the game, those being Trip Thomas and Deacon Schmidt. So I'm going to start off with Thomas, the only one of the two to score a touchdown for Windsor tonight, and then I'll hand the mic over to Deacon as the premier offensive lineman in 3A right now. So take it away, Trip.
I mean, you had a really, really good game tonight. You had that 42-yard punt return, and that really gave this team an extra spark of energy on what was already a heck of a roll. When you were returning that, what were you seeing in the Green Mountain defense that made you think, screw it, I'm going to take this all the way to the house?
My boy Grady hit a good block, and then I just seen green. I just ran to the green.
Just seeing green, all right. And, I mean, obviously not the result that you wanted for the night, but I mean, you still have a lot of bright spots heading into next week. Monarch beat Longmont 30-14 tonight. But when you're looking at that's a little bit of a brewing rivalry between you guys and Longmont. What are you looking forward to most for next week?
I mean, it's always a good game against Longmont, so it should be good. Should be another good one.
All right. And without Cole Gaddis as part of that defense, what kind of looks are you expecting to get during that?
I mean, he was everywhere last year, so definitely helps us, especially in the run game. So,
All right. And last thing, and then I'll let you go home. If you had to describe your ideal season from this point forward, one word, what would it be?
Bounce back.
All right. I'll give it to you with the hyphen.
Trip's answer there reminded me a lot of that clip from the NBA on TNT where they asked Charles Barkley, give us three words to describe the game for this weekend. And he's like, Nash and Paul must see TV. And they're like, Chuck, that's not 3 words. So seriously though, Trip, it was a pleasure to talk with you, and I do hope to be seeing you later on in this season. And as previously mentioned, next up I had a conversation with Deacon Schmidt, one of the top 10 players in the class of 2026. So let's hear what Mr. Schmidt has to say.
What's up? This is Gideon here with Deacon Schmidt of Windsor High School, one of the top recruits in the class of 2026. Obviously not the result that you wanted tonight, Deacon, but how did you feel about your individual performance?
I felt like it was decent. I came out strong, and but there's always room for improvement. Not the outcome we wanted, but there's always room for improvement, and we're gonna have a good week this week and go get Longmont next weekend.
All right. And I know that based off that game last year, there's a lot of fire between the Wizards and the Trojans, and I know neither team wants to repeat the nail biter that it was. And Longmont actually lost tonight to Monarch 30-14. When you're looking at that team's defensive scheme in particular, especially without Cole Gaddis, what are you looking at from those defensive ends this year?
I haven't really watched any of Longmont's tape or anything, but they're a solid team last year. Cole Gaddis, he's a great player. We're just gonna do our best this week to get after it and be prepared for the next weekend. And we'll watch film, we'll scout them out, and then I'll know kind of what's going on. But just most important thing is watching film, getting a scout on them, and getting prepared this week.
All right. And last thing, what would you say is your outlook, your personal outlook for the rest of the season? Try to your best to make sure this team goes 9-0 the rest of the way.
Yeah, the most important thing, like I said, is having a good week of practice. If we're having a sloppy week, we're going to have a sloppy game. So just making sure that we're dialed in at practice, in the film room, in the weight room, everything, and just getting it done during the week so we can get it done on the weekend.
Thank you very much, Deacon, and best wishes for you for the rest of the season. I hope that those practices are as hard as you want and as hard as you need them to be. After that, though, we have our playmaker of the game for Windsor High School. He caught 2 picks. Only one of them ended up counting, but he was still a ball hawk. Let's give it up for Drew Miller. Yes, I know. Defensive specialist, but good hands, good anticipation on a very good quarterback, and an experienced offense. So he was able to get out there and make a lot of noise in what a lot of guys would get lost in. So here we are with Drew Miller of Windsor High School.
Now, Drew, I know this isn't the result that you wanted, but I wanted to compliment your play today. You came out, and that first pick especially felt like the game was going one way. And even though I know it was called off, that felt like the switch that turned for this defense. How would you describe that moment? Do you agree that it was a momentum swing? What's your assessment?
I think we had the momentum pretty much the whole game. We had better energy than we ever had last year. They got lucky this one. We're going to come back. What's up, Drew?
All right. Soon. So when you're looking towards next week, though, how are you feeling? What's your thoughts on the game plan moving into that matchup?
They were a heavy pass team last year, so just be ready for some more picks and stuff. Taking the ball away. Yeah, that's about it.
All right. And overall outlook for the season. I know that you guys came in as one of the more highly anticipated teams in the state. And how are you hoping from this point on to go 9-0 the rest of the season?
I think this is going to make us better, honestly. We know we got to work on now a lot more against a good team. So that should be the hardest competition we face all year. So we're going to come back the rest of the season learn from it.
Thank you very much, Drew. It was a pleasure to be able to learn more about you, and fingers crossed for the rest of your season. After that, though, we do have the Green Mountain side of this game, where right off the bat, 0 seconds have passed in this game. Dax Gomez returning the opening kickoff for 95 yards and a touchdown. The 7-0 lead with 11:45 left in the first quarter. And as you may remember, this was a one-score game. And this is the score that made the difference because, in my opinion, odds are neither team would have scored until the second quarter had this not happened. So, right off the bat, amazing play here from Dax. Then, on defense, after a face mask on a tackle for loss, you got Drennan Dowell. He managed to force a punt with a tackle that he got, and then after a false start, the new quarterback, Simon Lunsford, he managed to throw over to Gomez for 15, and then to Aiden Beeson for 16 yards over 2 plays. Drew Contreras would run for 7, and then Lunsford would dish to Max Babel for 6 and a first down on 4th and 4. After an illegal motion penalty, the Rams were saved from an interception by a pass interference call, but they ended up with a turnover on downs regardless. After a face mask penalty, Joaquin McWilliams would catch a pick on the 1-yard line to prevent a tying score. Green Mountain went 3 and out, and in the second quarter allowed a touchdown on a punt return, tying it 7-7 with only 45 seconds having passed. After another face mask penalty from the same player, Dominic Hidrogo would force a fumble. This wouldn't end up as much, but the next play, Contreras would recover an unforced fumble to get them back on 0. Lunsford would pass to Babel for 12, and then Demetrius Padilla would run for it for 11. After a timeout with 55.1 seconds in the half, Lunsford would pass to Padilla for a touchdown on the right side of the end zone, after which Padilla did a dance to celebrate, which was kind of fun. Not kind of, that was fun. And then that was to celebrate the 13-7 lead with 40.5 seconds left in the half. Now, the lead stayed that way due to a blocked PAT, and then in the second half, Gomez got a tackle for loss and McWilliams got a pass deflection to open. After an unsuccessful series on offense, Matthew Rickett would get a TFL, but Green Mountain would allow another touchdown. The Rams blocked the PAT, which made it 13-all with 4:35 in the quarter. Dowell would run for 9, and then Lunsford would connect with Babel for 8, before Lunsford would slide for 15 himself on a scramble. On D, Rickett got another TFL, and then Lunsford passed to Gomez for 37. DeMarco Villalobos ran for 8, and then Lunsford would throw to Padilla for another touchdown on the right side, it was barely, he was barely in, but he got in. Managed to get in for the touchdown. It was 19-13 because the PAT got blocked again, and there were 7 minutes on the scoreboard. Babel would get a pass deflection, help force a punt on defense, and then on offense, the Rams would go 3 and out. But at this point, there were under 2 minutes left. Dowell managed to get a pass deflection, and on the final consequential play of this game, McWilliams managed to swoop in on a medium pass to get his second pick of the night, sealing the win. Absolutely great game here all around. One of my favorites that I have seen. The atmosphere was great. The coaching was fun. The players were really nice guys. All in all, I think both of these, I would not be mad if these teams met each other in the state championship. I would not be mad. That would be a fun one to watch. But that's beside the point. On to our playmakers of the game for Green Mountain, starting with Andreas Guillory, the huge, frankly, lineman. Felt like I may not have said his name very much in this, but it felt like every other second he was getting pressure on the quarterback, getting tackles, just punching Windsor in the mouth. And this is not an easy offensive line to get past, by the way. This is a line that has some huge, huge dudes on it. Some Power 5 talent. So I'm going to pass this over to Mr. Guillory.
I'm Gideon here with Andreas Guillory of Green Mountain High School. Absolutely a slugfest here tonight against Windsor. You were going up against some of the best offensive and defensive linemen in your classification. How did that feel, and what were you seeing in the trenches that made you get the amount of pressure that you did?
It was a great game, obviously, but I don't know. Not used to going against guys that big, and it was definitely an awakening, but I think towards the second half we really came out, was able to really figure out what was going on.
All right, and what would you say was your overall personal highlight of the night?
Had a nice block on 71. He's a pretty big guy. Love that one.
Hell yeah. And what are you most looking forward to for the rest of this season?
Looking forward to get at Dakota Ridge next week. It's going to be a good one.
Hell yeah, yes sir.
Thank you, Dre. It was a pleasure to be able to meet you. And Dakota Ridge ain't going to be easy, but if you guys play like you did in this game, you've got a fighting chance, which is a lot more than a lot of teams going up against Dakota Ridge can say. And hell, I'd even say it's probably 50-50 in my head right now. But next up, we have the offensive playmaker of the game, Demetrius Padilla. First of all, the announcer kept saying it, Padilla. And that was kind of funny, because it just made me think of that Vine with the free shavakadu and the free quesadillas. But in any case, Demetrius, he got 2 of the 3 touchdowns in this game, was basically just an integral part of this offense, making sure that Green Mountain was able to get down the field consistently through the air. And here we are with Demetrius Padilla after this win.
You were just all over the place. You got the 2 of the touchdowns from tonight, 2 of the critical touchdowns. I saw you hitting the dance moves over there.
Yes, sir.
Was that for anybody in particular?
No,
or,
it's just me and my family. Me and my brothers were big-time dancers, and we just compete. And so I just wanted to show them that I was the best dancer out there, you know.
Yes, sir. And when you were looking at the offensive side of the field for tonight, I mean, obviously you're going from having an experienced D1 quarterback, or, I mean, I know he's a linebacker at UNC, but to a brand new first-year starter. What was that transition like?
It was different, but I just trusted him. You know, we played together freshman year, and you know, I trusted him, and I know he trusts me, and you know, we just have a connection. You know, we played 3 sports together, so me and Simon, you know, we got that connection. We're boys, and we're family, so we're brothers, and that's just what I trusted in him, and he trusted in me, and look what happened.
All right, and you're playing against Dakota Ridge next week. They're a big-time 4A team with some championship aspirations, potentially. But you just managed to take down one of the giants of that previous classification. What's your mindset heading into that game?
Just keep your heads up, stay positive, and, you know, we all got a chip on our shoulder. You know, we got a coach that left us, and, you know, we just got a chip on our shoulder to improve the whole state that we're here, and no matter what happened, we're here to play, and we're here to compete for 3A state champs.
And if you play like you did tonight, I think you do have a pretty darn good chance of wearing that title for at least until next fall of state champs. And really, I found the part at the end about Coach German. Sorry, we had wondered what the effect would be on this team, but it really seems like Windsor Coach Rankin, which, by the way, absolute gem of a man, but really nice guy. I was able to talk to him for a few minutes. Great dude. But we were wondering what the effect of Coach German leaving was going to be on this team, and it seems like, if last year's Green Mountain team and this year's Green Mountain team played each other, at least based on what I've seen of both of them, I'm not sure who would win. I'm not sure. And in all reality, that is definitely for the best for this team because, you graduated out some D1 talent. You graduate out a Colton Patterson, a Blake Wesleyan. You graduate out guys like Austin Contreras, George Soapy, David Ives, Austin Beeson. Some really, really quality players. But before I get ahead of myself, it's time for the playmaker of the game. You've heard his name a few times during this one. He managed to get the game-changing score, the tone-setting score for this season. It's the one and only Dax Gomez.
What up? This is Gideon here with Dax Gomez, our playmaker of the game for Green Mountain versus Windsor. And you started the Green Mountain season with a bang, man. That 95 yards.
Yeah.
Straight down there with the hurdle at one point. What was going through your mind?
The whole time I was like, hey, that'd be sick if you could just break one out first rip. Do it for your family, do it for the people who came out. I was never really thinking it would actually happen, but it was always in the back of my mind, hey, what if it happened? And then I'm running, I see, oh, there's a hole. Oh, this might happen. Joaquin, number
two?
Yeah. Gets a block there. I'm like, oh, that's me. Jump over him. Quick spidey senses took over.
I saw you doing backflips here.
Yeah. So, and then I was just like, got to start it out. Got to give him a warm welcome to 3A. That's how we do it.
All right. And when we're looking at, you were also pretty active on the defensive side of the ball, and that's something that it's a Green Mountain staple. So overall, when we're looking at what you saw in that offense in order to get as many looks as you did, especially with as great of an offensive line as they have, what were you seeing that allowed you to get in there, get on the running backs, get on the quarterback when he was trying to go?
Yeah, well, we just have our two meatheads in the middle, Hudson and Drennan, and they make a lot of it happen. We all watch at least 2 hours of film a week, so we're all on that. We all know what to expect, and we're just there fighting for each other. Our coach is getting in great calls too.
All right.
Thank you very much, Dax. And before I go any further, I want to make a correction. Dax sent us a message after the interview and said that he said it was Joaquin that got the block, but it was really Aiden Beeson who got that block that allowed the 95-yard touchdown. So just wanted to put that out there. Regardless, though, 95-yard score is crazy. But all around, a really, really fun game to watch. I cannot wait for seeing what the rest of the years look like for these two teams. For Windsor, next week they're going to be facing Longmont. Trojans not doing too hot right now. Lost to Monarch pretty bad. And then, as far as I'm aware, they still don't have Colby Holmes back, so it's going to be tough. And then on the other side of things, Green Mountain. Tough for Longmont. I think Windsor will probably win that now. But for Green Mountain, they're going to be facing 4A Dakota Ridge. I think Dakota Ridge is a good team, well-coached team, but they're losing a lot of pieces from last year, including a D1 linebacker and their 20-year head coach. So we're going to need to assess off of next week, but ultimately that is the recap for this particular game. Next up, though, we have Mead versus Pueblo South. Now, this was my first time seeing either of these two teams in person. Heck, this was my first time at Mead High School, period. So I was thinking to myself, this is nice, the stands are nice. It was pretty chill. Unfortunately for Pueblo South, though, this game was not, in fact, chill. Started off with a fumble. On the same play that the fumble happened, Aiden Hunt, who is a starting offensive lineman, got hurt. Like, play one. It was not fun. South then allowed a touchdown as the fumble was within their own 20, I believe, which made it 0-6 with 10:41 left in the first. After 2 false starts and a timeout, Frankie Pacheco got 2 tackles for loss, and then the Colts allowed another touchdown, making it 13-0 with about 2:55 in the first. Large time skip, I know. Not much good happened in that time. You don't have to worry about it. After that, though, things started to get a little bit better. Caden Herrera would pass to Damian Cordova for 9, and then a 75-yard pass got called back for holding. Chase Hurley ran for 5, but then South ended the drive on having to get on defense, which wasn't doing well against the run, and allowed another touchdown with 12.2 seconds left in the first to go down 20-0. A minute into the second, South was on defense again and allowed another touchdown to go down 0-26 with 11:03 left. South would block the PAT, and then Herrera threw to David Dietz for 12 before running for 7 himself. Hurley got a tackle, as did Pacheco, but then the Colts allowed Mead to recover the ensuing punt. So Mead punted to Pueblo South, but a guy touched it, and then Mead recovered it. This led to a touchdown, putting them down 0-33 with 27 seconds left in the half. And then the kickoff, the same thing happened again. And so Mead had the ball for 2 straight possessions off of kicks. Listen, Pueblo South guys, I'm not trying to be mean. Make sure you have plenty of water for practice, because in any case, on the ensuing pass, I believe it was, it was Cordova who he managed to latch onto the receiver's leg on the ensuing pass, which was like 20 some yards. And then Jake Pashada came down from the safety position to the right to about the 3-yard line, banged the receiver, forced a fumble, picked up the fumble, and recovered it for about 20 yards. Absolutely great play. But however, the last play of the half, because this was with only about 25 seconds left, but the Colts managed to march downfield, but the last play of the half would have been a touchdown to Landon Cordova, but it got called off for being an illegal forward pass, because this night was the night of Murphy's Law for Pueblo South, and it can only go up from this halftime, as evidenced by this. I mean, Damian Herrera caught a pass for 11 here, and then Hurley would get a tackle for loss. Number 60, who's not listed on the Max Preps roster, he got a sack, and then Herrera threw to Pashada for 11. Then to Damian for 9, and then back to Pashada for a 45-yard touchdown. For a first one of the season, this is about as good as it gets. 45 yards down the right side. I was taking notes at the time, so I didn't have my phone out. Sorry, Jake and Caden, but it was a beautiful play, and I feel bad that I missed it with the film, but this did make it 7-33 with 11 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Herrera and Pashada connected again for 10, and then Herrera threw to number 37, again not listed on the roster, for 7, before getting it to Damian Cordova for a 7-yard touchdown, making it 14-33 with 5:55 left. And that was basically it for this game. My thing is, if that touchdown hadn't been called back, because Landon Cordova did get that ball, like, it was a really, really difficult catch. In my opinion, I probably would have just replayed on an untimed down because the clock had run out during the play. But I also understand why the refs didn't do that. But the Pueblo South's coach, Coach Goddard, went over and talked to them about it during halftime. So it is what it is. Next up, though, it's time for our Playmakers of the game already. First up, we have the one, the only, Caden Herrera. Yes, sorry. There isn't really much suspense in this. It's not an award show, but Caden Herrera showed why he is one of the top quarterbacks in Southern Colorado. I believe he ended with 195 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, and went 14 for 23. So it's not like he had a bad day. It just needed some time to get that energy going. And I truly think that if this team hadn't started out on that kind of weird slump, then this game would have been much closer. It's just, you got to get those out of the way. Moving on to next week. But let's hear what Caden Herrera had to say about today's game.
Caden, not the result that you wanted, but you still had a good night on your own. What do you think the lesson is that you guys can take from tonight to the rest of the season?
I think one of the lessons that we can take from tonight is that we need to start earlier in the game. A lot of those bad plays messed us up. Like, we had about 9 offensive on us that messed us up in the first half, and if we don't have those, I feel like we could have put a bigger difference in the game, scored more,
Yeah, but a good sign is that I always say, back when I was playing baseball, if it's better to go too hard than not hard enough, because if it's too hard, you can dial it in.
Yeah.
And there were a couple of those throws there that were just a couple of inches off of the receiver's hands. When you're looking at, and Mead had a pretty good secondary, really. So when you're facing some of the other secondaries in the state, what can you learn from facing such a good one up here?
Honestly, I need to take what's open and throw those flat routes, anything that's open in the field, see where the blitz is coming from, just read the defense better overall.
All right. And what are you most looking forward to for next week?
See how we improve on the week. I feel like we're going to improve a lot, especially at our line, and we're all going to know what we're doing. I feel like next week's going to be a good week for us.
I bet next week's going to be a good week for you too, Caden. I can feel it. I think next week you guys are going to have a pretty good shot at a win. Because, just double checking for all the folks out there that are listening, don't know too much about Pueblo South, or you haven't checked where your kids are having the game this Friday yet. Next up, they are going to be facing Falcon, which Falcon, they won against George Washington last week, but the week before they lost to Rampart by about 30. So all around Falcon, they also lost a couple of college level players and their starting running back. So all around, very winnable game next week. Very good momentum game, in my opinion. Next up, though, we have Jake Pashada, the wide receiver / safety, one of the best receivers in 3A. Very, very good game here. Managed to rack up his fair share of yards. But let's hear from Pashada about tonight's performance himself.
I know it's not the result you wanted, but you still had a few highlight plays yourself for tonight. What was going through your mind when you managed to get that touchdown there in the fourth quarter?
Honestly, I was kind of happy, but I was still mad about the previous plays. But I try to just keep my head up and keep making plays all game.
All right, and that was a pretty good secondary for you to be going up against. How do you think going up against such a tough defense is going to make you play against some of the other teams, or how does that affect your mindset for the rest of the season?
I like the competitiveness. I like when a good DB guards me. I like it a lot because we both get better. But I wasn't too worried about their secondary. But I feel like their main strong point was their D-line, in my opinion. But,
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess to close it out, because I want you to be able to get home.
Yeah, no, you're good.
But when you're looking at it, what's your outlook like for the rest of the season here? Because you've got some pretty good teams down in Pueblo. You got some good teams in that league, like DCC.
Yeah.
What's your mindset moving forward?
Just try to win every game we have next in our schedule. For sure, get ready for Falcon next week. Yeah, that's going to be a big game. Week 3 is going to be a big game, too. We got to make sure we win that. But, yeah, trying to go, 9-1 from now on.
Thank you, Jake. It was very nice to be able to meet you and talk and get to learn more about you. To any coaches out there who may be listening, talk to this man. He's a big receiver. He's got room on his frame. He's got hands, and he knows his routes and he knows his stuff. So I may not be a scout, but I describe myself as that boy's nice watcher, and let me tell you, that boy's nice. So next up, though, we have our playmaker of the game for this matchup. Might not be somebody that you would expect, because guys at this position normally don't get playmaker of the game awards from any outlet, really. This man is number 78, I believe. Frankie Pacheco. Yes, Frankie Pacheco of Pueblo South High School, the lineman, came out here and, Mead has got a good offensive line, but Pacheco, he had 12 tackles on the day. 12 tackles. And of them, 11 were solo. 11 of them were solo. Absolutely insane. But before I get carried away, here is Frankie Pacheco with his own recount of the night.
This is Gideon here with Frankie Pacheco from Pueblo South High School. Now, obviously not the result that you wanted, but as an individual, you were able to get a bunch of tackles for loss. It felt like every other play, the announcer was saying your name. What kind of movement were you seeing from that, frankly, tough offensive line that allowed you to get that penetration?
Oh, you were able to see a lot of down blocking. They were setting it up. You were able to see it in their stances. They were leaning right and left. Not to mention watching all kinds of film. Watched all the film I could before playing this game. Swear, I have never watched so much film in my life. And just playing hard and playing physical, and when I get tired, just dogging it out.
All right. This season is going to be a dogfight for you. Pueblo has some of the top offensive linemen in the state. You got the Salvo brothers at Central. You got Ezra Maestas. And then you got the boys over at Pueblo Easton and County. What is this experience from tonight going to carry over for you moving into the more local matchups?
It's just going to make me play harder and better. I want to win every game. Every game I want to win, so I'm going to play hard, play fast, hopefully have my boys right behind me, and we'll see what happens. Other than that, it's a team effort. So, yeah.
Very good. And to close it out, how would you describe your game in one word?
My game? Mean. I would describe it mean. Violent. Violent as all can be.
Hell yeah. Well, thank you very much. Hope you have a good ride home and stay safe.
You too.
Might I just say, Frankie is a very kind and respectful young man. Just yes sirs and no sirs the entire time I was talking with him. Again, same with Caden as well. If any college coaches are out there looking for a lineman with heart and hustle, this man already in one game this season already has a third of the amount of tackles that he did through 9 last year. So, and he's not, these aren't tackle assists. Like last season, his junior year, 36 total tackles, only 2 of those were assisted. Only 2 of them. So, ultimately, I think Frankie is somebody to look at as prospect. But that's just me. That's just me. Next up, though, we do have to talk about the other side of this game, and that is the Mead Mavericks. Yes, Mead, it was a great showing for them. Started out with Dresden Spendlove, which, by the way, cool name, man. But he got a tackle for loss before Austin Ott recovered a fumble. Ryan St. Aubin ran for 8, and then sophomore Ethan Elmore ran in a 10-yard touchdown. This put Mead up with 10:41 left in the first. They were up 6-0, that is. Spendlove got another tackle for loss, while Ott had a pass deflection. On offense, Christian Heiner would pass to Noah Vroman for 12, and then Vroman would get a touchdown to go up 13-0 with about 3 minutes left in the first. On offense, again soon after, Elmore would go up 10, and then Heiner would throw to Elmore for 11 before Noah Chapella would gain 15. Chapala would then score another touchdown to go up 20-0 with 12.2 seconds left in the first. Samuel Hawk would get a tackle for loss and then force a fumble in the second. Carter Woods would move the chains back with a tackle for loss, and then on O, there was another Heiner to Elmore touchdown. This made it 26-0 with 11:03 on the clock in the second. After a late hit penalty on defense, St. Aubin would run for 10, and then Heiner would dish to Eli Davis for 7. After a timeout with 5:09, Mead would recover their own punt. I described that earlier, which, not great. Edison Burke would run for 12, and then Elmore would punch in another touchdown, making it 33-0 with 27.1 seconds left in the half. Mead would then recover their own kickoff, but a fumble on the 1-yard line on the next play would put the Mavs back on defense on the opposing 40. They were saved from a touchdown that would have ended the half with an illegal forward pass call. So it was 33-0 heading into halftime. Burke, entering the third quarter, would return the kickoff for 15, and then St. Aubin would run for 11. Elmore would carry for 17, but this drive ended before the goal. On D, Mead allowed a 45-yard touchdown, which made it 33-7 with 11:09 on the clock. George Hunt would get a 15-yard return, and then Vroman would run for 9. On defense, Matthew Hedge would get a tackle for loss, but another score would come in, making it 33-14 with 4:55 left. After fumbling, Hedge would get a sack, as would Spencer Muncy, before Ott would catch an interception to make that the end of this game. I mean, really, it was a pretty cut and dry game here for Mead. Very dominant from beginning to end. I felt bad for not taking as many notes, but once you get to the halfway point and they're already up 33-0, I mean, you guys are just dominant. That's all there is to say. And that starts with this insanely good defense, spearheaded partially by Dresden Spendlove, our defensive playmaker of the game for this matchup. Big, physical, and just a beast. And very respectful. All of the guys I'm about to talk about, extremely respectful off the field, but I would not want to be on the other end of of whatever they're doing on it. So I'm going to start here with Dresden Spendlove as our defensive playmaker of the game.
Dresden, you come out with just a commanding win over a team that a lot of people had as fringe top 10. Mm-hmm. What do you think this bodes for the rest of the season for the Mavericks?
Well, I mean, we knew this season was going to be different, and that people were being viewed as an underdog, and this was really our game to prove them wrong. I mean, our defense is just, we fire around, so I feel like this will give us the confidence we need to go into next week and the week after, and we're going to take it week by week, and we're just going to do the same thing. We're going to control the ball, and we're going to stop people's offenses and do it with a breeze.
And when we are looking at next week, that's a team that a lot of you guys are familiar with, played them before. How are you feeling for that, and what are you most anticipating in that matchup?
Yeah, I mean, we're psyched up. I mean, after, we don't worry about the next week, but now that, we finished week 1, we're on to week 2, so we're going to break down their offense. I mean, we know what they have and what they don't. Our defense is going to go at them, and we're going to stop that pass. I mean, there's a lot of heart in that game. It's a rivalry, so I feel like no matter what, it's going to be really close, but we hope to come out on top. So,
all right. And looking at the rest of the season, what are you most looking forward to for the Mavs?
Oh, I'm looking forward to that defense and all my brothers, defense and offense. I mean, we're so close, and last year was really the start of something, and I mean, this year we're just gonna push through. So I think we got something special.
Well, I always like a good story, so fingers crossed for Mead for the rest of the season. Good luck, really, because I want to see teams succeed, regardless of who it is. I want to see teams succeed, and I think this team is definitely on an upward trajectory, and a large part of that is due to the senior quarterback. We have Christian Heiner with us today. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It was actually a CH versus CH quarterback battle, which is kind of funny. But we're going to get right into it with Heiner's interview about this, frankly, dominant performance.
You came out tonight against one of the other more highly anticipated squads of the year in Pueblo South and just, for lack of a better term, smacked them in the mouth. You were able to get a lot of good looks against their secondary. What were you seeing in that defense that allowed you to penetrate like that?
I saw them do a lot of man and then switch it up into zone. We've been practicing against a man defense all week as if they were going to do that because that's the film they showed us. They switched into zone and then they were crashing down. I saw I just rearranged my throws and my reads based off of what they were doing.
All right. And looking at 3A as a whole this year, I mean, last year it was wide open. This year it seems even more so with teams like Windsor going down. You got Lehigh, and then you have the Mead Mavericks as one of those top squads in the classification. Who are you looking forward to most facing in the playoffs if you keep going on this trajectory?
I'm excited to play Windsor. One of my best buddies is the quarterback there. I train with them every week, so I'm excited to play him. Yeah.
Hell yeah. And I guess to close it out, you're going to be getting Caleb Goff here in a couple of weeks against Greeley West and beef up that offensive line even more. Heck, it may even be hard to throw over them at times, but when you're looking at that offensive line, there are a few defenses that can stop that. So what are you guys most going to adjust in your game plan once he enters into that equation?
Just same thing as usual. We don't change our offense or what we do just off a person. We just play football. So we don't focus on certain people. We just play football. We just do reads, everything. You know?
Good stuff.
So, yeah.
And last question: when we're going into next week, what are you most looking forward to in that matchup?
Ooh, I transferred from that school freshman year. I'm ready for them. I'm excited. It's one of my favorite games. I want to go show them who Mead is. They all think we're underestimated.
C7, baby!
I'm ready to punch them in the mouth, so I'm excited to show them who Mead is.
Thank you, Christian. I honestly had no idea that you'd transferred from Frederick, but it seems like that worked out best for all parties, seeing as now they've got Mr. Ishmael, and I mean Mead has you. But expanding on that, we talked a lot about the offensive line there, and a really big part of that offensive line, both physically but both literally and metaphorically, is Grant Gordon. Just a huge guy, really. He's listed at 6'5", 280. I believe it. He was towering over me, hands like oven mitts, and just really aggressive tonight. Played really, really well. I'm just going to give it to you straight. Here's Grant Gordon with his comments on tonight's game. And also, keep in mind, he told me he has a cold, so this is not how he normally sounds.
I'm here with Grant Gordon of Mead High School. And when we're looking at tonight, you had a couple of dogs on the other side of the line from you. What was your view of that defensive line when you were going through this game?
I mean, we don't really care who the other D-line is. It's take control of the football, drive it down the field. They had dogs, I'll admit it. But we don't care who it is. We're going to come after them and play hard, play physical. Whoever it is, we want to outplay them, and that's all we have to do.
Heck yeah. And here in a couple of weeks, you're going to be gaining, I mean, for lack of a better term, a big transfer from Skyline and Caleb Goff. How do you think that's going to help shape what the offensive line is going to look like through the rest of the season and into the playoffs?
You know, I don't even know if that affects us right now. I think Caleb's a great addition, but whoever we have on the field is going to have the most heart, and I think we're just going to carry through with that.
Very good. And in your opinion, you're looking forward to next week. Again, team that you guys are familiar with. what are you most looking for as your key to the game?
Out physical. They're a tough team, but I think we're better. I think it's play by play, who can grind it out. And that's what it was last year, it's what it was the year before. Grind it out. You have to grind out that game, and whoever can out physical the other person is, that's who's going to win.
All right. Last question for you. If you had to describe your game in one word, what would it be?
Mediocre. Not good enough. Got a lot of work to do, but we're getting there. We built the base, now we got to push it up.
Mediocre is a heck of a word for a 20-point win.
Hey, we start at 20 points, we want to push to 40. That's what we have.
I'll say I've met people with growth mindsets before, but I think Grant is kicking them out of the park there with that a 20-point win is mediocre. That was one of the most dominant wins I've ever seen, and he's like, that was mediocre. I want to see what he thinks good looks like then. But all that aside, we have one player left to talk about, and that is our playmaker of the game here in this matchup between the Pueblo South Colts and the Mead Mavericks. He's a sophomore, had his coming out party in this game. The one and only Ethan Elmore. I'm just going to cut right to the chase. Here he is.
What's up? This is Gideon with Playmakers Corner, here with Ethan Elmore of Mead High School. Ethan, you came out. This was a bit of a coming out party for you here on the varsity levels of 3A. You just smacked Pueblo South in the mouth, if you will. When you're looking at that defense, you just carved them up. What were you seeing that allowed you to get the amount of gain on the ground that you were?
All glory to the offensive linemen. They worked so hard. Got to give it all up to them. I mean, their blocks were sound and on point tonight, I'm going to be honest. You can't block any better than that, so all glory to them. The holes were large and just cutting up.
And that offensive line is only going to get better moving forward. So when you're looking at next week's matchup, what are you most looking forward to?
The hype. I mean, it's a big game for both schools, across town. Love both schools, got friends both sides. I'm just ready to see who dogs it out more.
Hell yeah. And if you had to describe the game of Ethan Elmore, one word, what would it be?
Tough.
And tough it was. Because, you did not have a small night. You had a large and forceful night. You made your presence known out there. And you're going to have to do it again. Because next week, the Mavericks are playing the Frederick Golden Eagles. After that, they have Greeley West, Lewis Palmer, Holy Family, Timnath, Greeley Central, Northridge, Windsor, and Niwot. So we will see that Windsor game come to life. That one is going to be a lot of fun. I might need to try to make it to that game. If there's nothing, I'll have to weigh my options. But that is a contender for a game of the week that week. But next week is Frederick, which I think is a very winnable game if they keep playing the way they are. Next up, though, we have Pueblo South. Next week, they are playing the Falcons, most original mascot in the state. Before they do Pueblo East, Skyline, Pueblo County, Palmer, Pueblo Centennial, Harrison, Lewis Palmer, and Discovery Canyon. They will not be playing Pueblo Central unless they do so in the playoffs. But they're playing everyone else. And, well, everyone but West. But I feel like Falcon is a winnable game. If they avoid those early mistakes that they made in this matchup, then I do think that they could have a very, very productive season. So, ultimately, that's going to do it for me for today. This has been Gideon on Playmakers Corner. You probably won't hear me again for the rest of the episode, but just remember, stay safe, stay hydrated, call your mom, tell her you love her, and I'll catch y'all on the flip. Peace.
Obviously, you want a trainer who can make you stronger and faster with the work you put in, but what about a trainer who can help you rehab and recover like the pros? Look no further than Junkyard Training, that not only offers specific strength and speed training, but also offers a plethora of recovery and rehab techniques like cryo, cupping, recovery boots, and so much more. Learn more today by visiting junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594. Once again, visit junkyardtraining.net or call 303-521-7594 and get started today.
What's good, y'all? Coach V here, and I'm here to recap the August 29th Thursday night game between Pueblo Central and Discovery Canyon here. In terms of rankings, I should probably mention this, but according to our preseason rankings, Discovery Canyon was at 5 and Pueblo Central was at 8 before this matchup. And so let's go ahead and hop into this one. I believe season opener for both teams. Pueblo Central will start with the ball, and they would go ahead and hand it off to the star running back Amari Brown here, wanting to focus on him early in this game and really this entire game here on offense. They hand it off left for a couple yards. That goes for 2. Then it's a fullback dive, I believe, to Joseph Castro, who gets a couple here. He makes a 3rd and 4. Then they toss it right to Amari Brown, but it is stopped for a loss. So that brings up 4th down here. 4th and less than 5. I believe they're going to go for it, and they do, and they hand it off to Amari Brown, who just goes right up the middle and gets some more as well, getting them right to midfield, it looks like, for a 1st down. On 1st down, they then hand it off to Joseph Castro. He gets about 2. Then they give it to Amari Brown right, who goes down the right sideline and breaks loose for a touchdown, getting this one started, but unfortunately, a penalty will make this 2nd and 10 again here. They hand it back to Brown, this time left. He gets a 1st down, extending this drive. Following that, they go ahead and run a read option. Number 7, Gennaro Pino, the senior quarterback, goes ahead and keeps it. And he does get smacked, getting body slammed here. And I believe, at the time, I believed a penalty was going to come out for unnecessary roughness. A flag was thrown right when it happened. There were whistles before he got slammed. But interesting enough, they call it against Pueblo. And I don't think that was the right call. So there you go there. Now it's 1st and 20 here. They go ahead and do a quick screen to Brown, but he goes nowhere. Good defense by Discovery Canyon, so that brings up 3rd down. On 3rd down, they take a deep shot here to Amari Brown, who I believe is running a wheel route, but the ball is thrown out of bounds, so it's 4th and 22. They decide to punt it, but the punt is really bad, and so Discovery Canyon starts on the 45 with 8:06 left, basically where Pueblo Central started, or punted, that is. So there you go there. They go ahead and start with an option play here, which is kept by their quarterback Hayden Jones to make it 2nd and 7. Then they hand it off to number 33, the running back Devin Baker, the junior running back. That is, he is stopped for no gain, though. That brings up 3rd and 7. And then on 3rd and 7, Jones gets a snap, and he tries to go deep, try on this defense, but a tough PI call would be called on Pueblo Central. The pass would be incomplete, but it's because the Central cornerback definitely hit the receiver way too early, and so that keeps this one alive. Now it's 1st and 10 on the 36 past midfield. A hard count here, though, would make this one I guess the offense tries doing a hard count, and originally I thought Pueblo Central jumped off sides. It actually got Discovery Canyon offside, so now it's 1st and 15. They run a sweep to Devin Baker right. He gets those yards back, making it 2nd and 10, but a delay of game on Discovery Canyon makes it 2nd and 15. So here we go, 2nd and 15. Hayden Jones gets the snap here. He's looking deep. He has a post route open here, and he throws it on the money to number 83, Tyler Rasha, I want to say the senior, who goes ahead and brings this one in stride for a big-time touchdown to make it 6-0 with 5:36 left, a 7-0 after the PAT, a big splash play to get Discovery Canyon going. Now, Pueblo Central, they take over on the 28 after the return here, and they continue to hand it off to Amari Brown. This time, they do it twice, a counter to Brown, but he is stopped for a loss by the big defensive lineman Jude Sahada here, who makes it a tough 2nd and 13. They then give it to Brown, who gets some of those yards back and makes it 3rd and 6 going right. And then they hand it off to Brown right up the middle, who almost gets the first down, but is stopped just short. It's 4th and inches. They go ahead and give it to Brown again, who goes up the middle again. And once more, that's a first down past midfield. On first down, they call a fullback dive to Joseph Castro. He makes it 2nd and 8. But then, unfortunately, a bobbled snap on a handoff makes it 3rd and 10. So here we go, big 3rd and 10 here. They go ahead and hand it off left to Amari Brown, who spins out of a tackle before reversing fields, but this Discovery Canyon defense is very disciplined. They go ahead and tackle him for a loss, but there is a flag on the play that goes against the defense, so now it's 1st and 10 on the 25. They then hand it off left to Brown. He gets another first down in a row. That puts them on the 24. Then they call looks like a quarterback design run here for Gennaro Pino, who goes ahead and gets about 4 yards on this one. And then a dive to Amari Brown makes it 3rd and 6 as we enter the second quarter. But it's 3rd and 6 in the red zone for Pueblo Central as they threaten. They go ahead and call Amari Brown's number here once more on the reverse as he sheds a tackle and goes ahead and hops into the end zone here to give Central their first touchdown of the season and help pretty much tie this thing up. But on the PAT, it looks like Central does a hard count and Discovery Canyon hops off sides, so they go ahead and go for 2 here. It's a fullback dive, I believe, to Castro. He gets the conversion, so Central actually takes the 8-7 lead with 11:50 left in the second quarter. Now Discovery Canyon here on the 20 after the touchback. They go ahead and hand it off left here to that's Braden Delaney, I want to say, who breaks one loose here and almost scores. He's running down the left sideline, but he is tracked down by number 9 of Pueblo Central, Preston Madrill, who basically saves a touchdown here. This was a big run here to go ahead and get Discovery Canyon going. And so, first down on the 10-yard line here. They go ahead and hand it off to Devin Baker, who gets about 3. Then they toss it left to Samuel Kobayashi, who gets a couple more, about 5, so now it's 3rd and 2. And then they hand it off to Devin Baker, who punches it in to make it 14-8 with 10:02 left here in the second quarter. I believe the PAT would be good as well, because it would be 14-8. So there you go. But Pueblo Central not going down easy. They go ahead and field this return. Amari Brown fields it, and he breaks a tackle, goes left, and he is gone to the house to give Pueblo Central the 15-14 lead pretty much immediately right there as they retake that lead right after that quick Discovery Canyon drive. There's only 9:47 left in the second, as this one has the feeling of a classic to it to start this game and season. Now Discovery Canyon, they take over here. They're looking to get this lead back, and they do so with a pretty methodical drive as they settle into a nice rhythm. It starts with a handoff up the middle to Devin Baker for 3. Then it's a curl route thrown to number 3, AJ Peters, who goes ahead and gives them a first down. Then it's a toss to Samuel Kobayashi, left, that is, for about 5. Then it's an out route thrown to Terrence Dantzler, who goes ahead and gets a pretty big gain here. He's actually wide open. So he gets the first down. He's eventually pushed out of bounds, but it's 1st and 10 now on the 35 on a pretty big 20-30 yard-ish gain here. Then they go ahead and hand it off left to Devin Baker. He gets a nice 9-yard gain. And then on 2nd down and 1, it looks like Hayden Jones wants to throw this fade route, but it is out of bounds here. Good defense anyway, so it would have been incomplete, if not maybe picked. And so that brings up 3rd and 1. They go ahead and toss it left to Dantzler, but he cannot find a lane, so he is stopped here. Great defense by Pueblo Central to flow to the ball. So that brings up 4th down, and Discovery Canyon, Pueblo Central actually will call a timeout, the first of the game, at 6:43, so they could dial it up correctly here. But Discovery Canyon, they go ahead and call a run left here, a physical run, and he gets the first down, putting them in the red zone here. Then they hand it off right to Devin Baker. He gets about 9 here, making it 2nd 1 on the 7. They give it to Baker again. He goes up the middle. He gives them that first down. Now they're on the 4-yard line. And then on this first down play, Hayden Jones, he keeps the option. He rolls left, and he goes ahead and walks it in, scores to make it 21-15 with 5:25 left for Discovery Canyon. Now, Pueblo Central looking to retake this lead here, try to get something going. They're on the 30, and RPO left is thrown to Brown, and he goes ahead and gives them the first down. Now they're on the 45 on the 15-yard play. Then they go ahead and call a quarterback keeper once more to Pino. He goes right, but is stopped for a loss by number 11, Terrence Dantzler. So now it's 2nd and 11. And on 2nd down, they blitz Dantzler, and he makes another huge play, getting the sack here off the blitz. So now it's 3rd and 15 off of 2 straight tackles for loss by Dantzler. And on 3rd and 15, Pino, he rolls out right, but Jude Sahada powers through this offensive line for another sack here. 3 straight plays for losses. It's 4th down, and they got a punt as this Discovery Canyon defense wakes up a little bit in this one. And so DCC, they start on the 40, approaching midfield, and here's how it goes down. They hand it off left to number 24. That's Braden Delaney here, who goes ahead and gets about 7. Then a timeout is called by Pueblo Central, their 2nd of the game at 2:38. Following that timeout, Discovery Canyon calls a quarterback keeper, right, for Hayden Jones, who goes ahead and gets that first down, and I believe also gets them across midfield. Then Jones goes ahead and throws a quick hitter here to number 7, Adrian Beckwith, who gets a nice gain. I believe he gets about 8, so now it's 2nd and 2. They then throw the screen left here to Samuel Kobayashi on 2nd down, and he breaks loose, gets a stiff arm thrown in there, and then goes to the house for Discovery Canyon to put them up by 2 scores, 28-15 with 1:38 left, as Discovery Canyon has settled into this game and takes a pretty nice lead going into this next half. Now, Pueblo Central, they have a chance to match here. Amari Brown actually rips off a pretty tough run, but after the run, it was like a 30 or 40-yard run. He does spike the ball out of bounds, actually right in front of me. And so that's obviously an unsportsmanlike conduct. They try to run some stuff afterwards. They do run a post route for Amari Brown here, and he brings in a tough catch, but holding on that one would also bring back that play. And so from there, Pueblo Central would not be able to do anything, and so they go into the 3rd quarter down 28-15 to Discovery Canyon. So there you go there. Now, Discovery Canyon, they will start with it here, I believe. Kind of a weird call called on Pueblo Central before, and so they have pretty good field positioning because of that. And so here's what happens. It's a handoff left to Devin Baker. He makes some nice shifty cuts and breaks loose for a nice gain and a first down on the 44 past the midfield. Just a great play by him. Then Jones, he goes ahead on the run left, takes it to the house here, finding a lane, but there is a holding penalty called here. So it's actually 1st and 20. On 1st down and 20, the pressure from Central gets there, and he throws a pretty ill-advised pass in double coverage, which is almost picked, but fortunately for Discovery Canyon, it's dropped. And so that brings up 2nd down here. They call an end around for Dantzler, who gets maybe 4. So it's still 3rd and long. And on 3rd down, Jones, he passes it, but it is incomplete as the pressure does get there a little bit. And so they will have to punt it. But it's a bad punt here. Here's what happens, I should say it's a bad snap. The snap goes over the punter's head. He runs backwards trying to recover this, and then right when he gets his hands on it and looks up, Gennaro Pino, number 7 for Pueblo Central, absolutely levels him with one of the best hits I've ever seen live here to go ahead and force a fumble. And so Central recovers in the red zone here, 1st and 10. And so here we go. After that electric hit by Pino, Central goes ahead and sets up in the red zone with a chance to cut this to a 1-score game. 1st and 10, they run it right for Brown. He gets about 5. After that, they go to Brown again. He is stuffed on this one, so that brings up 3rd and 5 here. And on 3rd and 5, they hand it off back to Brown. He goes left before cutting it back, going right, and gets about 4 yards, just a little bit short, so it's 4th and 1. Obviously, they're going to go for it here, so Central lines up, but they go ahead and do a hard count here, which pulls Discovery Canyon off sides and gives them basically a free first down on the 1 yard line. And so on first down and goal on the 1, they do a fake handoff here before Pino himself just goes ahead and dives over the top of the linemen that are in the way here and makes it 28-22, making plays to get them back within a score with only 8:51 left in the third quarter. A lot of games still to be played. Now, Discovery Canyon, they get the ball back with the chance to still go up by 2 scores, but it is obviously the momentum of this game has shifted. Jones does go right and gets a first down on the 30-ish here, but following that, Jones goes right again. He does get another straight first down as Discovery Canyon actually seems to be getting some momentum, as it seems like that momentum is actually going DCC's way. Well, then this is where they kind of stall out here. Jones keeps the read option, but he is stopped for pretty much no gain. That brings up 2nd down here. Jones, he throws a quick pass here to number 4. I believe that's Jack Lyons. He gets about 5 yards, so it's 3rd and 5. And then on 3rd and 5 here, they go ahead and run the ball. But number 79, that is Zion Salvo, goes ahead and blows up this entire play, just crashes through the offensive line and stops this one for a pretty long loss. So they are forced to punt it. But once more, it's another bad snap here, and so Central recovers this one in the red zone, as I believe this punt was actually technically blocked at the end of it. So here we go in the red zone on the 25-49 left in this one. They hand it off up the middle to number 25, Joseph Castro here. He gets about 7. Then they give it to Brown right. He goes ahead and gets them on the 8-yard line, making it 1st and goal. They hand it off right to Brown again, but he is held up by number 50 of Discovery Canyon. That's Jason Cacao, I want to say, who stops him basically for a loss. So now it's 2nd and 12 here. But on 2nd and 12, they hand it off to Amari Brown. He runs it right up the middle, finding a lane for a touchdown, but the refs throw a penalty for illegal shift, which I don't think was correct. They did shift, but they were set when they ran it. So I don't know about that one. Now it's 2nd and 17. It doesn't matter, though. They call quarterback power right. Pino makes it 3rd and 8 on the goal line. And then they run it left here with Brown. But there's another penalty thrown on Central, this time a personal foul. So now it's 3rd and 16 as Central not exactly going the right way here. And my bad, not 3rd and 16. It's 4th and 16 because that was a personal foul. So Central, they call a timeout here. First one of the half at 3:39, just trying to get something going here, figure something out, regroup. And so here's what happens. They run a pretty crazy trick play, a reverse where I believe it was Brown was trying to throw it to the left corner to a receiver, and it is kind of an inaccurate throw, but the DCC defender definitely hits the receiver before he gets the ball, and so that actually saves Central a little bit here, and just a bad play to make if you're that Discovery Canyon corner. And so now it's 4th down, half the distance, so now on the 8-yard line, pretty manageable here. They call a sweep to Brown right, and he goes ahead, finds a lane, flips into the end zone, Smash Williams style, to tie this game at 3:27 left in the third quarter. The PAT is unfortunately blocked, so they cannot take the lead here, but still a sensational play by Amari Brown to go ahead and tie this one up, coming down from 2 scores here to get this done, still in the third quarter, so a lot of game to be played. Now, Discovery Canyon, they're trying to stop the bleeding. This is what they do. They call a quick screen left to Kobayashi. He gets a nice gain of 7. Then they run it left for Baker. He gets maybe 1. So now that brings up 3rd down. They call Kobayashi's number again, this time on the end around right. And he goes for a pretty electric play here. A nice gain to give them a 1st down on about 15 or 20 yards on this one. Then they call an end around left, but there is a holding penalty thrown on this one, so now it's 1st and 20. On 1st and 20, this Pueblo Central defense turns up the pressure a little bit. They force a throwaway. So that brings up 2nd. On 2nd down here, Jones, he gets a snap, and he throws the corner route here to number 4, Jack Lyons, and it is just slightly overthrown, but Lyons is able to track this down, get a toe tap catch to make it a nice 3rd and 4. That was a play they really needed here. On 3rd down, Jones would scramble right. He would be stopped just short of the 1st, so now it's 4th and inches, but it's no matter. They toss it right to Kobayashi, but there is a penalty here. I think he would have gone the 1st, so now it's 4th and 10, I want to say, maybe a little bit longer, 4th and 11. And so Discovery Canyon calls the first timeout here on 4th and 11 with about 14.8 seconds left here in the third quarter. And so out of the timeout on 4th down here, they call a deep shot here, maybe trying to force a PI penalty because this was pretty well defended, but it is knocked down, so that's a turnover on downs. Central takes over here, and Amari Brown begins this drive with a long run left for about 30 yards. That gives them a 1st down, and then on 1st down, they give it to Brown again, but he's stuffed by Jude Sahada for a pretty big loss here, or at least it felt like a big loss. And so now let's go into the 4th quarter. That was the last play of the 3rd. Central with a 2nd and 10 actually, so not too bad. But on the 30, they run it up the middle with Pino. He gets about 9, so now it's 3rd and 1. But a false start would push them back before 3rd down could be played, so now it's 3rd and 6. And on 3rd and 6, Pino, he keeps this one on the option, and he breaks loose right up the middle, slicing through this defense to go ahead and walk this one in and put Pueblo Central up 34-28 with 11:06 left. This PAT would be blocked again, though, but the lead would be taken as Central erases that deficit they were down by and actually retake the lead in this one, or take the lead in this one, which is big time. Now, Discovery Canyon, they're definitely not out of it, only down by 6 here. They take over on the 32. They go ahead and call a read option here, which is kept by number 24, Delaney. He goes for about 3. Then it's a quick throw to the flats to Adrian Beckwith. He goes ahead and gets a 1st down, basically at midfield. A nice play here for them. Then number 21, Kobayashi here on the end around here makes it another 1st down in a row for a big gain. This one also goes for about 20-ish yards, so now they're on the 27, knocking on the door of the red zone. They then hand it off to Delaney here, but he is stopped by big Zimion Salval for about 1 here. They go back to Delaney, this time left. He gets about a couple yards, about 4 yards here. So now it's 3rd and 6. On 3rd and 6, they call a read option. It's kept by Jones. This defense does a good job stopping this play here, and they go ahead and make it 4th and 9, stopping that for a loss. And so here we go. They decide to go for it here. They go ahead, and Jones tries to throw this post route, but Amari Brown steps in front of this, and he could have picked it off, but instead of picking it off, he decides to drop it, as it would give them better field positioning here. If he picked it off, he would have been tackled right away, almost on the 1. So this was a smart play. And so now Central takes over with a 1st and 10 with 7:54 left on the 21, looking to use up a lot of the clock here. And so that is what they do. A lot of sweeps here. They start with a sweep left to number 30. That is Brody Renner, I want to say. He gets about 5. Then they hand it off left to Brown. He gets some yards, but a face mask penalty, gives them more. So now it's 1st and 10 on the 45 as they approach midfield. They then hand it off right. It goes for about 1. They hand it off left to Brown. It goes for another 1 yard gain here. And so now that brings up 3rd down as the clock continues to run. On 3rd down, they run, it looks like a midline read option here, and it's kept perfectly by Pino to go ahead and give them the 1st down on the 38 past midfield. So a pretty good play here actually by Pino, using his legs once more to not only get the 1st down, but get them past midfield and more, and keep the clock running. So just a good play as they are just slamming Discovery Canyon, playing physical football to end this one, trying to use that clock here. But obviously Central still looking to score potentially and really put this one away. And so here's what happens. They go ahead and run it right. Goes for a solid gain, but unfortunately an extra hit after the whistle will now stop the clock and also make it 2nd and 25 as it was a personal foul penalty there. Then they hand it off left to Brown. He gets about 10, so now it's 3rd and 15. Then it's a read option call here, but it's played well by DCC, so that brings up 4th and 15. Discovery Canyon calls a timeout at 3:55 left. Pueblo Central, they decide to go for it. They throw a pass deep here, and I think they might have had a receiver, but it just wasn't a great throw, so it's incomplete. And Discovery Canyon takes over with 3:29 on the 38, a chance to potentially take the lead here and at least tie the game. And so here's how it goes down. They run it up the middle with Devin Baker. He gets about 2. Then it's 2nd and 8 here. It's a quick pass here. It's deflected at the line. That brings up 3rd down here. And then on 3rd down, Jones looking to pass it here. He's buying time, rolling left. And then he gets hit by number 55. That would be Julian Sanchez, who forces a fumble actually on this one. So a huge hit. And then I believe it is returned by number 25. That's Joseph Castro, who not only picks this one, but he goes to the house to give them the touchdown and give Central the 2-score lead as they now take the 41-28 lead after the PAT. Just a huge play by the defense to slam the door on Discovery Canyon. But DCC, they're not out of it just yet. If they get a score here, then you could still attempt an onside kick, and something could still happen. So here we go, 2:58 left, 1st and 10 on the 20, Discovery Canyon. They run left with Devin Baker. He gets a 1st down. Then they go ahead and do a little quick pitch outside, but that's stopped for a loss of 2, so now it's 2nd and 12. On 2nd and 12, Jones, he gets a snap. He goes deep. They call PI on the DB despite the incompletion, so that gives them a 1st down, I believe. Then they throw a quick hitter. Jones throws a quick hitter, that is, to number 4, Jack Lyons, who goes for a couple yards here as we get under 2 minutes. They then hand it off right for a loss, so that brings up 3rd down. On 3rd down, Jones, he hits a quick hitter right. That gives them a 1st down. Then they throw a screen left to number 21. That is Samuel Kobayashi, who goes ahead and gets about 4 yards. They then run it left for a couple yards and also get a 1st down on that run left, by the way. So there you go. They then call an end around back to Kobayashi, who does get pushed out of bounds here, but he stops the clock, and it's stopped at 28.4 as they approach the red zone here. And then with about 28.4 seconds left, Hayden Jones, he just keeps this one and runs right for the touchdown to cut into this lead 41-34. PAT is no good, unfortunately, on this one. They do an onside kick, but it is recovered by Pueblo Central, and that essentially ends this game here as Discovery Canyon loses a tough one after leading by 2 scores to Pueblo Central, 41-34 for Pueblo Central. This is a big-time game for them as they were down, like I said, by a couple scores, and then they would come back and win this one big. So there you go. You gotta love that if you're Central. But for Discovery Canyon, even when this game was tied, even when Central took a lead, they had their chances to win it. They just couldn't take advantage of that. Just a lot of plays that just did not quite work out for them at the end. And that hurts. That definitely hurts a lot for them. And so they're going to have to move on as they play a tough team next week against Pueblo East. And so we'll see what happens there. And then for Central, like I said, this was a good win. They made a lot of big-time splash plays, but this defense really came along as this game went on. That front seven, led by the Salvo brothers and Simeon and Zion, really led that team and caused a lot of havoc up front. That just disrupted the rhythm of Discovery Canyon here, and that proved to be big time for them in this win. But this was an absolute classic, a great game to start the season, and so I'm really excited to see what happens moving forward here in 3A. What's good, y'all? Coach V here, and I got your Week 1 3A recap here. A lot of great games, including the two that myself and Gideon went to. I went to Pueblo Central, Discovery Canyon. Make sure you check out that recap. And then Gideon went to Green Mountain versus Windsor. In case he didn't do the stats for that game, let me just go ahead and read that one off here. Green Mountain, let's start with them. Simon Lunsford, the senior, 15 of 33, 124 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Also had 11 rushing yards there. And then it looks like DeMarco Villalovis, I want to say. He was their lead rusher with 10 for 42. And then their lead receiver was Dax Gomez, 3 for 42. Max Babel, 5 for 32. And then Demetrius Padilla here being the one who scored all the touchdowns, 4 for 18 and 2 touchdowns. On defense, they played well. Drennan Dowell with 9 tackles, leading the squad there. And then it looks like senior number 2, Joaquin McWilliams, had 2 interceptions in this game, which were big time for Green Mountain, as they did win a 1-score game here. For Windsor, Kyle Phelps, 5 of 16, 44 yards, 2 picks. Samuel Cooper's 13 rushes for 60 yards here. As far as receiving goes, Trip Thomas and Kale Frederick each had 2 for 19. And then they did have 3 fumbles as well. On offense. Now on defense, Isaiah Cronk led them with 15 tackles there. Pearson Lewis had 1 sack. Landon Sefcovic had 1 sack. And then Drew Miller had an interception in this close game. So there you go there. Now obviously you have my game. I included my stats for that one in there. But let's move on. We have Pomona versus Kennedy. Pomona definitely in 3A now. They win 42-0. 42 points scored in that first half. So there you go. No offensive stats, which is frustrating. But DJ here led the team with 7 tackles. And then Ian DeMars with 2 interceptions as Pomona takes care of Kennedy in that one. Then we have Hinckley versus Englewood, I believe. Let me double check here. But I want to say Hinckley is now 3A, Englewood still 2A. And Englewood took care of them 34-0. Not too much from Hinckley here. Michael Pera, 2 of 7 for 25 yards, 3 picks. Gabriel Campo had 7 carries for 63 yards, though. He also had 2 receptions for 25 in this big-time 34-0 loss. So there you go. Then we have Holy Family playing Northridge here. Holy Family wins big, 41-6. Monte Samaras taking over the quarterback spot, which was partially expected here. We all thought that he'd be somebody that could take over. And he went 9 of 13 for 156 passing yards, 3 touchdowns. Also had 5 carries for 31 yards and a rushing touchdown. Then you had Anthony Scott, who led the team in rushing with 26 carries for 156 yards and a touchdown, and Rowan Willis with 12 carries for 77 yards. As far as receiving goes, Nick Leopardi, he is a freshman, only 1 reception for 68 yards and a touchdown. That 1 touchdown reception there. Anderson Osborne, 3 for 37 and a touchdown, and Nate Welch, 4 for 34 and a touchdown. As far as defense goes, Brady Anderson, the junior, had 6 tackles. He was their leader there. And then this defense had 5 interceptions from Rocco House, Adam Tapp, Burden Goalie, I want to say, Logan Welch, and Guerrero here, all getting interceptions in this big one as Holy Family takes care of Northridge. And actually, let me talk about Northridge here real quick. I don't think And sorry, not interceptions from that group. Those are all pass deflections, excuse me there. But for Northridge, let's talk about them. Justin Thill, 12 of 22, 129 yards. No touchdowns, no picks in this one. It looks like that Jermaine Wilson had 5 carries for 33 yards. Yael Padilla with 9 carries for 20 and a touchdown there. Wyatt Hill was their lead receiver, 4 for 60. And then as far as tackling goes, A.J. Evans led with 12 tackles and a sack in this one, where Holy Family just outmatched them. So nothing crazy to talk about here, but a 41-6 victory for Holy Family to open this season is big time. All right, now talking about Sierra here, they lose to Elizabeth 37-0. Chance Zamora was the quarterback, 7 of 22, 3 picks. And it just looks like they couldn't really get anything going in this one, where Elizabeth just kind of dominated them. So there you go. Those are all the games from August 29th. Let's go ahead and move to Friday, August 30th. Recap some of these games here, starting with Grand Junction versus Rifle. I believe Rifle is actually now 3A, and it was a rough start as they played 4A Grand Junction, who beat them 48-0 for Rifle. Lawyer, or I want to say it's Lawyer Gonzalez. He went 6 of 11 for 43 yards and 3 picks. Tristan Sheets also got in there, 2 of 5 for 37 yards and a pick. As far as quarterbacks go, as far as running it, Isaac Valencia, only 9 carries for 20 yards. Really nothing going on there. He also had 3 receptions for 41 as they just really struggled. And then Aerith Lopez, the junior, led them in tackles with 9 as Rifle begins 0-1 to start this season. Then we go ahead and we go to Lutheran versus Cooper here in Texas. And actually a pretty cool thing going on here. Steven Robbins, the head coach of Lutheran, has a lot of connections to this team that they were playing in Cooper. So one of his former college teammates, who was also his defensive coordinator a while back at some point, is now the head coach of that squad. And then the OC from when he was coaching in Houston is now the OC of that squad as well. And then his brother is the defensive coordinator over there at Cooper. So a lot on the line here in this one. But Lutheran, they go to Texas here and they win once more, 43-28 in a pretty solid win. Eli Abramson, now the starting quarterback over at Lutheran, took over 19 of 31, 283 yards, 4 touchdowns, only 1 pick. Also had 49 rushing yards and a touchdown in a very efficient performance for them. You also have Sawyer Wald, who had 19 carries for 103 yards and a touchdown. Evan Holdridge had 4 carries for 25 yards in a touchdown there. As far as receiving goes, Jack Waslowski, 2 receptions, 79 yards and a touchdown. Colin Huber, 5 receptions, 73 yards and a touchdown. And then you also had Vandershaw, I want to say, and Downing each bringing in a touchdown for them as Lutheran starts 1-0. And on top of that, I believe this is Coach Robbins' 100th win. I don't think it's his 100th career win, but I think it's his 100th win with Lutheran. So congrats to Coach over there. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But he's been one of the best coaches in the state as Lutheran looks really strong versus a very good team from Texas over there. So there you go. Now moving on, we have a little battle in the Springs here. Some district rivalry between Coronado and Palmer, Palmer is now 3A, that is, and then I believe Coronado, if I'm not mistaken, or actually, sorry, they're both 3A. So there you go there. But both would start against each other to open the season, and Coronado wins a close one here, 25-20. At one point, it was 25-12 in the third. Palmer would score 8 to bring it close in the fourth, but could not get it done there. So a tough game for Palmer as Coronado starts 1-0. Thomas Buckmiller, 7 of 18 for 195 yards, 4 touchdowns to get this thing started. Hank Kelly, the sophomore, 9 carries for 56 yards. Thomas Sanchez, 11 carries for 23. Zen Groves, as expected, led in receiving, 4 receptions, 104 yards, 3 touchdowns, a hat trick in this one. And then Hank Kelly, 2 receptions for 85 yards and a touchdown. Their lead tackler, I believe, was number 55, junior Lucky Terra Borelli, I want to say, who had 10 tackles. And then as far as sacks goes, Zen Groves with a sack, Hank Kelly, Colin Wolfe each had one. On defense, Lyric Smith, Hank Kelly, who, by the way, had a great game, Oliver Bushman each had an interception there, as Coronado takes care of Palmer, a rivalry there, I would say, to start 1-0. Now, moving on, sticking in the Springs here, we have Rampart playing 3A Lewis Palmer, and Lewis Palmer played them very close. Rampart would score 8 over Lewis Palmer's 7 in the fourth quarter to win this one 15-14 here. Let me talk about Lewis Palmer. As of right now, they have no offensive stats, which is tough, but Caden Ainsley led them on defense with 9 tackles there. As far as sacks go, Alex Beasley with a sack, Dawson Zoll and Javon Davis each grabbing a sack there, and Mason Martin having an interception, but unfortunately could not pull close here and would lose a tough one 14-15 there. Rampart actually getting that 2-point conversion in the last minute or so to take that lead. So tough one for Lewis Palmer, but definitely impressive that they played them close. Speaking of close, we have Thompson Valley versus Berthoud. Obviously, Thompson Valley in 3A. They win a tough one against Berthoud, 14-7. As of right now, September 1st, there are no stats for that one, so that's pretty tough there. Fort Morgan, though, would beat a tough 2A squad in Brush, 21-6. No stats for that one, but Fort Morgan getting on the board here with a win, as they are now 1-1 after that game. And then Pueblo County, they played 4A Pueblo West. It was a tough one. They lost 41-0. Cohen Glenn, 5 of 16, 35 yards, 2 picks. He also had 9 carries for 43 yards. Patrick Naga in his return, 8 carries for only 59 yards. And then you had sophomore Orlando Rodriguez, who had 5 carries for 58 yards there. On defense, their lead tackler was Jace Gonzalez, the sophomore who had 12 tackles. Cohen Glenn with 8 tackles as well. But this was too much for them to stop a high-powered Pueblo West offense and defense, who shut them out 41-0. So there you go there. La Junta would play 3A Pueblo Centennial, and as expected, this one would not be close. They would lose 42-0. Timnath would play Pooter here. Timnath now in 3A. They win this one, kind of surprisingly, 22-6. Kyle Nelson, 10 of 16 for 86 yards. Mitchell DeAngelis, the junior, with 24 carries for 92 yards and 2 touchdowns. Vince Hawkhalter, 6 carries, 32 yards and a touchdown there. Tanner Mock, 3 receptions for 26 yards. On defense here, Vince Hawkhalter led them with 11 tackles. Dylan Mock with a sack. Hawkhalter with a pick as well, as they take care of Pooter, kind of in a surprising one, a 19-point, first quarter would pretty much put that one away there, as they start 3A off with a bang. Now, Gideon, he would actually be at this Mead Pueblo South game. In case he didn't go over the stats, let me do that. I only have South stats as of right now, the first, and it's like 5:33 p.m. But Caden Herrera, 14 of 23, 195 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick. Not bad, I guess, but still not enough. As far as rushing yards go, this was bad. Chase Hurley, only 7 carries for 4 yards there. Jake Pesciata, 5 receptions, 101 yards and a touchdown. Damian Cordova, 5 receptions, 41 and a touchdown. Francisco Pacheco leading the team with 12 tackles. Armando Real with a sack there. And then 2 fumble recoveries, it looks like. But just not enough firepower to go ahead and beat Mead here, who overcame them 33-14. Then in 3A, we have another great game between Stanley Lake and Conifer. This one going down to the wire, it looks like, but Stanley Lake winning 29-21. As of right now, I only have Conifer's stats, which is very unfortunate, but Karsten Wolanski, the senior now, had 10 tackles, leading them in tackles. Benson White with a sack and a couple pass deflections from this Conifer defense. But Stanley Lake starting in 3A here, 1-0. So there you go there. Moving on, we have Eagle Valley, 3A Eagle Valley, that is, playing Gunnison here. and they would actually beat them 32-0. A little bit of an upset here, as this has been a very good Gunnison team. But Coulter Blakey, the sophomore, 25 of 48, 385 yards, 4 touchdowns and a pick in an offensive explosion against them. As far as receiving goes, Keaton Lake, the junior, 8 receptions, 101 yards, picking up where he left off last year. You also had another fellow junior receiver here in, I want to say this is Xander De Herrera. He had 3 receptions for 89 yards. And then Malachi Barros, another junior, 3 receptions for 54 yards, as they were cooking usually very disciplined Gunnison defense here. So Eagle Valley, maybe a little bit surprising, but starting out 1-0 this season, which is something you love to see from a team that's hopefully getting better. Moving on, we have a big game between Glenwood Springs and Summit here. Glenwood Springs, as expected, would take care of them 35-13 here. Zach Bullock at quarterback, 2 of 3 for 27 yards. Mason Markovich with another insane game against them. 18 carries, 248 yards. Jesus. 4 touchdowns. You also had Cash Hilgeford, the sophomore, 6 carries for 62 and a touchdown in that one. On defense here for Glenwood Springs, it looks like number 43, Brackett Enewald, had 6 tackles that led them there. Aussie Hilgeford, he had 2 sacks. Brockta had a sack, and then Treble had a sack in this one, as Glenwood Springs gets back in the winning column and gives Summit their first loss in their first game. So there you go there. Now moving on up north here, we had Mountain View versus Greeley Central, and Mountain View wins big, amassing a 28-point lead at halftime. They would end up winning 42-14 here. No offensive stats as of right now, but Barrett Plews, the junior, led them in tackles with 12, and then it looks like Maris Benz and Sirio each had a fumble recovery as they dominated Greeley Central. Their only points coming in the second half for Central, but Mountain View already up 28-0 at half, like I said, so a tough way to start the season there. Moving on here, we have Skyview versus Thornton. Thornton obviously in 4A in the I-25 league, Skyview here in 3A, and Skyview takes care of them 29-12, a nice little win for them to start the season. Then we have Severance playing Heritage here, 4A Heritage, and they would lose 40-21, but kind of a relatively close one. I guess not really. Heritage was up 28-7 at half, and then Severance was able to score 14 in the second half. Heritage only 12. So, still 21 points allowed, but not too bad if you are Heritage there. Severance, still you can feel happy about that 21. Moving on here, we had Steamboat Springs, 3A Steamboat Springs, playing Moffat County, and what looks like to be an upset, they take down Moffat County 40-6, not only taking them down, but blowing them out. Here's how it went down. Zachary Hedman, 16 carries, 82 yards. Owen Hill, 11 carries, 74 yards. I believe the touchdowns in this game are inaccurate, but they did recover, or I guess forced 5 fumbles and recovered 4 of them, which was absolutely big time there. Cody Dade, who had he led in 8 tackles, but I don't want to talk too much about Moffat County in this one. Steamboat Springs, they just took care of business against them. Definitely a little surprising here, but you will take that. Speaking of 3A versus 2A matchups, we had Palisade take on Delta in what would be an absolute thriller, where Palisade wins 30-27. A 20-point fourth quarter would propel them to the win here. It looks like junior Branson Springer went 3 of 9 for 80 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. But most of the damage, per usual, was done on the ground. Cade Carter, the junior, 17 carries, 105 yards. Caleb Johnson, 9 carries, 64 yards. Springer with another 39 rushing yards and a touchdown. Caleb Reed with 35 yards and a rushing touchdown there. On defense for Palisade, Dylan Larson and Keaton Everett co-led in tackles with a 9 each. Everett with a sack there. Dylan Larson with a big-time interception in this one, as Palisade wins a close one against the 2A defending state champs, 30-27. Now moving on to the Saturday slate of games, August 31st Only 3 games here, but Roosevelt would play for a Northfield and defeat them 28-20 here. They're actually up 28-0 in the third quarter, and the Northfield would score 20 in the fourth. So kind of crazy there, but Roosevelt's still winning. Josiah Ramirez, the junior, 2 of 5 for 11 yards and a pick, but it was Luke Vigil, the senior, who went off for 192 yards and 2 touchdowns there. Timkowicz, I want to say, also had a rushing touchdown for them. And then their lead tackler was Noel Sanchez with 9 tackles. He also had 2 sacks in this big-time game for them. Noah Lucero, only 1 reception for 9 yards, but they really took care of Northfield in this one, 28-20. Like I said, 28 in the third quarter. By the 28-0 by the third quarter, I should say. Then we have Niwot facing off with Thomas Jefferson. Obviously, Niwot in 3A. They would lose this one 33-14 here. I mean, at one point, I want to say they were up 27-7 or 27-14. This one just wasn't that close for Niwot, and I think that's to be expected. And then we have Harrison versus Sand Creek here. Both of them obviously in 3A. Harrison winning a close one, 14-13. They would score 8 in the second quarter, and that would end up being the difference there in this one. For Harrison Jr., I feel like I'm going to say this wrong, but I think it's J-Lo Nimana, I want to say. I apologize for that, but he went 6 of 10 for 12 yards and a pick. Also had 35 rushing yards and a touchdown. Philip Polk, 15 carries for 72 yards. Josiah Evans, 15 carries for 61 yards in that one. For Sand Creek, let me talk about the defense for Harrison real quick before I go to Sand Creek. Genoa Brown with 14 tackles. Josiah Evans with 12 in this one as they played well. For Sand Creek, they lost a tough one here, just being honest. But Terrence Clay, only 2 of 9 for 16 yards. But interesting enough, it looks like Ethan Mangrum also had passes, 2 of 3 for 18. And Daniel Evans, 3 of 7 for 16. I wonder what was going on there. As far as rushing yards goes, Achilles Evan, 16 carries for 108 yards and a touchdown. Ethan Mangrum, 14 carries for 83 yards. Jaden Lyons, 7 carries for 43 yards. As far as receiving goes, not much throwing going on here, but Elijah Brothers, 3 of 19 for a touchdown leading there. And then not many defensive stats for Sand Creek, as honestly, they just drop a tough game there, 14-13. But there you go there. That is your Week 1 3A recap.
What is good, y'all? This is Gino with the Playmakers Corner podcast, and it is time for a little recap of what happened in Week 1 of the 2024 boys tackle high school football season. We had a lot of cross-classification games and a couple upsets, so let's not waste any more time and jump right into this recap. Starting off here on Thursday, our first game here, we have Falcon coming out on top over George Washington by a score of 28-25. Next game here, we have Riverdale Ridge in their first game of the year, shutting out Freedom, which is a school out of Orlando, Florida, by a score of 46-0. So very nice start to the season here for Riverdale Ridge. Next here, we got Doherty destroying Liberty by a score of 41-6. This is another game we didn't get any stats for, but that is definitely a great start here for Doherty. Next up, we got Grand Junction Central, who fell to Fruita Monument, who is a 5A squad, a very tough 5A squad, by a score of 37-19. Still no stats for that game, but let's go ahead and move on here. We have the number 2 ranked Broomfield here. They got a big-time win over Frederick by a score of 44-20, and we actually have some stats, so let's go ahead and take a look here. It looks like Darian Jackson got the start for Broomfield at QB. He went 11 for 21 for 218 yards with 2 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. And then we had C.T. Worley, who had 3 carries for 68 yards and 2 touchdowns, and he also had a 77-yard receiving touchdown. And then he wasn't done there. On defense, he had a sack as well, so that was definitely a big-time all-around game here for C.T. Worley. And then we also had Mikael Benner. He had 50 receiving yards and a touchdown on 3 receptions as well. And then on defense here, Joshua Bishop and Ty LaCrue both had a sack. And then you had Keegan Potteroff, Justin Johnson, and Maverick Scarpella. They all had an interception. We didn't get any stats for Frederick. So let's go ahead and move on to the next game here, where we have Bear Creek taking down Lakewood by a score of 47-6. The story of the game here was the Bears' run game, as JoJo Hernandez finished with a monstrous 186-yard, 3-touchdown performance on 16 carries. You also had J.D. Lazaro with 2 rushing TDs, and the QB Riley Wilson, he had 123 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 interception on 7 of 14 passing. And then he also added 62 rush yards on 7 carries as well. We also had Kamari May, who went crazy too. He had 6 receptions for 106 yards. And then on defense here for Bear Creek, Cayetano Cushing had a sack, and Jordan Cordova and Junior Hernandez both had an interception. In our second to last of the Thursday games, number 6 Palmer Ridge completely obliterates Ponderosa by a score of 44-7. Palmer Ridge's ground game got them this win here, with 5 different Grizzlies getting a rushing touchdown. Isaac Burks had 7 carries for 86 yards and a touchdown. And you also had Noah Leite, sorry if I mispronounced that there. He had 2 carries for 76 yards and a touchdown. And we didn't get any stats for Palmer Ridge's defense or Ponderosa. But that is definitely an amazing way to start the season here for Palmer Ridge, who is fresh off of a state championship appearance here. So they definitely look to repeat with this big win over Ponderosa. In our last of the Thursday games, we have Longmont, who falls to Monarch by a score of 30-14. It was the Foot brothers for Longmont who did a ton of work in this loss for Longmont, with Joey Foot getting 11 carries for 103 yards and a touchdown, while also leading the team in receptions with 9, and he had 40 receiving yards as well. His brother Jacob Foot had 7 receptions for a team-leading 80 yards to go with 69 kick return yards. We didn't get any stats here for Monarch, but that is definitely a nice win for them over a tough Longmont squad. Now, moving into the Friday, August 30th games, our first one is an absolute shutout here. We have Highlands Ranch, who stomped on Gateway by a score of 49-0. Crew Gehrig of Highlands Ranch only threw 7 passes, but he still had 3 touchdowns and 106 yards through the air to go with 28 yards and another touchdown rushing the ball. Jaden Puhia had 2 receiving touchdowns, and Aiden Arnold had one as well, and Arnold also had a pick on defense. Speaking of picks, Simon Ostritsky and Jacob Bronczynski, sorry if I mispronounced that one, both had an interception as well for Highlands Ranch. Next up here we have Grand Junction absolutely dominating Rifle by a score of 48-0. Will Applegate had himself a game here for Grand Junction. He went 4 for 5 for 83 yards and 2 touchdowns. And then the third-year starter also added 72 yards and a touchdown on 9 carries. You also had Mason Anderson, who had 2 catches for 66 yards and 2 touchdowns, and Matthias Martinez, who had 2 rushing touchdowns as well. On defense, 4 different Tigers had an interception, including Colton Music, who had 2 for himself. You also had Jaden Martinez with 6 tackles and 3 tackles for loss on the game. Mason Langland with 2 tackles for loss, and Dalton Diminick with 3 tackles for loss as well. So great all-around game here for Grand Junction to start off the season 1-0. Next up here, we have the number 7 ranked Montrose, who slaughtered Greeley West by a score of 48-6. I don't think that one's necessarily a surprise, but we didn't get any stats for that one, unfortunately. So let's go ahead and move on here to the game between Vista Ridge and Montbello, where the number 9 ranked Vista Ridge got an absolutely dominating win by a score of 43-7. We didn't get any offensive stats here for Vista Ridge, but Smith Ho Ching had 2 tackles for loss with a half sack, and then you had Lennon Luis, who had 2 forced fumbles. Next game, we got the number 1 ranked Mesa Ridge, who shut down Air Academy by a score of 48-0. No stats, unfortunately, for this game, but I could imagine that monstrous Mesa Ridge offense put up some very nice numbers. Next up here, we got Widefield, who got completely shut out by Cheyenne Mountain, 34-0. Sam Hawker goes 4 for 9 for 89 yards and 2 touchdowns, plus he added 7 carries for 87 yards here for Cheyenne Mountain. Tyler Chris had 106 rush yards and a touchdown on 8 carries, and he also had a 39-yard touchdown reception. And you had George Knoll as well. He had 77 yards and a touchdown on only 3 carries. Defensively here for Cheyenne Mountain, Donovan Barajas and Chris Bowery had 3 tackles for loss, and Donnie Lund had 2 sacks. You also had William Cran with an interception here for the Cheyenne Mountain defense. So they definitely dominated this game defensively to start this season off in the win column. Next up, we have Durango, who falls to Farlington out of New Mexico in a close one, 21-20. Coley Feeney went 12 for 29 for 164 yards with a touchdown and an interception here for Durango. You also had Sebastian Tripp, who had 73 yards and a touchdown and 4 receptions, and Dawson McInnes, who had a kick return touchdown with 140 total kick return yards. So very nice showing here from special teams for Durango. Defensively, Wyatt Bartell and Aiden Casillas both had 2 tackles for loss, and Cole Pontine and Caden Martinez both had an interception. So it looks like Durango did get the job done defensively, but they were just quite a bit off, it looks like, offensively, so they were unable to get the win there. But hey, move on to next week and see if you can turn things around. Next game here, we got Silver Creek, who starts off 1-0 after dominating Skyline 39-6. No stats in that game. Next up here, we got Heritage, who is a top-ranked team for us in our power rankings. They get the nice win over Severance here, 41-20. Another game with no stats. Next, we got Aurora Central, who shuts out Adams City 19-0. Let's go ahead and move on now. We got Fossil Ridge, who gets the win over Loveland 24-17. So that makes Loveland 0-2 to start off the year here. For Loveland, Ryder Easton went 10 of 18 for 126 yards and a touchdown and an interception as well. Sophomore wide receiver Cash Villeneuve had 35 yards rushing and led the team in receiving yards with 96 yards on 4 catches. On defense, David Ortiz had a sack here for Loveland. In our next game, Timnath gets a surprising win here over Pooter, 22-6. Pooter is now 0-2 here to start off the season, and we don't have any stats for that game. Moving on now, we got a big-time defensive effort that gets Rampart the 15-14 win over 3A Lewis Palmer. Max Preps reads that Rampart had 18 tackles for loss as a team, which is just insane. Nathan Boliston had 10 tackles and 4 tackles for loss, while Camden Bruns led the way with 15 tackles and 1 tackle for loss. In our next game, the number 5 ranked Pueblo West Cyclones ran the ball all over Pueblo County in their 41-0 win to move on to 2-0 to start off this season. 4 different players had a rushing touchdown for the Cyclones, with Zach Duran leading the way, putting up 109 yards on 11 carries and a touchdown. Gavin Lockett had himself another nice game, going 10 of 16 for 168 yards, while getting the ball to 7 different receivers. Also offensively, you had Rudy Gutierrez, who had 62 yards and 2 touchdowns on 6 carries. And then on defense here for the Cyclones, Ethan Hoggins had an interception. Next up, we got Dakota Ridge taking on Chatfield. Dakota Ridge is number 7 in our power rankings, actually, but they would end up losing pretty badly to Chatfield here, 38-23. For Dakota Ridge, Kellen Berenson went 16 of 25 for 291 yards and a touchdown and an interception, and then he also added a rushing touchdown as well. Also offensively, you had Landon Carlsbeck with 97 yards and a touchdown on 15 carries. For receivers, Nathan Rodriguez had a 98-yard receiving touchdown, and Anthony Pagano had 5 receptions for 87 yards. On defense for Dakota Ridge, Jack Offerdahl and Troy McMullen had double-digit tackles, and Asa Davidson had an interception. In our second to last of the Friday games, we have Centaurus moving on to 2-0 on the year, keeping it rolling with a 38-7 win over Boulder. It looks like head coach Aaron Carlson is fitting in quite nicely with his brand new team. In our last of the Friday games here, Thornton falls to Skyview 29-12. We don't have any stats on that game. But let's go ahead and move on here to the Saturday games from August 31st. We only have 3 of them here. The first one being Northfield starting the season off here 0-1 after they lost to Roosevelt, who is a tough 3A squad. And then we have Thomas Jefferson starting out the season strong with a 33-14 win over Niwot. The QB, Nick Rady, went 8 for 11 for 183 yards with 2 touchdowns and a pick. And then for receivers, Luke Kuhler led the way with 3 receptions for 74 yards, and Shane Curry had a 67-yard reception as well. And it looks like their leading rusher was the freshman running back, Zay Rogers, who had 51 yards on 12 carries. In our last game here in Week 2 in the 4A classification, we have Sand Creek, who falls to Harrison 14-13. Very tough loss for Sand Creek. Looks like Achilles Evans led the way here with 108 yards and a touchdown on 16 carries. And then he also led the team with 6 tackles and a sack on defense. And then you also had the transfer from Falcon, Ethan Mangrum, getting 83 yards on 14 carries. And then he also went 2 for 3 for 18 yards and a touchdown passing the ball. Elijah Brotherns had 32 yards rushing the ball and a pick on defense as well. And that, folks, is going to do it here for this 4A recap in Week 1. This is Gino with the Playmakers Corner podcast, and I want to thank you all for listening, and I will see you all in Week 2. Peace out.
Hey everybody, it is Cody Stoffer, your showrunner for today, and yes, I am still on this episode outside of ad reads here, as I am responsible for the 5A Colorado Tackle Football recap on this episode. So let's go ahead and just jump right into it here with no regard here. Starting off on Thursday here, Littleton West beats Thunder Ridge 40-15 to start their season, and then Fruita here in their first season here in 5A bounces back from a nasty Week 1 to beat Grand Junction Central 37-19. This is headlined by Cooper Rowell, who threw for 2 scores and ran for another at quarterback, and then junior Corbin Davis, who made 3 tackles for loss as well as a sack and a hurry, was critical of this defense that ultimately forced 3 turnovers, and then on special teams got a kickoff return for a score from sophomore Bryson Crabb on their way to beating Grand Junction Central. So always good to win those in town or up the road rivalries there. Fort Collins here defends the fort, winning 48-18 over North Glen. Junior quarterback Justin Cranford had 4 total touchdowns, throwing and rushing through a combination, just dominating. You also had Jack McKen here, or McKeon, who ran for over 100 yards on just 5 carries and a pair of scores. And this drops North Glen to 0-2 with back-to-back losses to Fort Collins teams, following their loss to Rocky Mountain in Week 0. Now, in a really crazy game here, Fountain Fort Carson survives a scare at home, narrowly beating Horizon 33-29. And I actually have a score tracker here as well, as we were keeping up with the game. Fountain Fort Carson was up 26-0 with under a minute to go before the first half ended, before Jeremiah Martinez had an 80-yard kickoff return for a touchdown that swung momentum completely the other direction, where Horizon would score 29 total unanswered points to take a 29-26 lead in the fourth quarter. The Trojan defense would lock in with Andre Henry and Andrew Manzanares here, getting huge plays in the backfield, giving Fountain Fort Carson the ball with 4 minutes to go, where they slowly ran down the field until Colton Camba completed a 13-yard touchdown pass to tie Sean Miller to score with under a minute, shortly before a Justin Jordan interception would officially give FFC the win here. No official stats have been entered, but it looks like Horizon quarterback Alex Birch found a favorite target, connecting for 3 passing touchdowns in this losing effort on the road. This Horizon team will be a spoiler alert all season with one of, if not the best, senior quarterback in the state. As for Fountain Fort Carson here, Kamba shook off a high incompletion night to still throw 3 touchdowns to 3 different receivers, including the game winner with under a minute. There is some much-needed play here and a much-needed win for Kamba coming off of an Arvada West pummeling and an otherwise uneventful night for him, at least at the caliber of player that he is. And then Justin Jordan, as previously mentioned, that interception that sealed the game was one of 2 on the night, and he ran for another 2 scores in this very narrow victory for Fountain Fort Carson at home, keeping this season helping prevent the panic button from being pushed. Pine Creek bludgeoned Cherokee Trail 56-14, and Lakewood lost big to Bear Creek. And then I want to say the last Thursday night game was Overland, who trailblazed right through Smoky Hill 40-0. Shout out to DJ Davenport, who caught a 50-yard score to get things started for the Trailblazers. But then defense and special teams scored, getting a fumble return and a kickoff return for a touchdown before Jarius Ward chipped in 2 scores to really seal this game. On Friday action, Eagle Crest thumped Rangeview 44-14 with a 38-point first half with 4 different players rushing for a touchdown in this matchup. You also had Joe Steiner finding Whittycombe here for 2 touchdowns on 2 completions, and Whittycombe getting one of those running touchdowns in this runaway win. Castleview efficiently wins 28-7 over Mullen. Gordon here, 14 of 21 for 199 yards and 2 scores, both to Daryl Isham. But all in all, completed passes to 7 different receivers. One of those receptions found their way to Aaron Perry, the running back, who also found the promised land for 2 other SaberCat scores here. And on the Mullen side, Coed Dietrich struggled, having experienced double-digit hurries from that Castleview defense and threw 2 interceptions to just 1 touchdown. Chatfield won against Crosstown, quote, rival Dakota Ridge 38-23. Gino kind of talked about the Dakota Ridge side. I'm going to talk about the Chatfield side. Some things that popped, Logan Kundred gets himself an interception. Reed Narva, 10 tackles this game. Freshman receiver Rome Bell caught for 112 yards on 4 catches. Definitely catching my eye and continuing this Chatfield production at the receiver position. But Brock Narva showed that he is back and better than ever with a 27-carry, 203-yard performance, as well as 3 rushing touchdowns in a definite Playmaker of the Week candidacy effort here for Chatfield's very own Brock Narva. Once again, looking healthy and running hard. Rock Canyon ran for over 300 yards, beating Chaparral 28-0. Tyler Meyer getting 210 of those yards. Now, in other action, the Titans of Legend topped the Grandview Wolves 21-14 via a steady dose of Riken Banks and Jaden Lawrence, yielding over 130 rushing yards, and then Lawrence scoring both on the ground and through the air attack to help control the clock and the game en route to a win. Now, for Grandview, Zay Nito and Kyler Vaughn both record a receiving touchdown for Blitz McCarty, who puts forth a solid 15 of 25 2-touchdown effort in the loss. But the Titans' pass rush on the other end of things was trying to make life difficult for Blitz here, collecting 3 sacks and 4 hurries to force quite a few incompletions and hold the Wolves' ground game to an abysmal 1.7 yards per carry, just absolutely winning up in the trenches and forcing Grandview to be one-dimensional here. That's going to go a long way and help you earn that 7-point win. Fairview beats Legacy and embarrasses what was once the promised spread of 5A 34-7. I have nothing else to say about that game. Douglas County beats Brighton 3-0. Some big notes that I had from this game. Obviously not a ton of offense going on, but Blake George for Brighton does not attempt a single pass in this game. He had some rushing attempts. I don't know if they moved him to just running back or if there was an injury that happened before he could pass it. But whatever it was, it did not work here. And for Douglas County, you got to look at Caden Absher here. This is a Playmaker of the Week candidacy performance. 17 tackles and 2 for loss in a defensively driven game is going to go a long way whenever you beat somebody 3-0. Now, in the exact opposite sense, up in the other direction, up at the Northern Area Athletic complex. Ralston Valley outlasts Erie in an exciting 48-38 thriller. In Yanacito, we trust. Junior quarterback Zeke Andrews for Ralston Valley threw for over 300 yards and 3 scores in a win. Liam Beatty had a Playmaker of the Week candidacy level performance, notching 5 catches for 125 yards and 2 scores. But you also had a sophomore effort from Stratman, who ran for 3 touchdowns here, and that was complementing Bryson Diebel's team-high 130 rushing yards for Ralston Valley. Erie here still scores 5 touchdowns on the heels of Running Ward's 3 passing touchdowns and a ballistic backfield effort courtesy of Gavin Lusk and Braylon Tolliver, both going for over 100 yards and a score apiece, averaging 8.9 and 12.5 yards per carry, respectively. Now, Erie, despite a decent pass rush here, collecting 4 sacks, they really struggled to deal with a well-balanced version of this Ralston Valley offense that totaled 600 yards. 600 yards of total offense here for Ralston Valley. It looks like they are not planning on going anywhere anytime soon. Boulder got rinsed 38-7 by Centaurus in other action, and A West gets 4 rushing scores and 2 passing scores in a 500-plus yard offensive effort to beat Mountain Range 48-3. Now, in one of the crazier games on Friday here, Denver South survives a comeback attempt by Westminster to beat the Wolves in overtime. Now, the Ravens were holding on to a 14-7 lead heading into the fourth quarter before they succumbed to a Mason Kiewit 8-yard passing touchdown with under a minute to go to tie the game and force overtime, but they survive and get a rushing touchdown to secure the narrow win. Now, Mason here throws the ball for Westminster 40 times to try and keep the Wolves in this game, throwing 2 picks and 2 scores along the way, including the one to force overtime to Mike Davidson here. But on the flip side, the Ravens' passing attack is not very promising, and neither is the offense. This offense went for less than 200 yards, but the defense got heavily involved. As I mentioned, 2 interceptions for the Ravens, and then Josiah Thomas Flores here, putting his name in the hat for Playmaker of the Week, notched 2 sacks, 3 tackles for loss, and 7 total tackles, including a big sack in overtime to help force a very long situation that Westminster would not convert on. That does not even mention the push up front that opens up interception opportunities for Dom Cardoza and Darren Stokes. Westminster honestly was doing a little too much, losing a very winnable game, and the Ravens will have to clean up a lot on offense before their next game. Moving on to the Holy War here, Valor thumps Regis 17-0 in this version of the Holy War to soar in the power rankings and sink Regis. For some notable Valor notes that I had, I forgot that Ben Herbeck here was over at Valor, and he makes his mark, getting a receiving touchdown for Valor, and the usual weapons do enough to control the clock and win this game, despite only a few plays being explosive and the yards per carry being 3.6. That's going to be something to kind of keep an eye on for Valor heading forward, as they love to run the ball in that McGatlin system, but the pass plays were explosive. Cash Spence, Herbeck, and company making noise to get this win, and the defense pitching a shutout. Fossil Ridge sinks Loveland to 0-2 here via a Herculean effort from Marcus Mosier here. Definitely a Playmaker of the Week candidate. 147 yards, 11 catches, and 2 scores from Nick Kubat here. Nick Kubat overall, 23 of 38, 276 yards and 2 scores, as well as a 2-point conversion to close the door in this game in the fourth quarter here. Defensively, Fossil Ridge locks in with 3 sacks and 7 TFLs as a unit to minimize Loveland's effect here. But Marcus Mosier, one of the best games you could hope for in week 1 from a receiver, doing a lot of the heavy lifting here on offense. Now for Cherry Creek, despite Jeremiah Hoffman's huge effort with over 100 yards in his Creek debut, Creek loses on the road in Utah 24-14. No Creek stats, but Skyridge ran 60 offensive plays and seemed to do just enough, trying to keep the ball out of Creek's hands, and then sacked the quarterback 5 times in their winning effort here. So whether it's holding on to the ball too long or whether it's this offensive line getting outplayed by Utah, they have to lock in for these other out-of-state games that I think will only get harder. Mountain Vista shuts out Arapaho 35-0. Austin Madreski here, 4 passing touchdowns, almost 300 yards, and 4 different receivers catching a touchdown. And lastly, on Saturday, Denver East 40-pieced Vista Peak Prep to wrap up my 5A recap here. Now, I'm going to pass it off to Coach V to talk power rankings, and then you'll hear back from me for Playmakers of the Week right after that.
All right, now let's go ahead and get into our power rankings, brought to you by Junkyard Training. Junkyard Training is located at 14697 Easter Avenue, Centennial, Colorado at Sweetie. They offer speed training, youth sports training, weightlifting, rehab, and recovery. That includes cryotherapy, cupping, recovery boots, and more. Visit today or call 303-521-7594. Shout out to Junkyard Training for sponsoring these power rankings here. But let's go ahead and hop into these here. Have a lot to talk about after a pretty eventful week 1 and week 0. In case you don't know how we do our power rankings, all of us on the pod that do these rankings, myself, Cody, Gideon, Gino, Phoenix, we rank teams 1 through 10 individually, and then based on where we rank them, if a team is ranked at number 1, they get 10 points. 2, 9, 3, 8, 4, 7, and so on and so on. Then I add up the points, and the team with the most points are closer to the top or are at the top. And so that's how I kind of average out these rankings here. So as we talk about our PMC rankings, those are the averaged rankings of all of our individual ones. So I'll be referring to our PMC rankings, which are the official ones, and then the individual ones where we have some teams higher up or lower than other members of the podcast, as we all do have our own opinions. So just wanted to throw that out there in case you did not know how we do our rankings. But let's go ahead and hop into it. Let's start with 1A here. Let's start with our preseason rankings that we had for them before the season. Just outside, as in these were teams that were getting votes or were getting placed in our individual top 10s at some point, were Yuma, Wiggins, Holyoke, and Platte Canyon. Then officially at 10 was Highland, 9 Forge Christian, 8 Platte Valley. Tied for 6th was Centauri and Meeker, 5 Monte Vista, 4 Colorado Springs Christian, 3 Buena Vista, 2 Ray, and at number 1 was Lyman. So with that being said, let's talk about what our rankings are after week 1 and 0 here. Starting with the teams that are just outside, we have Yuma, Platte Valley, Meeker, and Burlington all getting votes, but just outside our top 10. Let me talk about Yuma real quick. I was the only one who put them in my top 10, so I'm putting that out there right now, and nobody else did. They lost to a pretty good out-of-state team in Chase County. I am not going to hold that against them. Let's see what happens when they come back in state here. So I'm really not tripping. That's why I pretty much kept them. Well, actually, I dropped them 1 spot. So even then, they're still in my top 10. So there you go there. Then we have Platte Valley here. This is what Cody had to say about Platte Valley, who he personally has at 10. He says a closer loss to a technically 2A opponent will retain their spot as they didn't get blown out as hard as some of the other teams who fell out of the top 10. He's talking about Platte Valley versus Strasburg in that one. So there you go there. And then I believe I was the only other one to have Platte Valley in their top 10. I had them at 9 personally. Before they were at 7. They do drop a little bit. They lose to Strasburg here, who was just a 1A last year, and they were a perennially good program. So for them to lose to them, and it wasn't like it was a complete blowout, I do move them down a couple of spots, but I'm not going to punish them just yet. I still think they're better than a lot of teams. So there you go. That's Platte Valley. Let's talk about Meeker next here. I do not have them in my top 10. They're just outside. Same with Cody here. And Gideon, he has them at 8. He says this about them. Lost to Centauri by a lot, but I still think this team can do something. Consistency is the Cowboys' way, and they just need to find it. So there you go there. Gino has Meeker at 10. He says, concerning loss to Centauri, but I'll keep them in my top 10 because other teams lost worse. So there you go. And then Phoenix has Meeker here at 10 as well. Tough loss at home, but still a good team regardless with a tough schedule ahead and more to prove. So Meeker still getting votes for a top 10 spot. And then we have Burlington here, who is getting some votes here. Gideon has them at 9 personally. He said the Cougs beat a solid Platte Valley team by a lot in week 0, and though they didn't play in week 1, I think they can surpass expectations. I'm still calling it the Burlington effect, though. So there you go. And then I think Phoenix was the only other one who had Burlington in his top 10. He had them at 8. He said, I'm buying into the Burlington hype after that dominating win over Platte Valley. So there you go there. And I forgot to say this when mentioning Platte Valley too. That is a tough, I guess, loss to Burlington, but beginning of the season, I'm not too worried about it just yet. Now, a third loss would definitely put them out my top 10 personally. So there you go. Those are all the teams that are just outside our official top 10. Let's go ahead and talk about the teams in our PMC rankings who make up our top 10 to start. And actually tied at 9, we have 2 teams that are tied at 9 here in Monte Vista and North Fork. I have Monte Vista still ranked at 4 here. So they get a pretty solid number of points, but this is what I had to say about them. And actually, I was the only one who ranked them in the top 10, which I thought was pretty surprising here. Previously, I think I ranked them at, and then I just moved them down 1 spot. Everyone else moved them out their top 10 completely. So that's why they slip from 5 to tied at 9 here. This is what I got to say about Monte Vista. They played a pretty tough Alamosa team. We know they have a quarterback. They're always pretty solid here. It's the beginning of the season. I'm really not tripping about that loss. I kind of feel like that was a game that they could have lost potentially already. And they only lost 28-8. That's only like a 20-point game here, and a lot of those scores, I don't know. I'm just really not concerned about that loss there. Alamosa is a team that I personally have, spoiler alert, in my top 10 in 2A, so I don't know. I moved them down 1, and they're also a classification above, so I'm just really not concerned about that. I think Monte Vista will be fine. If they continue to lose, obviously they'll move down, plain and simple there. So that's why they're tied at 9, retaining a top 10 spot in our PMC rankings. But the other team here tied at 9 is North Fork here. Cody has them at 9. This is what he had to say. This team just keeps finding ways to stay in the mix. That's all we had to say there. Gideon said this about North Fork. The Miners have lost the Moreno brothers, but they're still dangerous. Center isn't a great team, but beating them like North Fork did is an accomplishment. I think the Miners have a chance to make another playoff run this year. Gino said this. He said dominant win over Center. He has them at 9. And then, yeah, I think that's actually it. Phoenix did not have them. Or, no, sorry, he had them at 9 as well. He said solid win at home and currently one of the best teams in the Western Slope. So, there you go. North Fork tied at 9 with Monte Vista. Moving on here, let's go to Payton at 8 as they move up from unranked here. I do not have them in my top 10 yet. Cody has them here at 8. He said, it's Pinnacle, so I can't put them that much higher, as they did blow them out there. Gideon said this about Payton. He said teams in front of them fell. This rise has more to do with that than the win, because the Pinnacle was probably going winless. Gino said this about Payton. Dominating win over the Pinnacle puts Payton in the top 10, his top 10 that is. And then Phoenix has Payton just outside. I'm kind of in that same boat actually. If Payton continues to win, Platte Valley loses, I'm moving Payton up. Plain and simple there. They have a great quarterback. I believe in them. But right now, they are sitting at 8 in our PMC rankings. Now moving on to 7, we have Colorado Springs Christian in our PMC rankings. Down 3 spots from where they were at before. I moved them down a spot. Cody has Colorado Springs Christian here at 6. He said, I still think there's a lot to be happy about in this performance, and I'm not going to punish the Lions a ton. Gideon doesn't have Colorado Springs Christian ranked at all. Gino has them at 7. He says 28 points on lineman when you're injured pretty badly makes me respect the CSCS squad a lot. So there you go. And then I don't think Phoenix has Colorado Springs Christian ranked at all. I'll talk about Colorado Springs Christian. I mean, I knew this game against Lyman would be tough. I think anybody who thought that Lyman probably didn't have the advantage in this game, even though it was away, I don't know. You know, it's still Lyman at the end of the day, even when they're reloading here. Colorado Springs Christian, we knew they'd be a pretty strong team, but I mean, we figured this out the last couple weeks. No Will Moore. I believe he's just moved, and he was a 20 touchdown guy for them. So that definitely hurts them as they try to figure out some other things here. Even with Will Moore, were they going to beat him? Probably not. So I only moved them down one spot. Lyman still a top team in 1A, and I think that's undisputed there. Moving on, at 6, we have Highland, who moves up 4 spots. I have Highland at 8, who moved up 2 spots. Cody has Highland now at 7, who was previously unranked for him. But he said Flatirons Academy had some interesting returners, but Highland did not seem to agree or really care as they get a big win there. Gideon says this about Highland, who he moves up to 6, up 4 spots. He said, beats Flatirons by 24. I thought this game would be close. It was not. Gino, he has Highland now at 6 as well after having them at 10. He said, so many teams lost, so Highland slides into my top 6, not top 5, into his top 6 there. Phoenix has Highland moving up a couple of spots, now at 5 for him. He said solid team win at home, was a little slow in the first half, but once they dialed it in, they made the most of it and came out with a key win there. As Highland moves up for all of us collectively, moving into our 6th spot in our PMC rankings. Now going into our top 5 here, we have Forge Christian up 4 spots. As of right now, I moved up Forge Christian from unranked to 10 for me. Cody moved Forge Christian up from unranked to 5, and he says this, speaking of catching my attention, it's not every day you see a metro area team dominate Wiggins, but that's exactly what happened Thursday, and boy, are they here. Gideon has this to say about Forge Christian, who he has all the way up at 3. He says moving Sullivan Strange from wide receiver to Wildcat quarterback was a good idea. He had 300 yards of offense against an experienced defense, and Forge may be a 1A power this year. Gino had this to say about Forge Christian, who he moves up to 5, completely slaughtered Wiggins. I expect them to stay in this top 5 for a while. And then Phoenix has moved up Forge Christian to 7. Nice win against Wiggins, who are also a really good 1A team. So there you go there. Forge Christian with a big win over Wiggins. I kind of felt like that was expected. I got to see Wiggins last year in the playoffs, and they kind of got blown out by Baton Lewis Academy. And even then, that was a pretty solid Wiggins team who graduated a lot of key offensive linemen, just key linemen in size up front there. So I don't think this was really, I don't know. I wasn't surprised by it. And so they still move into my top 10 for me, but I'll need to see them continue to win for them to move up. But for now, they're at 5 in our PMC rankings. Now, moving on to 4 here, up a couple of spots, is Centauri. I had Centauri at 5. Cody has Centauri now at 4. He says, what a statement from the Falcons to go on the road and absolutely dog the Cowboys. The squad has fully caught my attention. Gideon has Centauri at the same spot, blew out Meeker. The Cowboys didn't know what hit him, and it was a party in Lahara. Gino says this, that win over Meeker was very impressive and firmly places them in the top 4. Phoenix has Centauri at 4 as well. Love me some good old-fashioned top 10 1A football, and awesome to see Centauri get the win down in Meeker's house. Yes, I absolutely gotta agree. I think I was the only one who didn't put Centauri at 4. I had them just at 5 here, and I still respect their win. I mean, Centauri moved up 3 spots for me. That's a big win over Meeker. It is a Meeker team that is reloading, a lot of size up front, just graduating on both sides of the ball. So I did expect them to figure some things out, but to win the way they did is definitely a statement win here, and definitely a vote of confidence for Centauri moving forward. So excited to see what that team could do moving forward. Now at number 3 here is Buena Vista, who just stays in the same spot here. I had BV at 3. Cody had BV at 3. He said this, they won. Gideon has BV now at 2. He said beat Salida, though not by much. Salida is a team very hot. He's very high on, so this doesn't hurt them too much. Shuckneck is the real deal. That's their big-time athlete over there. Gino has Buena Vista at 3. Very nice win over Salida. Has Buena Vista looking to grab a 2 spot here soon. Phoenix has Buena Vista at 3. Really impressed with the win against a 2A team despite the close score. So there you go there. I thought even if it was close, it was still a game they were going to be able to control and win, so they stay here at 3. Now, at 2 is actually Lyman, who moves down 1 spot. They still won, but they moved down a spot here. I continue to have Lyman at 2. I thought that win over CSCS was to be expected, so I didn't move them up or down here, so they stay right here. Cody still has the Lyman at 1. He says this, still won by a couple of scores on the road against a quality 1A team. That is a pretty tough win still. Gideon moves Lyman from 2 to 5. And this is what he said. Yes, they blew out CSCS, but with the Lions losing Will Moore and Eddie Harmon, I'm not shocked or anything further. I am still concerned about the quarterback play and the line outside of Melo. So there you go there. Gino has the Lyman at 2. He said, nice win over an injured CSCS team to stay 2 this week. And then Phoenix keeps Lyman at 1 here. Also, by the way, Gino actually moved them down to 2 from 1 to 2. So there you go. And then Phoenix has Lyman still at 1. Went down to Colorado Springs and took down a good up-and-coming team as they look to protect their throne of 1A superiority. So there you go. Lyman actually moving down a spot despite winning there. You saw the reasons. And so there you go. They're still at 2 though. But at number 1 is Ray. I have Ray at 1 here. I don't think this is too crazy here. They won, so they stay at 1. Cody says this, blowout win. That's it. Gideon says this about Ray here. And by the way, Cody had Ray at 2. Gideon has Ray at 1. Still, he says this, Ray blew out a team that made the playoffs last year. So there you go. Gino says this about Ray, who he moves up to 1. Shut out Platte Canyon 42-0 to stay at 1 this week. And then Phoenix has Ray moving up a spot over Meeker here, now at number 2. He said really impressed with the shutout and definitely a top 2 team in 1A. So there you go, a new team at number 1 here in 1A. And just to say this again, for our power rankings, just outside was Yuma, Platte Valley, Meeker, Burlington all getting votes. Tied at 9 was North Fork and Monte Vista, 8 Payton, 7 Colorado Springs Christian, 6 Highland, 5 Forge Christian, 4 Centauri, 3 Buena Vista, 2 Lyman, and at number 1 is Ray after week 1 of the 2024 Colorado high school football season. Moving on here, let's go ahead and go to 2A. Our preseason rankings for them, we had Moffat County, La Junta University, and Salida all getting votes just outside. But at 10 was Sterling, 9 Elizabeth, 8 Eaton, 7 Resurrection Christian, 6 Brush, 5 Delta, 4 Wellington, 3 Berthoud, 2 TCA, and at number 1 was Kent Denver. Now, after week 1 and 0, here's what we got. Still getting votes just outside of our official top 10 is Brush here. I believe Cody has Brush at 8. Yep, he says this. Hopefully this loss says more about Fort Morgan than Brush. Only time will tell. And then Gino has Brush at 10. He said really bad loss to a questionable Fort Morgan team is quite concerning. I'll wait to drop them out of the top 10 until I see what they do in week 2. And I believe those were the only people who had Brush ranked there. Moving on, we have Eaton here at 2 getting some votes. I want to say that Phoenix had Eaton here at 9 in his personal rankings. He said came up short against a strong 2A contender and had to take the drop in the rankings. So there you go. I don't believe anybody else had them ranked there. I had Alamosa at 10 here. I thought they had a really good win over Monte Vista, so I moved them up to 10. They also have probably one of the better quarterbacks and just teams in general in 2A here, so there you go there. And then I believe Phoenix had Strasburg at 10. He said this, Platte Valley, the Platte Valley win may not seem big since they are 1A now, but Strasburg still took care of business and are looking to make a presence early. So there you go there. Those are all the teams that were just outside our PMC rankings. But, let's go ahead and hop into these rankings. Starting at 10, we have University, who moves up from unranked here. I have them at 8. Cody does not have University rank. Gideon has University at 7. He says this gave Banning Lewis Prep their first regular season loss since 2022, and there are some dogs on this roster. Gino has University just outside of his top 10, and then Phoenix has University at 7 as well. He says good win against Banning Lewis by around 3 scores. That has me keeping them put as they stay in the same spot there. I have University mostly moving up here just because I really like their offense here. They got a lot of firepower. It looks like they have some things figured out a little bit quicker than I thought they would, and they have a star in Brevin Doss, so I'm going to move them up over some teams who have loss and whatnot there. So there you go, University moving into our top 10. At 9, moving out of our unranked spot, is La Junta here. Cody has La Junta at 9, who he moves into his top 10. He just says W. Gideon has La Junta at 9 as well. The Tigers blasted Pueblo Centennial, which was easy to guess, but I already had them here, so I'm keeping them here. As they don't move up, they just stay right there. At 8, Gino has La Junta. Absolutely demolished Pueblo Centennial, 42-0, as they move up from unranked for him. And then Phoenix has La Junta at 6. Another impressive shutout against a 3-8 team, scoring 21 in the first and third quarter. I don't have La Junta ranked yet, but they've always been a good team here. They're probably a team that's knocking as soon as one of these other squads lose again or lose for the first time. So we'll see what happens. But La Junta takes the 9 spot in our PMC rankings. At 8 is Sterling, who does move up 2 spots here. I have Sterling moving up 2 to 6. Cody has Sterling moving into his top 10 here. He didn't say anything. He just has Sterling in his top 10. So there you go. Gideon has Sterling now at 6. And actually, he kept them here at 6. But he said beat Valley as expected. But this offense is just stupid good. Really excited to see how they put it together moving forward. Gino now has Sterling at 9 here, or sorry, still at 9. Nice win over Valley, 35-7. They move up to 9 this week. And actually, Gino had Sterling at 10 in the preseason, so they do move up 1 spot. So there you go there. And then Phoenix has Sterling just outside. Sterling moved up 2 spots for me. I knew they'd beat Valley, but that was a pretty dominant win as his offense is as good as I thought they would be, at least so far. And so we'll see what happens moving forward here and if they can continue to win. But there you go, Sterling now at 8. At 7 is Resurrection Christian. They neither move up or down. I don't believe they played at all here. But I have them still at 4. Cody has Resurrection Christian still at 6. Gideon has Rez now in his top 10, right at 10. He said hasn't played yet, but who is this varsity opponent? I don't know. I don't think that counts where the game has counted yet, so I would not worry about it. It's probably a team that has dropped out from having an official varsity season, so that's usually how that goes. Gino as Rez Christian still here, or actually he moves them up 2 spots to 3 with some teams losing, and then Phoenix he doesn't have Resurrection Christian in his top 10. So there you go. They stay right there after not playing. Now tied at 5, we have Delta and Elizabeth. Delta technically still in the same spots as they were at 5 in our preseason, but they're now tied with Elizabeth, who moves up 4 spots. Let's talk about Elizabeth first. I have them moving from unranked to 7. Cody has them moving up a spot to 7. Took care of business is all he said. Gideon had this to say about Elizabeth, who he has at 5 now, moving up 3 spots. He says, has now won 2 straight games against 3A teams. TCA will be the first real test of the year, but I like the Cardinals right now. So there you go. Gino has Elizabeth here, moving up from 9 to 7. 2-0 start to the year, and I expect many more wins to come. Elizabeth isn't going anywhere. And then Phoenix has Elizabeth at 5. Shutout win against a 3A team with losses to Eaton and Bertha gets Elizabeth a rise in the rankings. So there you go. As they continue to win, they continue to move up. Now, tied at 5 is Delta, who did not win here, but I have them at 9 here. I actually already had them at 9, so they just stayed there. I expected them to lose to Palisade. I don't think anybody else expected them to lose to Palisade, so there you go there. And it's going to reflect in these rankings here, because Cody actually moves up Delta from 7 to 5. He says, weird to move up a team after a loss, but this was one of the closer losses to a higher classification opponent. That seemed pretty common this week in 2A. Gideon has Delta dropping from 5 to 8. Lost to Palisade, but only by 3. I give it one more game before we hit the panic button on Delta. Gino now has Delta at 6 here for moving down 2 spots in his personal rankings. Losing by 3 to a tough 3 squad isn't too concerning, but I still have to drop them this week out of my top 5. Phoenix now has Delta from 1 to 3. Tough loss, but what a battle for Delta as they went into a 3A team's house and had them on their heels most of the game. So there you go. Now tied at 5 here. A little bit of faltering in them as they move down a couple spots in our personal rankings. But in our official rankings, they are still a top 5 team. Now, moving on, we have at number 4, Berthoud, who moves down a spot. I now have Berthoud. I think actually I moved up Berthoud from 7 to 5 as teams lost here ahead of them. But I'll also explain my reasonings later. Cody now has Berthoud at 4, who he moves down a spot. Had to drop them for losing, but I don't hate a close loss to a 3A team. Gideon has Berthoud at 4, moving down a spot. He said this: lost to Thompson Valley, but only by a score. I still like Berthoud, and Skylar Stryker threw for 320 yards and no picks, so this offense has potential. Gino has Berthoud at 4 here, moving down a spot. Berthoud will be just fine, and I'm not putting too much into that loss against Thompson Valley. And then Phoenix has Berthoud now at 8. Close loss to 3 Thompson Valley, which keeps them in the top 10. Yeah, not concerned about Berthoud at all. I actually think this could have been a win here if they played Thompson Valley a little bit later in the season like they did last year. Last year was also a close game, and so I kind of expected this one to be a loss. They're a little bit bigger up front, especially with Berthoud losing some size, but to be honest with you, Berthoud keeping this one close and still having a pretty good offensive day says a lot. You know, they do got to convert some, opportunities with them throwing for so much, but I'm really not that concerned about them, but we'll see what happens moving forward here. They are still in our top 5 at 4. At 3 is Wellington, who moves up a spot. I keep them at 3. Cody moves them up here. He didn't have anything to say about them. Gideon has Wellington at 2. He said, went to Florida and won by 30 without their second best player, their number 2 safety, or 2 of their top linebackers. The Eagles only move up from here, and up from a 30-point win is scary. Gino has this to say about Wellington, who he has at 5 here, moving up a couple of spots. I'm going to remain cool on Wellington until I see them beat a legit playoff opponent. They slide into my top 5, though, after several teams lost in 2A in week 1. I think that's actually pretty valid. I'll give my opinions after, though. Phoenix, he has Wellington moving up to 2. It's not easy for a Colorado team to travel all the way to Florida for a game, let alone winning a game there. Huge prove-it game to show the rest of 2A that this team is serious. I have Wellington at 3. I don't think that Florida team was, good at all. I don't think they're going to make playoffs. I don't think they're going to be a top 3 team in their division in Florida. So to me, that win is meaningless in some ways. Even if they won them shorthanded, they seemed like a pretty bad team here. It was to be expected. I think it'd be a more red flag if they didn't blow them out by multiple scores. So for now, I have them at 3. We still got to see them win against good opponents here in Colorado. So let's see what happens here moving forward. But for now, they stay in our top 3, which isn't bad. At 2, which stays the same, is TCA. I am the only one who has TCA at 1. I'm going to keep that title for now and talk about my reasons later. Cody has TCA at 2, packed the stands and packed up Eaton, sending them back north with a loss. This TCA team seemed locked in to start, and it's just a matter of keeping it rolling. Gideon has TCA moving up from 4 to 3. Did really well against Eaton for a 3rd straight win against the squad. Not too surprised, but this was the Titans' largest margin of victory over the Reds to date. Gino has TCA at 2 still. Taking care of Eaton is never easy, and TCA did it quite easily. They have a huge line and a great quarterback. My only concern for the Titans right now is the amount of drops he had on offense. Gino, by the way, at that game. Make sure you check out that recap. Phoenix has TCA moving up 2 spots to 4. Big win for TCA for them to host a top team like Eaton this early in the season. So there you go. Like I said, I'm the only one who has them at 1. I'm going to keep them here at 1 until they lose, which I don't think they will. They have a great line. I think that was confirmed when I got to see them in person. Didn't get to see the whole game, but saw them in the entire fourth quarter. They're as advertised and a little bit more defensively, bringing a lot of pressure over there. Part of that is Eaton being smaller than in years before. So there you go there. And then quarterback-wise, he's really good. I think this game could have been a lot more of a blowout if his receivers caught passes. Now it's early on in the season, a lot of jitters and whatnot, especially playing against a stacked home crowd. Though in the fact that there is some inexperience as well with this squad having graduated some receivers. So with that being said, I still feel really good about them. I don't even think they have scratched their potential yet. It should still be a huge year. That's why I have them at 1. But at number 1, according to our PMC rankings and everyone else who has them ranked here, is Kent Denver, who stays right here at 1. I kept them at 2. Cody kept them at 1. Big win to start the year. Gideon said this, beat Florence by a country mile. Gino said this, the Sun Devils slaughtered Florence to solidify their top spot in 2A. And Phoenix said this, shutout win at home for this Kent Denver team and worthy of this top spot in 2A. So there you go. They win as expected over Florence. Still a very good squad, but still waiting on more this season. So there you go. That's our top 10 PMC rankings here in 2A. Just outside Brush, Eaton, Alamosa, Strasburg. At 10 is University, 9 La Junta, 8 Sterling, 7 Resurrection Christian. Tied at 5 now is Delta and Elizabeth. 4 Bertha, 3 Wellington, 2 TCA, and at number 1 is Kent Denver. Moving on, let's go to 3A. A lot of shakeup here in week 1 and 0. So let's talk about our preseason rankings before we hop into it. Outside of our top 10 was Wheat Ridge, Palisade, Pueblo East, all getting votes. At number 10 was Thompson Valley, 9 Holy Family, 8 Pueblo Central, 7 Mead, 6 Pueblo South, 5 Discovery Canyon, 4 Roosevelt, 3 Green Mountain, 2 Lutheran, and at number 1 was Windsor. Now after week 1 and 0, here's what we got. Just outside now is Wheat Ridge and Pueblo East. I had Wheat Ridge at 10 here. I don't think they've played yet, so there's that. Cody has them at 9. I want to say Gino has them at 10 still. And then, Gideon and Phoenix do not have Wheat Ridge in there. But they haven't played, so they weren't going to move up or down there. Pueblo East, though, they are here at 9 for Phoenix, who moves them up a spot. But he said this, DMP this past weekend, but had a good win against Fort Morgan prior. So there you go there. They are undefeated technically. So that is the move up for Pueblo East, who is just outside for me as well, I would say. So there you go. But going in here at 10 is Palisade, moving up from the unranked spot. I have moved up Palisade 1 spot. I had them at 8. I now move them to 7. So there you go. Cody doesn't have Palisade ranked. They're just outside. Gideon has them at 10. He said Palisade came out here and upset Delta, the perennial powerhouse. I know there's some doubt heading into this year, but Palisade is for real, and we're ready to see the Bulldogs perform against Montrose. That's a tough one. Gino has Palisade just outside. Phoenix has Palisade at 10. Beat a very good Delta team and earned a spot in my top 10. So there you go. Palisade now at 10 here. I am still pretty high on them. I think they have a good defense, to play a Delta team that close with a quarterback in Ty Reed, who's as good as any 3A quarterback, if not better, is definitely big time, and so gotta respect that if you are Palisade there. Now, they play Montrose next week. I don't expect them to win that game. That's a tough team in 4A. So I am probably not going to move them down too much unless they just get absolutely obliterated by 80. So we'll see there. And that's just me personally. But for now, Palisade makes our top 10. At 9, though, is Discovery Canyon, who moves down 4 spots after their loss. I now have them at 9, which I had them there last, or I guess in the preseason. So no changes there. I'll explain my reasons later. Cody, though, does move them from 5 to 10. He says this Discovery Canyon should be worried about this ledge they're holding on to after blowing a sizable lead at home. So there you go. Gideon moves Discovery Canyon here from 5 to 9. He said blew a huge lead at home. When this team is rolling, they're rolling. They just need to figure out how to maintain that consistency, because if this happens again, I'd be even more concerned than I am now. Gino has Discovery Canyon moving from 5 to 9. There's a lot of takeaways from that Pueblo Central game, but my main takeaway is that the only thing in the way of Discovery Canyon making noise in 3A is themselves. And then Phoenix, I don't believe he has Discovery Canyon ranked at all. So they go from 6 to unranked for him. Look, let me talk about that game real quick. And Discovery Canyon, since I was at that game, I had them at 9. I'm keeping them there at 9. I was also, I believe, the only one to have Pueblo Central ranked over Discovery Canyon to start the season here. So for me, I'm just not concerned. I knew Pueblo Central was going to be tough. You know, those Salval brothers are for real. They're going to be an issue for a lot of teams. And even then, Discovery Canyon has some size. So for them to struggle means that other teams are going to struggle for sure. I will say this. They got up to a pretty big lead. I mean, not that big. Only 2 scores in the third quarter. But, I mean, this was still a team that was going to come out and play. They weren't going to lie down. This is 3A football. You know, you got to be ready to play. It's early on in the season. I'm not overreacting. I felt like Central was better than them, and they beat them. So that is to be expected, in my opinion here. Now, Central does move up a couple of spots because they had to have they had to be very gritty to beat a pretty good Discovery Canyon team here. And so, gotta respect that a whole ton. But I'm not tripping about Discovery Canyon. I felt this way about them in preseason. I still feel about them now. They gotta win against teams here in this top 10 for me to move them up, though. If they continue to lose, obviously they will drop. But they have a lot of talent over there. I really like the offensive talent. I mean, they still scored over 30, which is big time. They were still in a position to potentially, get the ball back and score and either tie the game or win it. Pending that onside kick. So it wasn't like they got blown out at all. It was as close a game as I thought it would be, honestly. So I am not panicking about Discovery Canyon at all. I think they'll be fine. They gotta continue to win. They play a tough Pueblo East team next week, which is a borderline top 10 team. So we will see what happens there. But for now, in our PMC rankings, they drop here to 9. For me, they stay there at 9. At 8 is Thompson Valley, who moves up 2 spots. I don't have Thompson Valley ranked yet. Cody has them at 8 from unranked. He said this about Thompson Valley. This is honestly a team, he said this is honestly a game I had Berthoud favored in. So, way to take care of business at home. Gideon has Thompson Valley at 8 here. Moving back a spot. Sorry, I had to read that again. But moving back just 1 spot. You said beat a very talented Berthoud team. Even though it was close, I think this win shows grit. Gino has Thompson Valley at 8 here, moving up from unranked. I like that win over Berthoud a lot. It shows that Thompson Valley's defense is once again going to be very tough. So there you go. Phoenix has Thompson Valley at 8 as well here, moving down a couple of spots. Escape Berthoud through the skin of their teeth and has some concerns continuing into 3A play. Yeah, I gotta agree. Only 2 scores, right, in this game. We knew that, or at least I knew, that this Thompson Valley offense was going to have to figure some things out, and they were barely able to score twice, against a Berthoud team that is losing a lot of size up front. I mean, they're losing a lot of their defense in general. So, especially up front. So that is definitely a little bit more concerning. I didn't have Berthoud ranked ahead of Thompson Valley or like favored in that game. I still felt like Thompson Valley should have won this game, maybe by even a little bit more. Just because, I mean, Berthoud, they were losing a lot. They were having to replace a lot. So that was where my mindset was when thinking about Thompson Valley. I'm not going to rank them for this win here, because I still kind of felt like they could have beat them by more, especially this early on when they're still figuring out their chemistry over there. So we'll see what happens with them moving forward. It's also worth noting that Berthoud threw for over 300 yards on this team, which I want to say they were the only team that won that also allowed over 300 yards. And I don't know if that's a good thing yet, so we'll see what happens with them moving forward. But for now, they are at 8. At 7 is Holy Family here, who moves up 2 spots here. I have Holy Family at 8 now, previously unranked. Cody has Holy Family at 7 here, moving up a couple of spots. Nothing quite like a 40-point bludgeoning to show the rest of the state you aren't going anywhere, is what he says. Gideon also has them at 7. He says this one over Northridge as expected. Gino has Holy Family at 7. The reigning state champs move up to 7 after completely squashing Northridge 41-6. And then Phoenix has Holy Family here at 4. Still here, took care of business at home, and remains in their rank. Yeah, I really like Holy Family here moving forward. I mean, I think against Northridge, that was a game they were going to win anyways, and I speculated who they would start. They started Monte Samaras, who I did feel like was going to be a more than adequate replacement for Rylan Cooney. He is a senior, though, so he'll be gone after this year, but he's a great athlete in general, and so I do like that. Holy Family still has the potential to move up here, so we'll see what happens, but this offense was clicking, and I think of that is as good of green flag as you could get after week 1. On top of that, their defense played great. Granted, it was against a Northridge team that lost a lot. Brought back a solid quarterback, though. So, definitely some things to take away from this game. But regardless, Holy Family moves up 2 spots to 7. Now, at 6 is Mead, who moves up a spot. I move Mead up from 6 to 3. I'll talk about why later. Cody has Mead moving up 1 spot to 5. The Mavs rolled to a win against an alleged good team to stamp their spot in the top 5. Gideon has Mead at 4 here still. Mead destroyed a team that we had in the top 10 last week in Pueblo South. Their offense had some surprises like Ethan Elmore, but their line will only be getting better with the addition of former Skyline Falcon Caleb Go. This team is going to be deadly, especially since Christian Heiner is not afraid to sling that thing. Gino has this to say about Mead, who he moves up a couple spots to 4. Mead is back to being contenders. They are big and play super tough, so that ceiling is definitely high for them. And then Phoenix has Mead here at 7. Good job for Mead to protect the home field. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I thought Pueblo South was going to be a lot better than that. I felt like offensively they struggled. I thought they'd air it out a little bit more here, and they just didn't. South didn't. And they were trying to run the ball. Mead is going to stop that. They're a very good run-stopping team. They're huge up front. They're going to be bigger with Caleb Go from Skyline coming in as well on that offensive line, and that's going to cause some issues. It seems like a couple playmakers on offense have emerged, which is something that I mentioned here in the preseason, so I'm really happy for that. Christian Heiner took a step forward as expected. I think he's going to be very, very good and at least serviceable for this Mead team to make a run at state once more. So there you go there. I moved Mead up a lot. This defense lived up to expectations. So there you go. Maybe even exceeded expectations for me. That's why I moved them up to 3. But for now, they are at 6 here. A lot of great teams in front of them. So let's go ahead and talk about them. At 5, starting our top 5 is Roosevelt, who actually moves down a spot. I had Roosevelt move down one spot to 6. That's because I moved a couple of teams up here. So there you go there. Nothing because of them not playing well enough. Cody has Roosevelt here at 3, moving them up one spot. He said that's technically a win against a 4A opponent and one that was gritty and earned. Gideon has this to say about Roosevelt, who he has at 5 now, moving up a spot. Roosevelt has proved me wrong, and I'm very happy about it. Jackson Craig is fitting in well so far, and the Riders managed to stop the comeback and beat 4A Northfield. It's one thing to come back, but it takes a lot of resolve for a team to maintain composure and stop the comeback from happening in another team's house. I don't think Craig played in this game, but still a very good win for Roosevelt. Gino had this to say about Roosevelt, who he now has at 6, moving down 2 spots. He said Roosevelt will fall down to the 6th spot for me this week because Northfield is a solid squad, but you'd like for Roosevelt to get a little bit more separation in that game. Agreed. Phoenix had this to say about Roosevelt, who he has now at 5, moving up 2 spots. Discovery Canyon loss and Roosevelt win has been moving them up after getting the win on the road against a good Northfield team. And I would have to agree, Northfield is still a very good team now that they're 4A, but last year they were solid as well. With Roosevelt losing the players they had like Xavier Ramirez, Bronco Hartson, there was definitely going to be some growing pains there, but they are Roosevelt, so you give them the benefit of the doubt. A win's a win. They're going to move on. They're going to get better. We'll see how high they can go, though. I think that's the biggest question there. But they're still a top 5 team here in our PMC rankings, right here at 5, despite moving down a spot. Now, Windsor is here at 4, moving down 3 spots. I have Windsor at 5. Cody has Windsor at 4. He says this, not going to punish the Wizards too hard for losing by a single score. It just stings that it was at home. They should be fine. Gideon has Windsor now at 6, moving them from 1 to 6. He said the Wizards lost. That is true. And their passing game concerns me. That is also true. Sam Cooper may be out for a few weeks. Also true. I still think Windsor is a top 10 team. Their line is powerful, their coaching staff knows what they're doing, and that secondary can run with the best of them. I will not give up on them yet, but call me concerned. Yeah, that's fair there. He was able to attend that Green Mountain game, which was in Windsor, by the way, so there you go. Gino has this to say about Windsor, who he moves down to 5. He says this, that loss to Green Mountain has to sting. Depending on the injury to Sam Cooper, Windsor could definitely continue to struggle here against tough teams. And then Phoenix had this to say about Windsor, who he moves down to 3 here. He says a loss in top 3 matchup doesn't warrant taking them out of the top 3, but certainly not 1 for now. So there you go. And I actually agree with that as well. I'm not mad at that one because I do have them moving from 1 to 5, but there's just a lot of teams that won that I feel like you kind of got to put them over right now. As far as talent goes, they're as talented as any team. They're still big up front. That's still going to be an issue with or without the skill players that may or may be missing. I think the passing game will come along as the season goes on, so I'm really not that concerned about Windsor here. They played a tough Green Mountain team. I think, well, I should say this is a shot. I will say this, but I think us at the podcast didn't think Green Mountain was going to take a huge step back. I think most of us had them. I think all of us had them at least top 5 in our rankings. And then you had other media who had them outside the top 10 completely, which I think is just wrong. I think it's not very smart to think that Green Mountain would have fallen off. I just don't. This is a very talented team at its core, getting a very good coach. I think they are where they deserve to be. They played Windsor close. A lot of turnovers in that game, so honestly, that game could have went either way if one of those teams just scored one more, I guess, on that turnover, on any of those turnovers that they had. So there you go there. But, you know, it's tough, but 3A is stacked this year, per usual, so Windsor falls out of the top 3 for us here, but still is a top 5 team for sure, and it's a lot closer than people think. So there you go there. But for now, Windsor sits here at 4 according to our PMC rankings. Now at 3 is Pueblo Central, who moves up 5 spots. I have Pueblo Central at 4, moving up 3. Cody has Pueblo Central at 6. moving up 2 spots here. He said this about them. A come from behind win on the road against a quality team is hard to come by, and to reflect that, so is the number 6 spot. Gideon now has Pueblo Central at 3, moving up from unranked here. But he said the Wildcats may have gone down big early, but Amari Brown showcased why he is a preseason MVP candidate in his first game. If the Salval brothers are able to get their conditioning a bit more consistent, this team is almost unstoppable. So there you go there. Gino moves up Pueblo Central from 8 to 3. He says, hell of a comeback win against Discovery Canyon. They got that dog in him. And then Phoenix has this to say about Pueblo Central, whom he moves up from 8 to 6. Pueblo Central getting the win against Discovery Canyon gives them a rise in the rankings as they impress on the road. And yeah, I mean, having saw them in person here, for me, they move up from 8 to 4. I knew what they had on paper, having done their season preview. I just needed to see what it looked like. And it is a little bit better than I thought it would be. You know, Amari Brown, he's going to be a star as long as he's healthy. His usage is very high, is all I'm going to say there. So other players need to continue to step up there. The Salval brothers, they're going to be an issue. They do play both ways, which I think is a lot for both of them, especially because they're attracting a lot of double and triple teams. And against Discovery Canyon, I mean, they didn't have a small line either. So you have some physicality going up against them there. And, you know, there were times that one was sitting on the bench over the other. I wouldn't look into that too much here because I'm going to be honest, this was a very close game. They put themselves in a hole pretty early on. They dug themselves out of that hole. Or at least they climbed themselves out of that hole is what I should say. And that really impressed me. For a team that really doesn't throw it a whole ton, they can throw it. I don't think that's really their game plan. I think their game plan is pounding the rock with a Brown, with Castro, with Pino as well. And I think that'll go a long way for them. This defense is going to get better. You know, I think the Salval brothers, they're going to hold it down over there. They're going to cause a lot of issues, and then the defense will adjust accordingly. They also have a pretty good safety back there as well. And then offensively, I mean, we know their game plan. I think if Pino could take on a little bit more of the scoring load and get some more touches, they could really be rolling here moving forward. In 3A, you need to have multiple threats. I think they do. They just got to feature them. And so very impressive showing by Pueblo Central. Like I said, not really a passing team, but they found a way to come back from down 14 to go up in there and win this game. And, you know, that defensive touchdown at the end showed a lot there. This defense was rolling against a very stacked Discovery Canyon offense, which is the strength of this team. We'll see what happens moving forward, but could not hope for a better start if you are Pueblo Central. So there you go there. They make our top 5 sitting here at 3. Moving on, we have Lutheran, who stays right here at 2. Once more, I'm going to say this. I am the only one who has a Lutheran at 1. Everyone else has a Lutheran at 2. Let me list out everyone else's reasons first before I talk about Lutheran. But Cody says this about Lutheran at 2. Congratulations to Coach Robbins on win 100 in Texas. Love to have Lutheran representing our state against out-of-state teams. Gideon says this. Luhai went to Texas and beat a solid squad in Cooper. To beat a Texas team by double digits is huge, especially with how much Colorado teams struggle out of state. Their line is also huge, and I'm very high on Harvard commit Alex Zackham. Gino has Lutheran here at 2 as well. Winning out in Texas is huge for Lutheran and the state. Lutheran is definitely a threat again this year. And then Phoenix says this about Luhai. A win on the road in Texas is something else because that just proves how serious Lutheran is at football and what they believe they can accomplish this season. I have Lutheran at 1. Okay, I had Lutheran at 2 in the preseason, Windsor at 1. I think we all had Windsor at 1. And so I move Lutheran to 1 because I think that win over an out-of-state Texas team in Cooper is more valuable than Green Mountain beating Windsor. No offense, but it just is. Football down there is different. I'm biased. I'm from Texas. I know how hard it is. Also, congrats to Coach Robbins once more on win number 100 there. That's definitely big time. I know, there are a lot of personal connections with that team who is very familiar with this Lutheran team. And so I'm just going to be honest. I mean, not only was that a solid team, but that was a team that was familiar with them. That's impressive to beat them by multiple scores away, by the way, as well. And so I got to put them at 1. It seems like they found their quarterback in Abramson. They just find a way to get their quarterbacks going, man. I mean, they've had 3 straight good quarterbacks. I got to watch a little bit of his film here, some of his highlights, and he looked good. Threw the ball well, solid athlete, not like a scrambler or anything, but, mobile enough, and I think he commanded this offense very well. And on top of that, just having them Jack Waslowski at wide receiver, then quarterback is big time. He's 6'3". I don't know how many teams are going to have a corner to solve that. On top of that, you have 2 great running backs in Sawyer Wald and Evan Holdridge, who we knew was going to be an issue, along with a dominant offensive line, a defensive line with a lot of size, and a good defense in general with some size all around. So that's why I have Lutheran at 1 here, playing an out-of-state team away. That's big time. I think that is the most successful out-of-state win we've had these last 2 weeks. It's been a really rough go for Colorado teams against out-of-state teams. So, gotta love that for Lutheran. That's why they're my number 1 team. I'm saying this as of week 1, they're my number 1 team. But according to our PMC rankings, they're at number 2. At number 1 is Green Mountain, who moves up 2 spots. Everyone else but me has Green Mountain at 1. I'll read off their reasons before I say mine. Cody says this: a win on the road for the number 1 spot will do it, and this team looks as physical and big as ever. That certainly helps. Gideon says this about them: come out and smack consensus number 1 Windsor in the mouth. The Rams have one of, if not the biggest offensive and defensive line in the class. Simon Lunsford can sling that thing, and once again, not a man on that team is under 6 foot, it feels like. They have a chip on their shoulder, and they're ready to eat. Gino has this to say about them: Green Mountain has a quarterback and a huge line. I don't see them losing this top spot anytime soon. Phoenix has Green Mountain here. Knocking off the top spot in 3A on the road is a great way to start the season. So there you go there. I have Green Mountain at 2. I felt like that divide against Windsor and Green Mountain wasn't that huge. I don't think any of us did. And that is a pretty good win over there, away. But it was also a sloppy win. A lot of interceptions, a lot of turnovers. And I could tell because, they were only able to score like 3 or so times. But definitely some things that you want to tune up if you're Green Mountain over there. So, still a very good team. I think if Lutheran had a closer win in Texas, Green Mountain would probably be at number 1 for me. But it wasn't, right? Lutheran dominated that Texas team more than Green Mountain dominated Windsor, is what it comes down to. Still very good teams, and I think Green Mountain is just getting started. They're going to get better as the season goes on, and I think absolutely that they are a contender here in 3A. But we'll just see what happens moving forward. Once more, 3A absolutely stacked. So many good teams, but just outside Wheat Ridge and Pueblo East. At 10 for us is Palisade, 9 Discovery Canyon, 8 Thompson Valley, 7 Holy Family, 6 Mead, 5 Roosevelt, 4 Windsor, 3 Pueblo Central, 2 Lutheran, and at number 1 is Green Mountain. So there you go there. That's our 3A rankings. Let's go ahead and move on to 4A. All right, now in 4A, let's talk preseason rankings. Just outside, we had Rampart, Longmont, Golden. Tied at 9, Vista Ridge and Loveland. 8 Dakota Ridge, 7 Montrose, 6 Palmer Ridge, 5 Pueblo West, 4 Ponderosa, 3 Heritage, 2 Broomfield, and at number 1 was Mesa Ridge. Now, going into week 2 here, we have 3 teams that got votes that are just outside. Doherty, Ponderosa, and Centaurus here. Let me start with Ponderosa here. I have them at 10. I'm the only one who put them in their top 10 here. Look, I don't know what happened against Palmer Ridge, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. This is a rivalry game. That was a rivalry game that is usually played a little bit closer to mid-season. For them to play that at the beginning arguably was more beneficial for Ponderosa. This was a Palm Ridge team that was losing their quarterback, losing a star wide receiver, two-way athlete in Jimmer, and then losing guys like TJ Mabe and more, right? A lot of players that were graduating here, and Ponderosa got blown out by them, which is arguably a statement win for Palmer Ridge and is why they've moved up so far. But for Ponderosa, I do think part of it was just an off game. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt right now because I know how good this team can be. And so let's just see what happens moving forward. But I'm not going to take them out of my top 10 just yet. So there you go there on the record. Now, let's talk about Doherty here. Gideon is the only one who put Doherty in his top 10. He actually put them at 7, but he said Doherty may not have Solomon Latimer, but they keep finding ways to have good players show out. Leland Frescaz is a damn good quarterback. So there he goes there. He was the only one who voted for Doherty. They blew out Liberty, which was huge. But obviously, I don't think that's a great win for them. It's a win, but it is what it is there. So there you go. That was Gideon's reason for putting Doherty in his top 10. And then Phoenix has Centaurus here at 9. He was the only one who had them in their top 10. Good early start to the season with wins over Denver North and 5A Boulder, even though Boulder is not good at all. It still looks good to start 2-0 going into the season. Yeah, I actually don't hate that too much. They're starting 2-0. That's pretty solid. Denver North was a solid team. Boulder, it's a 5A team, but it's still a win is a win there. He does have them right here at 9, which I don't think is too crazy, but we'll see how the rest of the season goes. So there you go there. Just single votes for these 3 teams that are outside. Like I said, I was the only one who had Ponderosa. Gideon had Doherty up in his top 10, and Phoenix had Centaurus in his top 10. So there you go. Now, to our official PMC rankings. At number 10 is Monarch, who moves up from unranked here. I did not put them here at my top 10, but Cody did. He said there's something about taking care of business and being 2-0 matters. Not sure how sustainable this will be, but gotta give credit when and where it is due. Gideon says this about Monarch, who he has at 10 as well. Mohai hasn't been beating the best teams ever, but they are 2-0 and have been taking down some old demons of theirs in Pooter and Longmont. They hadn't beat Longmont since 2006 before a few nights ago, and they lost to Pooter by 40 plus the past 2 years. They're showing that they aren't the old Coyotes. Gino has Monarch here at 10. He says Monarch lands in my top 10 spot after taking care of Longmont. 4A is going to be all over the place this year, though, so we'll see if they're here next week. So there you go there. Phoenix has Monarch up here at 6. He says this, top of their league right now with a key confidence win and maintaining consistency in their win against Longmont. Even more impressive to do that on the road to start the season. And honestly, I have to agree, there is a lot of really good teams in 4A here, so it was tough leaving Monarch out, but they are just outside for me. I do need to see them beat some slightly better teams to put them in the top 10, or need some teams ahead of them to start losing more. But we'll just have to see what happens. This is a solid group there. So there you go. Monarch here at 10. At 9, we have Rampart, who moves up from being unranked in the preseason. I have Rampart moving up one spot to 9. Cody has Rampart at 8 here, moving up from unranked. He said this, not in love with how close this was, but a win is a win, and hopefully getting a scare out of the way early in the season puts them in a better spot moving forward. Gideon has this to say about Rampart. Rampart scraped by Lewis Palmer on a blocked punt return touchdown and a conversion from Cam Bruns to win 15-14. I am officially worried, but they still have top 10 talent. Gino has this to say about Rampart, who he moves up to number 9. He says that win over Lewis Palmer was concerning to say the least, but with the bottom half of the top 10 being a complete question mark, Rampart gets a slide in here at my 9 spot here. And then I don't believe Phoenix ranked Rampart in his top 10. So there you go. I have them here at 9. They have a lot of talent up front. I was concerned, though, because they are definitely bigger up front, like a lot bigger up front than Lewis Palmer. So I don't understand how that was a super close game. And so we'll see what happens. I'm actually going to throw this out there. I am going to go to the Rampart versus Ponderosa game this Friday. So we'll get to see both these teams. I have Rampart at 9, Pondo at 10 here in my personal rankings. I'll get to see both these teams and see what they're made of here moving forward, which I think will be a big game for both, especially early on in the season. So we'll see what happens there. Now moving on here at 8, we have Vista Ridge. Vista Ridge moves up a spot in our PMC rankings. I still have them at 7 though. Cody also has them at 7, and he says this: Vista Ridge moving up 3 spots for him. Got a nice dub on the road, putting up 20 points. So there you go. Gideon does not have Vista Ridge ranked. Gino has Vista Ridge here at 8. He says this: Vista Ridge finds themselves in the top 8 after beating Montbello 43-7 here. I believe. Let me double check this. I think when Cody typed out his his reasons, he didn't see the updated score, because this was an interesting game where they had to stop at one point and then restart this game like the next day or something weird like that. So it was 20-0, right, when they stopped, and then the final score would actually be 43-7. So there you go there. Just throwing that out there. All right, and then Phoenix has Vista Ridge right here at 10. He says this: able to get the win over Montbello and only behind Centaurus by an extra game for Centaurus, that is. So there you go there. I have Vista Ridge right here at 7. I felt like they should have beat Montbello. I mean, this was a team made up of a lot of far northeast players, so that's basically that squad plus a bit more from last year. And I think that's a good win, especially playing 2 different days. That has upset all over that. So good job just staying disciplined and taking care of business at the end of the day. We'll say this: Gabriel McFarland going for 156 yards on only 6 carries. Wild is all I gotta say, but not unexpected. So a lot of good things for Vista Ridge. Hoping to see them here soon, later in person this season. So there you go. But Vista Ridge at 8 in our PMC rankings. Now we have a tie at 6, and it's Dakota Ridge and Montrose. Dakota Ridge technically moving up 2 spots, Montrose up a spot. Let's talk about Dakota Ridge first. I have them at 6 still in my PMC rank, or sorry, in my personal rankings. Cody has Dakota Ridge at 9, which is the same spot he had before. He said not going to punish this team for losing to a good Chatfield squad. Gideon has Dakota Ridge here moving up actually into his ranked spot at 8. The Eagles lost, but only to a top 10 5A team. I can't hold this one against them too much, but I am on edge. So there you go there. Gino has Dakota Ridge at 7, moving down a spot. I'm only dropping Dakota Ridge 1 spot because a loss to Chatfield isn't too concerning, in my opinion. Phoenix has Dakota Ridge at 7. Tough loss to a very good 5A team in Chatfield, but they were able to keep it close until the 4th. And honestly, I'm going to go ahead and reiterate what Phoenix said. I agree with that. That was a pretty solid game for them. A lot closer than I thought it could be. You know, they have a new head coach over there, a couple new players to slot in, and so for them to play Chatfield relatively close in a rivalry game, I would say, right at the beginning of the season is a good sign. So not moving them up, not moving them down here. In our PMC rankings, they do move up 2 spots since it was a pretty solid Chatfield team that they're playing. But, you know, keep an eye out for Dakota Ridge here moving forward. Now, tied with them is Montrose. I have them at 8 still. Cody has them at 6, moving up a spot. He didn't have anything to say. Gideon has Montrose moving up a couple of spots to 6. He said the Hawks dominated Greeley West as expected, but a few teams I had ahead of them have failed to meet expectations, so he moves up Montrose. Gino has Montrose moving up a spot. Like everyone predicted, Montrose is out to a hot start and looks to be a scary team once again in 4A. Phoenix has Montrose here at 4, moving up a couple spots. 2, that is. Despite getting a win over a not-so-good Greeley West, they still beat a 4A opponent and had an almost perfect shutout, so they get the edge here over Heritage for him. So there you go there. Not too many surprises here. I mean, they took care of business. We knew this Montrose team was going to get out and, you know, start winning right away. We'll see what happens as they play some tougher opponents down the line. but I think this spot is about where I would imagine them being. Now, going into our top 5, we have Pueblo West, who stays in the same spot here, which I do think is interesting, but I do have Pueblo West at 3. I think only one other guy has Pueblo West up this high. Let's talk about everyone else, though. Cody has Pueblo West at 5. He says, keep winning big. Gideon has Pueblo West at 4. May not be the largest team, but their physicality has got them 2 straight wins over playoff caliber opponents. Gavin Lockett is an early MVP candidate in my mind. Agreed. I think he's the front runner, if I'm being honest. Gino has Pueblo West right here at 3 alongside me. The Cyclones completely shut out a rivalry opponent, and that puts them at the 3 spot this week. So there you go. And then Phoenix has Pueblo West here. Actually, interesting enough, I do not believe he has Pueblo West ranked. Oh, and I see it's because Ponderosa, he actually also ranked Ponderosa in his top 10 still. I'll talk about that reason here when I'm recapping our final rankings once more, since Pondo was still finished just outside for us. But there you go there. Anyways, back to Pueblo West, who is here at 5. I think they're rolling. I think this is a good enough team where they can make a run at state, and at least, I mean, talent-wise, they can at least make semis. But after that, I mean, they're going to have to continue to play well and disciplined. You know, they have a very dominant running game. They have a great quarterback, arguably the best in all of 4A. I don't think that's crazy to say at all, by the way. So there you go. We'll see what happens moving forward. But for now, they're at 5. Now at 4 is Heritage as they move down a spot. I have Heritage at 5. Cody has Heritage at 3. He just says 1. Gideon has Heritage at 5. He says Heritage is good, but allowing this version of Severance to score 20 is not good. Gino has Heritage here at 5 as well. Heritage falls back a spot after, he says Heritage falls back a spot for me after Palmer Ridge ruined Ponderosa. The Eagles still a top 5 team though, after they put 41 in a win over Severance. And then Phoenix has Heritage at 5 here. Played a 3A opponent, so it's not too impressive, but a win is a win, and they dominated early to protect it. I still feel good about Heritage here at 4. I keep them at 5 in my personal rankings, but they are dropping to 4 in our PMC rankings. That's because we have to move up a team more than anything here. I think they'll be fine moving forward. They did allow 20 to Severance, but I feel like that was mostly garbage time points. So I'm not really putting any stock in that. So there you go there. Moving on here, at number 3, moving up a couple of spots is Palmer Ridge. Personally, I have Palmer Ridge at 4. Cody also has them at 4, and he says this statement win launches them up here. Gideon has Palmer Ridge now at 3, moving up 2 spots. I don't know what is in the water in Monument, but they keep finding ways to win, even with big losses. The Monument Moving Company is also still really impressive. Gino has Palmer Ridge now at 4, moving up a couple of spots. I'll admit it, was completely wrong about both Palmer Ridge and Ponderosa. That was a statement win for the Grizzlies, and that moves them into my top 5. Phoenix now has Palmer Ridge at 3 here, and he actually had them at 3. Kudos to Phoenix. He had Palmer Ridge ranked the highest out of all of us, but he said this strong win against a highly regarded Ponderosa team. And yeah, I gotta agree. I wasn't sure how this Palmer Ridge team would look. I think I just needed a little bit more of a confidence win for them right here to just see what they have, and that's exactly what they did and more here. They didn't even really pass the ball against Ponderosa, which is definitely more of a, I would say more of a concern for Ponderosa than Palmer Ridge, but it's also a testament to how strong they are up front and how good this running game is regardless of who's in it. So that's big time, and looking forward to seeing them continue to roll here as they should. Now, our top 2 teams stay the same. At 2, it's Broomfield. I think we all have Broomfield at 2 here. Cody said this, took care of business, scoring 44. Gideon said, I had Frederick as a fringe top 10 squad to beat them like the Eagles did. Nothing short of wow. Gino said, absolutely dunking on Frederick, a team that I think might be a sleeper. Shows that Broomfield is once again in the true contender category. And Phoenix has them here saying good win against a strong opponent that just needs to clean up turnovers. Yeah, gotta agree here. We'll see what happens for them moving forward. But at number 1 still is Mesa Ridge, who we all have up here at 1. Cody had no reasons. Gideon said this Air Academy may not be the best team, but that's still a win with college level players and experience on that squad. To beat them by damn near 50 is impressive. Gino said this, they won big, so they stay at 1 for me. Phoenix said this about Mesa Ridge. Impressive shutout gives them the edge over Broomfield, who he actually moves Mesa Ridge over Broomfield in this one. So there you go. Now, before I recap our top 10 after week 1, let me read out Phoenix's reason for why Ponderosa is here at 8. He says this, at least personally for him at 8, but he says this, has to take a fall down the rankings due to the loss, but stays in the top 10 due to having a tough opponent in Palm Ridge. So there you go. Me and him are on the same page about Ponderosa there. So there you go there. Now, our week 1 rankings, or after week 1 rankings for 4A goes Doherty, Ponderosa, Centaurus just outside, Monarch at 10, Rampart at 9, Vista Ridge at 8, tied for 6th is Dakota Ridge and Montrose, 5 Pueblo West, 4 Heritage, 3 Palmer Ridge, 2 Broomfield, and at number 1 still is Mesa Ridge. Let's go ahead and move on to 5A here. Let's talk about the preseason rankings first. Just out, Fairview, Cherokee Trail. At 10, we had a tie with Castleview and Arvada West. 9, we had Chatfield. At 7, we had another tie with Eagle Crest and Valor Christian. 6, Legend. 5, Mountain Vista. 4, Denver East. 3, Regis Jesuit. 2, Columbine. And at number 1 is Cherry Creek here. So there you go there. Now, after week 1, there are 2 teams that are just outside the top 10 of our PMC rankings, and that's Ralston Valley and Fairview here. I think I had Ralston Valley ranked only, and Phoenix only had Fairview ranked. So let me go ahead and read off Phoenix's reason for having Fairview ranked. He had them at 8, but he said moving up Fairview up a spot since their victory was against another 5A opponent that led to a 4-score win, so a dominant win for them. And then I have Ralston Valley right here at 10. They beat an Erie team that we know is good over there, and it was a big-time win. You know, they won a shootout against that squad, and their quarterback Zeke Andrews threw for like over 300 yards and looked pretty clean out there. I didn't stay for the whole game because I had to get back to the Springs, but I was able to catch a couple drives there. And you know, Ralston Valley looks good. I trust their head coach Yanacito to figure it out. I just needed a, more or less a confidence boosting win here for them to get on the board, and that is against a solid squad with other teams losing or teams that I just don't believe in as much right now. I like Ralston Valley. I like their coach. I like their quarterback. They are clicking. Let's see how far they go, but for now, I'm going to put them at 10. So there you go. But let's go to our PMC rankings here. Officially at 10 is Castleview. I had Castleview at 9. Cody has Castleview at 8. He said big win over Mullen, keeping that offense in check here. Gideon says this about Castleview, who he has at 9, moving up a spot. The Sabercats came out big, and while this team isn't stuffed with the same amount of talent as Creek, they have experience and a bunch of big-time players, along with the addition of a new cornerback from Texas. So there you go there. Gino has Castleview here at 10 here still. Castleview has a real opportunity this year to show that they are for real. They don't have a tough game until Legend on September 27th. Jeez, that's like a month from now, though. So I expect them to stay around in the top 10 spot, or in that 10 spot, for the next few weeks. And then Phoenix has Castleview. Excuse me, he doesn't have Castleview in there. So there you go. And also, I don't know why I keep missing these from Phoenix here, but he also has Ralston Valley at 10. That's why. But he said giving RV the edge over Eagle Crest after going into Erie's house and coming away with a victory against last year's 4A state champs. That's why Castleview is not ranked. He has Ralston Valley up here just at 10 for now. So there you go there. But according to our PMC rankings, Castleview is at 10. Now, at 9 is Eagle Crest, who does move down 2 spots. I have Eagle Crest moving down from 4 to 6. Cody has Eagle Crest right here, moving up a spot at 4. You said looked every bit the part, putting up points against a range of you. Gino has Eagle Crest at 8. He said the Raptors are staying put this week despite a big win over range of you. They could easily move up in the next few weeks though. So there you go. Phoenix has Eagle Crest unranked, just outside here in his rankings here. So there you go. Let me talk about Eagle Crest real quick. Rangeview is not a great team, so it was expected for them to put up numbers against them. I think all of us on the podcast are very all over the place about Eagle Crest. These next couple games will help solidify some opinions, though, so we'll see what happens. But for now, they're at 9. Now, at 8 is Chatfield, who moves up a spot. I have Chatfield here at 7, moving up. Cody also has them at 7, moving up as well. He just said took care of business. Gideon has Chatfield here at 6, moving up 2 spots. Chatty won over a good Dakota Ridge team and one big. Room for improvement, but they have a high floor. Agreed. Gino has this to say about Chatfield, who he actually has a 9 here still. He said the Chargers took care of business against a Dakota Ridge team, with Brock Narva putting up over 200 yards on them, which is good. And then Phoenix had this to say, they got the win, but against a very good 4A school that kept it relatively close until the 4th. So there you go there. Regardless, Chatfield still moves up here. I think it's very good to see Brock Narva healthy. He ran for 200 yards. If he can maintain that, Chatfield's only going to rise from here. And that's my opinion. So there you go. Now at 7 is Legend, who moves down a spot. I do not have them ranked, and I'll talk about it why later. Cody has them here at 5. He says pulled off a 1-score win over Grandview to keep it consistent. Gideon says this about Legend, who he has at 8. Jaden Lawrence is an MVP candidate for a reason. Gino says this about Legend, who he has at 6. Similar to last year, the Titans appeared to be on a hot streak to start the season. The Columbine game coming up is a massive opportunity for the Titans to put themselves in true contender status and category. And then Phoenix has Legend here at 6. Good first quarter start and put it out in the 4th against a very even team in terms of the score. I don't have Legend ranked because I'm tired of getting burnt by them. I need them to be the top 10 team to move up here. I'll be honest, the coaching staff in past years have made some very questionable decisions. If they beat Columbine, they will be a top 10 team for me next week. That's how soon I'm able to believe in that. But they have a lot of talent, and they just haven't been able to put it together in past years. 5A, there's a lot of talent out there, and there's a lot of good coaches who I feel like may get more out of their players than Legend has in the past. So, we'll see. You know, they need to do a little bit more for me. If they could keep this Columbine game even close, I might even still put them in the top 10. But we'll see what happens. So, there you go. But in our PMC rankings, they are at 7. Now, at 6 is Arvada West, moving up a couple spots. I have them at 4. Which I want to say is the highest I've had them up in. I'm the only one who's seen them in person, too. Cody has them at 9. He says this about them: violent and ready to play. Nice. Gideon has them at 7, one of the most talented teams in the state, with 2 big wins. Mountain Range doesn't mean much, but Fountain Fort Carson certainly does. Gino has A West here at 7, maybe one of the best all-around teams in the state. Taking care of Fountain Fort Carson the way they did makes me excited about Arvada West's potential. And then Phoenix has them here at 7 as well. Very good and disciplined team as they get the blowout victory over Mountain Range. All right, now I'll explain why Arvada West is so high. I really like their defense. Their defense showed out against Fountain Fort Carson. Big, physical, fast. They have some good DBs over there as well. Offensively, I think they do a good job with 2 of the best running backs in all of Colorado, in Jaden Green and Samala. They have a solid quarterback with an arm in Duhacek, and then an offensive line. I think this is a very complete team. They could win more games, but I like this team here and how complete they are. We'll see what happens, though, moving forward. Now, at 5 is Valor Christian. They move up 2 spots here. Valor's at 8 for me. Cody has them at 10. He said a shutout win over a team that was above you in Regis Jesuit will catapult you right above them in the power rankings. Gideon has Valor Christian at 4. This offensive line is going to take them places, and they just keep rolling. Gino has them at 5. Shutting out Regis in the Holy War shows that Valor might have themselves another contender this year. I was a little worried about the run-pass game, but that doesn't seem to be bothering the Eagles early on. And then Phoenix, he has them at 3. A win over Regis Jesuit in a blowout gives them the 3 spot previously held by RJ. So there you go there. I have Valor here at 8. Would love to see them continue to win more here. Their first game against Pine Creek, that was a huge win. That honestly did a little bit more for me, moving them up here in some ways. And then the Regis Jesuit game, I mean, that one was just not close at all. And that is also just very disappointing for Regis. We took them out of our top 10 completely, just being honest there. That is unacceptable, and the experience for Valor shows as well as the coaching. So a lot of credit to them. Let's see what happens here moving forward, though. They definitely have the potential to move up higher. Now, at 4 is Mountain Vista, who moves up a spot. I have them at 5. Cody has them at 3. He said over 100 points in the first 2 games that they played, including against a team who had a bye last year, is crazy work. Gideon has them at 3 as well. Blanked in a Arapahoe squad that I thought was a fringe top 10 team. Very good night for them. Gino has them at 3. The mighty Golden Eagles made light work of a Final Four team last year in Arapahoe in Week 1. They are an exciting team, to say the least, and it will be fun to see what they will do this year. Phoenix has a Vista at 5. He said 5 touchdown shutout gets Mountain Vista the edge over Legend in his top 5. So there you go there. I also have them at 5. I think they definitely have room to climb. I'm very interested to see how this defense continues to play moving forward here. That Hawaiian team I don't feel like was very good. And then Arapahoe, they did lose some pieces there. And I mean, I'll say this. I think their offense was very impressive against that defense, and that contributed to that gap a bit more than their defense. But I want to see this defense get tested here pretty soon here. Offensively, I mean, they're getting better. Their line has improved. Shout out to McChesney over there. And, you know, that kind of gives them that definitely gives them a more complete offense. But we'll see where their defense lies here in the coming weeks, hopefully. So there you go there. They're at 4. Now at 3 is Denver East, moving up a spot. I have them at 3. Cody has them here at 6. He says this about East. Clobbering keeps them here, is all he says. So there you go. Gideon has them at 5. The Angels keep stacking wins. I just hope that these easier games don't get them complacent. Gino has Denver East at 4. The Angels are absolutely dominating early on to start the season with a 2-0 record. I think we'll really start to know what Denver East is made of once we get to league games, though. And Phoenix has them at 4 as well. Solid 30-plus point win over Vista Peak and protects their rankings. Yeah, so there you go there. Keeping Denver East here at 3. I moved them up 2 spots, replacing Eagle Crest and Regis. So that's what I did there. I think they're a very complete squad. They are going to face some tougher opponents here down the line, so there's definitely potential for them to defend this spot and move up, but as well as drop here quickly if they don't win. So we'll see what happens. And then our top 2 teams for now stay the same, but we are definitely more split on that. As a podcast group, the point differential is only 1 between the number 1 team and the number 2 team. But Columbine is here at number 2. I have them at 2 still. Cody has put them at 1. He says big win to start the year and remain undefeated. Gideon has them at 2. He said same old Columbine. Gino has Columbine at 1. He said my 1 and 2 lost this week. Plus the Rebels here. 1 big over Thunder Ridge. Big games coming up against Legend next week to see if they can solidify this top ranking. And then Phoenix has Columbine at 2 as well. He said blowout win against Thunder Ridge keeps them in top 2. Look, I'm just going to be honest here. Thunder Ridge was a game they definitely should have won. They did what they needed to do there. So there you go. Nothing too much more to say about that. But we have Cherry Creek at 1 still here in our PMC rankings. I put them at 1 in my personal rankings, and I'm going to go ahead and give my reasons right here for that, actually, because I could already hear the dissent, but whatever. So as of right now, they do play the toughest 4-game schedule out of any 5A team, in my opinion. They played Sky Ridge, a team who was the runner-ups in Utah up in 6A, to Corner Canyon. And in case you don't know who Corner Canyon is, that's the team that beat IMG Academy like 2 weeks ago, which is a powerhouse nationally. And so for the team that lost the state to those guys to play Creek here and only win by 10 points, I do think that is a moral victory in some ways. Now, how much that matters or not, I don't know, but I do think that's a better opponent than Thunder Ridge. So even then, I'm going to keep Creek right here, playing a tough squad here. It was close, right? It was close. Creek, they did score 14 to pull close. Touchdown in the fourth quarter for Sky Ridge would kind of seal that thing for them. So, yeah, I'm just not super concerned about them right now. Cherry Creek, they get to play Millard North, a team in Nebraska. This is another away game, by the way, a bunch of away games to start the season. That probably should be a win. Then they get Regis at home. I think that's probably a win. And then they get Highland Park in Texas. I'm not going to lie. I think that's probably a loss. But we'll see. I'm sending people to that game. They'll give me some information from there. But for now, I still have Cherry Creek at number 1 here. It is close, though. If they lose again to Millard North, who I really feel like they should be able to beat, then I'll move them down. But for now, they just play a tougher schedule. That's why I have them at 1. So there you go. That's a good squad over there that they played in Utah. Cody has Cherry Creek at 2. He says this: I know it's out of state, but a 2-score loss just hurts the Colorado pride too much to keep at 1. Okay. Gideon has Cherry Creek at 1. May have lost, but are still the best team in this state. Yes. Gino has Cherry Creek at 2. Obviously not ideal to lose in Utah, but when you throw in the fact that Jeremiah Hoffman put up 190 receiving yards and they still lost, is just crazy. So there you go. Phoenix has Cherry Creek at 1. Lost to a 6A school from Utah on the road by 10. Not terribly worried about the potential of this team and still one of the best. So yeah, we are obviously split here on the podcast, but that's why we do this here. So for now, Cherry Creek is number 1, but by the smallest margin possible out of any team, without tying, that is, in all of our power rankings and classifications. So there you go there. But once more, just outside is Ralston Valley and Fairview, outside of our top 10. At 10 is Castleview, 9 Eagle Crest, 8 Chatfield, 7 Legend, 6 Arvada West, 5 Valor Christian, 4 Mountain Vista, 3 Denver East, 2 Columbine, and at number 1 for now is Cherry Creek there. So there you go. Those are our power rankings brought to you by Junkyard Training. Remember, Junkyard Training is located at 14697 East Easter Avenue, Centennial, Colorado, Suite E, offering speed training, youth sports training, weightlifting, rehab, and recovery that does include cryotherapy, cupping, recovery boots, and more. Go ahead and visit them today or call 303-521-7594.
All right, and if you have stuck with us all the way through to this 5-hour mark, thank you for making it here. But if you've jumped ahead, don't worry, we still got good content for you as we talk about the Week 1 Playmakers of the Week brought to you by Codered Coaching. Be sure to visit coderedcoaching.com or be sure to reach out to rosecj.6599@gmail.com. Reach out to Cody Rosenthal, good friend here at the podcast, and a good friend here to try and get your athlete mentally sharp or your team mentally sharp and ready to perform here. You know, this is Codered Coaching, where the grind of greatness starts with the mind. Get ready to perform up to your mental and physical capabilities through the resources and guides that he has in order to be more like the Playmakers of the Week here that performed at the top of their game per classification here. I'm just going to go ahead and run through our winners of Playmaker of the Week and then be dramatic about mine. So for 1A here, Phoenix selected Dante Vigil of Forge Christian here, who was a triple threat here, not only rushing for a touchdown, but throwing a touchdown and catching a touchdown as well. Overall had nearly 100 yards from scrimmage here, or 100 total yards, I should say, and found multiple ways to score on a Wiggins team that was regarded in the top 10 for a few of us here at the podcast. Now, 2A, please listen to both of those fellas' recaps, by the way. Phoenix in 1A and Gideon in 2A here. Gideon was going back and forth between two very good candidates and ultimately landed at his alma mater here. And I totally see it here. Logan Moore with an insane 4-interception game, also putting up 123 rushing yards and then scoring via a kickoff return and a pick six in Manitou Springs' first ever recorded win over Rye High School, at least in the Max Preps era. So getting that lightning bolt off your back, that monkey off your back here, and Logan Moore absolutely balling out on the defensive side in a dominant performance to win Playmaker of the Week. Now, Coach V here, please listen to the full recap of Discovery Canyon versus Pueblo Central. But for him, after seeing it with his very own eyes, there was no one else to choose other than Amari Brown. Multiple rushing touchdowns, receptions, and a comeback win over Discovery Canyon on the road, just being the heartbeat of this Pueblo Central team. This team is very, very good, but Amari Brown has been doing this for years now on this squad, and he looks to continue to be a leader both in his emotions and his hype, but also in his performance on the field that helps secure him the 3A Playmaker of the Week. Now, as selected by Gino V. Hill here, the 4A Playmaker of the Week is going to be Bryce Reel of Mesa Ridge here. 14 of 18, 217 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, and then another 33 yards and 2 rushing touchdowns for a 4-touchdown performance for the 4A Playmaker of the Week. Now, if you listen to my 5A recap, you know that there are a few names in here like Marcus Mosier of Fossil Ridge, Liam Beatty of Ralston Valley, a couple of wide receivers, obviously courtesy of my receiver bias. Brock Narva, an incredible offensive performance in Chatfield's win. Caden Absher, who had 17 tackles and 2 for loss for Douglas County's 3-0 win over Brighton. But I'm going to go to the overtime riser here in Denver South, and I'm going to select Josiah Thomas Flores here of the Ravens defense, the tackle/defensive end, who notched 7 tackles, 3 for loss, and 2 sacks, including one in overtime to basically seal this game for the Ravens as they narrowly survive by 7 points against Westminster. That's an incredible game to have. Mason Kiwa is an incredible opponent to go against. And so for Josiah Thomas Flores to open up opportunities for the rest of this defense, be the only one with sacks, be consistently in the backfield, flying around, making plays, a handful of solo tackles, that is a Playmaker of the Week worthy performance for a defensive end here who took over, especially when the game mattered. So, to run those back, the Playmakers of the Week go as follows in descending order of classification. 5A, Josiah Thomas Flores of Denver South. 4A, Bryce Reel of Mesa Ridge. 3A, Amari Brown of Pueblo Central. 2A, Logan Moore of Manitou Springs. And 1A, Dante Vigil or Visual of Forge Christian. Once again, those Playmakers of the Week brought to you by Codered Coaching. Please visit CoderedCoaching.com and get in line with your mental performance here so that way you can be a high-level performer like these Playmakers of the Week. And that'll do it for us here, folks, at the Playmakers Corner podcast. Be sure to keep up with all things Colorado football by following us on social media, whether that's on Twitter/X at Playmaker Corner, at Playmakers Corner on Instagram, Playmakers Corner on Facebook, Playmakers Corner on TikTok, where we got highlights from tackle games as well as flag football games that we are covering. Those episodes come out on Wednesdays, so stay tuned for the rankings and episode on Wednesday, along with plenty of recaps, mainly headlined by Coach V as well as Gino. And be sure to listen to all of our episodes, whether that is on YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Breaker, I think, or Brinker. Whatever you want to listen to us on, we are probably on it, and we are here to give you all the information you could possibly need. Be sure to continue using the timestamps to listen to the segments that you want to listen to. I have been your showrunner, joined by Phoenix, Gideon, Gino, and Coach V on this episode for a jam-packed Week 1 recap of Colorado tackle football. I hope you had fun listening, and we will see you around.